Chapter 724. Yuchen had indeed given Wuxia an extra great benefit. As mentioned earlier, the natural energy in Yuxiong Plain and Liangzhu, as well as the natural treasures produced in Yuxiong Plain, were all beyond the imagination of ordinary people. To put it bluntly, a day's cultivation in Yuxiong Plain was comparable to a year's cultivation in any other place on Panga continent, and it was comparable to 100 or even 1,000 years of cultivation in outer heavenly realms. But the forbidden law of the Yu dynasty stipulated that, except for the people of the Yu who lived in Yuxiong Plain and Liangzhu for generations, the local officials in Yuxiong Plain, and the courtiers in Liangzhu, no other courtiers were allowed to enter Yuxiong Plain without the human emperor's permission. For a marquis of province like Wuxia, apart from having a chance to visit Yuxiong Plain when he was being conferred a title and staying in Yuxiong Plain for no more than half a month, he would never have the chance to visit Yuxiong Plain again, unless he made a great contribution and was promoted again. Even a member of the Yu imperial clan, like Gao, had no right to enter Yuxiong Plain before Emperor Haozuan appointed him to be a counselor in military affairs. When he was still King Xianxia, he could only stay in his fief and roam freely in other places on Panga continent, except for Yuxiong Plain. If he dared to violate the ban, he might be stripped of his title or even imprisoned. But this time, Emperor Haozuan appointed him to be a counselor in military affairs, giving him a specific position in the imperial court like his father, King Yangshan. It was tantamount to him having a pass to enter and leave Yuxiong Plain at will, and he could live there all year round. Therefore, when he was conferred a title, he was not very excited about it. But when he received Emperor Haozuan's special edict, he could hardly contain his excitement. Yuchen told Wuxia that as long as he could comprehend some new ideas about formations, he could come to Yin Tian Palace and exchange pointers with the supreme oracles. This was tantamount to Yuchen giving Wuxia the right to enter and leave Yuxiong Plain and Liangzhu at will. If Wuxia could come up with some strange formations from time to time and purposely communicate with these high priests for a few months or years, he would gain a lot of benefits. With Wuxia's chaotic constitution, if he could cultivate for 3 to 5 years in a place like this, where one day of cultivation was equivalent to a year of cultivation in any other place on Panga continent, how far could his cultivation base improve? Just by looking at the number of sun oracles in Yin Tian Palace who were in their early 20s, one could tell that the benefits of cultivating in Liangzhu were simply too great. If I learn something new, I will certainly come to Liangzhu City to have a talk with you elders. Wuxia looked at Yuchen with glowing eyes and said, "But how can I?" Before Wuxia could finish his words, Yuchen took out a palm-sized silver jade token from his sleeve and handed it to Wuxia. The token was half an inch thick and about the size of a palm. Faint starlight could be seen swirling in its silver surface, and its surface was engraved with countless detailed maps of stars, emanating a frightening energy fluctuation. "This is the token of the first master of Yin Tian Palace," said Yuchen disapprovingly. "With it, you can come and go as you please. Who would dare to make things difficult for you?" Laughing complacently, Yuchen shook his head and said, "If you learn something in the future, just go to the Imperial Palace with this token, and someone will bring you to Yin Tian Palace." At this point, Yuchen frowned and said, "No, only you can use this token. You can't let anyone take it away from you." Grabbing Wuxia's hand, Yuchen made a cut on Wuxia's wrist with his fingernail. A large amount of blood sprayed out, and a threatening starlight flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, Wuxia's blood condensed into a small map of stars consisting of 17,200 stars in the air, which then merged with the token. Immediately, the silver jade token was covered with a faint layer of blood-red light, and the energy fluctuation emanating from it was filled with a vigorous life force. The blood-red light fluctuated as if it was echoing with Wuxia's heartbeat from a distance. Yuchen smiled and said, "I've added a blood curse to the token, so it can't be separated from you for more than 3 feet. If someone tries to snatch it from me, he or she will be killed by the backlash from the blood curse. Someone with a higher cultivation than this old man." Wuxia gave the 6 black supreme towers pattern on Yuchen's sleeve a glance and shook his head. Why would someone stronger than Yu Chun need to snatch the token from Wuxia? If he were a primordial immortal from the celestial court, he would be killed by Yu even if he entered Yu Xiong plane with the token. If he were an oracle from the Director of Celestials, he or she would be an elder from either the Directorate of Celestials or the Secret Palace. Why would they want to snatch Wuqi's token? Yu Chun let out a strange laugh and said, "If someone with a stronger cultivation base than me tries to snatch this token, as this token leads directly to the core of Yin Tian Palace's defensive formation, don't blame me for joining hands with the other 8 masters and elders of Yin Tian Palace to teach him a lesson." The corner of Wu Qi's mouth twitched. The 8 masters of Yin Tian Palace? Their cultivation bases should be about the same as Yu Chen's, right? Even though the cultivation bases of the elders of Yin Tian Palace were not as strong as Yu Chun, there should be a small gap between them, right? On top of that, there was also the defensive formation of Yin Tian Palace, and they still wanted to join hands to teach him a lesson? How shameless! The primordial immortals of the Celestial Court would never do something so shameless, but he reckoned that this group of mad scientists from Yin Tian Palace could really be so shameless. Laughing complacently, Yu Chun shoved his token into Wu Qi's hand, then told Wu Qi to wait outside the hall while he strode into the hall. This hall housed all the ancient books of Yin Tian Palace. Apart from the various profound mysteries of the Tao of formation comprehended by many oracles, there were also many other strange and bizarre collections. Before the death of the masters and elders of Yin Tian Palace, they would leave some of their belongings in this hall. Among them, there were some elders who had lost their lineage and had no descendants to inherit their magical artifacts. Therefore, they left the powerful magical artifacts that they had spent countless years refining in this hall. Therefore, only the 9 masters and the elders of Yin Tian Palace had the right to enter this hall. Apart from them, no one was allowed to step into this hall. Even though Yu Chun, the first master of Yin Tian Palace, could give Wu Qi the privilege to enter and leave Liangzhu at will, he could not violate the ban of Yin Tian Palace and allow Wu Qi to step into this hall. After waiting outside the hall for a quarter of an hour, Wu Qi saw Yu Chun slowly walking out of the hall with a silver crystal ball the size of a human head in his hand. Judging from the way he was walking, it was obvious that the silver crystal ball was very heavy and was emitting waves of energy that were sometimes agile, sometimes heavy, and sometimes sluggish. Even though there was still a long distance between it and Wu Qi could sense that the energy waves emanating from it were very strange. It was as if all the stars in the sky had been compressed into this crystal ball, and it was emitting the energy waves that were unique to all the stars in the universe. The energy waves coming from the countless stars were different, and that was why it had such an unpredictable and ever-changing aura. On top of that, not only the bizarre ripples of energy, but the silver crystal ball itself had also made Wu Qi slowly open his mouth wide in astonishment. In the end, his mouth had been opened to its limit, and his jaw nearly dislocated. Based on the description of the various extraordinary treasures found in the Scroll of Stealing, Wu Qi recognized the origin of this silver crystal ball. Heaven above, Wu Qi really had the thought of looting the entire Yu's secret palace. The silver crystal ball that Yu Chun carefully brought out was actually the core of an innate star. Before the great Saint Pangu created this world, there were many things in the chaos. The aura of chaos gave birth to all things, and there were all kinds of spirit objects living in it. The legendary supreme treasures of chaos were such treasures that were born in the chaos and then refined by someone. Each supreme treasure of chaos contained infinite mysteries. For immortals and Buddhist cultivators, if they had one with them, they would have the foundation to settle down and even found their own sections. There were also innate stars in the chaos. The so-called innate stars were nothing more than clumps of energy formed by the extreme condensation of chaotic energy. They contained countless mysteries of stars, and that was why they were called innate stars. Legend had it that the countless stars in the outer heavenly realms of Pangu continent were evolved from the fragments of innate stars that the great Saint Pangu had shattered. In fact, None of the so-called heavenly star formations could really make full use of the power of all the stars in the universe. Even primordial immortals could only use the power of the million celestial lords conferred by the celestial court to construct a so-called heavenly star formation. The reason why the celestial court was able to confer these celestial lords was that they had mastered the heavenly Tao represented by the corresponding stars. Therefore, they could fuse their aura with the stars, develop their true bodies, and become celestial lords. Only stars that have been mastered by someone could be used to set up formations with their star power. But the core of the innate star in front of Wuxia was complete. It must contain a lot of origin great Tao. If the core of this innate star was shattered, and if enough energy could be gathered, it might be able to give birth to tens of thousands of stars. The origin great Tao contained in every innate star was completely different. That was to say, the great Tao contained in the core of this star was unfamiliar to those primordial immortals who stood high above the celestial court. This meant that if Wuxia could master the core of this star and use it as the core to construct a formation, perhaps those mighty immortals could break the formation with brute force. But no one under the heaven could solve it. Yu Chun carefully came out with the star core in his hands. As he looked down at the silver core, he did not notice the shocked expression on Wuqi's face. Wuqi quickly shut his mouth and adjusted the expression on his face, then came up to Yu Chun and snatched the star core. "What is this, Master Yu? Are all the books of Yin Tian Palace recorded in it?" Wuqi asked Yu Chun as if nothing had happened. The core of this innate star was extremely heavy. Although it was only the size of a human head, it weighed nearly 50 million kilograms. No wonder Yu Chun had to be so careful to bring it out. As a pure oracle, Yu Chun did not have a strong, fleshly body like Wuqi. He had only brought it out with the help of magic. It's just an ordinary star core. My great-great-grandfather found it by accident when he was traveling through the starry sky in the outer heavenly realms. Initially, I thought it was the core of an ancient star, but after being studied by countless elders and masters of the past generations, I found that it is just an ordinary star core. Although it does not have all the magical powers of an ancient star core, it has a very large storage space. Among all the books of formations in Yin Tian Palace, it is the only one that can copy them all at once. Yu Chun shook his head and said with a wry smile, "If I were to use ordinary jade slips, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to copy all the books of formations in Yin Tian Palace without at least 10 million of them. Since I've agreed to give you a copy of all the books, I can only use this star core." Wild with joy, Wuqi hastily bowed deeply and thanked Yu Chun. Heaven above, all the masters and elders of Yin Tian Palace in the past generations had failed to activate the magical innate star core in it. Could it be one of those things recorded in the Scroll of Stealing? Wuqi felt like a hungry mouse who had suddenly fallen into a rice barn. Chapter 725. There is no doubt that it was the core of an innate star. However, even with the knowledge and means of Yu Chun and the other sect masters and elders of Yin Tian Palace, they still could not activate the various great Daos contained in it. It could only mean that it was not the core of an ordinary innate star, but the kaleidoscopic star core, which was recorded in the Scroll of Stealing and ranked in the top 100 of the primal first-grade treasures. The kaleidoscopic star core was named after the fact that it contained everything. The great Daos contained in the core of an ordinary innate star were of the same category. For example, the great Daos contained in the core of an innate star were related to killing, bloodshed, violence, and the flames of war. The great Daos contained the principles of serious injury, tearing, sacrifice, and bloodshed. For example, the three most famous killing stars of the celestial court, Slaughter, Destruction, and Wolf, were born in the same innate star during the primal chaos. Therefore, their star power and the principles they represented were of the same nature. Another example was that the great Daos contained in the core of an innate star were related to the fortune of a living being. In that case, the acquired stars formed after the breaking of a star might represent the fortune of fortune, longevity, offspring, and many other things. Of course, There were also negative fortunes, such as the acquired stars might represent the unlucky fortune of those who fell and broke their heads when they went out, got their teeth stuffed when they drank cold water, or hurt their heels when they farted. The innate principles contained in the core of most innate stars only pointed to a certain part, and the same went for the star power. Only some innate stars could devour and fuse with each other in the primal chaos, and the great Taos contained in them were not just a one-sided principle, but an all-encompassing one. It was not just a few or dozens of innate principles, but thousands or even tens of thousands of different principles. Thousands or tens of thousands of principles might seem scary, but it was actually not that many. For example, the fire of the 5 elements included the stone flame, wood flame, water flame, high heavenly flame, sun flame, and so on. Even the divine flame of order, divine flame of void, and divine flame of great tranquility owned by Wuxia were just a part of the great Tao of fire. The laws of fire could be divided into thousands or even tens of thousands of parts. Therefore, these tens of thousands of grand Taos weren't that many, not at all. However, it was already impressive enough for an ordinary star core to contain a few or even a few dozens of laws. Forcefully stimulating the star core with a secret art could stimulate the power of the laws, allowing the owner of the star core to understand the innate Taos contained within and form the foundation of his own Tao. However, the kaleidoscopic star core contained tens of thousands of laws, and all the laws were intertwined and fused with each other. In fact, it had already formed a small world within the star core. It was not so easy to use external forces to stimulate the laws contained within it. There was a technique in the scroll of stealing called Star Exploring Realm Palm Incantation, which was specifically used to deal with kaleidoscopic star cores, which were primal treasures that had evolved into an entire world. However, these oracles of Yantian Palace were experts in formations. So how could they possibly have such a magical technique? Perhaps the temple masters of the other branches of the secret palace have similar divine abilities? The problem was that the branches of the secret palace never got in touch with each other, and sometimes there were even some minor conflicts between them. Therefore, it was impossible for the temple masters and elders of Yantian Palace to seek help from the people of other branches. Therefore, this kaleidoscopic star core, which contained countless innate Taos and had evolved into a small world within it, had fallen into Wuqi's hands just like that. As soon as he took over the kaleidoscopic star core, which weighed at least 50 million kilograms, Wuqi's heart began to race violently. In the scroll of stealing, there was a secret art that could fuse the kaleidoscopic star core with one's interstitial world, and then use the star-exploring realm palm incantation to stimulate the boundless great Tao contained in the kaleidoscopic star core, and then evolve the ancient starry sky in the interstitial world. Even the Buddhist kingdom in the palm of a Buddha of the Buddhist League could be broken by someone with brute force, because the power of the Buddhist kingdom in the palm had a limit, and so did the cultivation base of the Buddha. But if Wuxia could completely digest the kaleidoscopic star core and evolve the ancient starry sky in his interstitial world, transforming countless great Tao into stars and laying out a primordial star formation, there would be very few people under the heaven who could break his interstitial world. Once the immemorial starry sky in his interstitial world reached the phenomenal level, his interstitial world would possess the true power of a world. Whether it was used to imprison the enemy or to directly suppress and kill the enemy, it would be an invincible weapon. The various wonderful uses of the interstitial world were endless. Carefully holding the kaleidoscopic star core in his hands, Wuqia bowed deeply to Yuchun to express his gratitude, then opened his mouth and swallowed the kaleidoscopic star core, which was about the size of a human head. After cultivating the true body of heaven and earth scripture to the realm of gold immortal, Wuqi's body had gone through some wonderful changes, and he now possessed some powerful divine abilities. For example, he could now open his mouth to a radius of 1,000 miles, and it was not difficult for him to swallow a mountain in one gulp. Looking at Wuqi's cautious and respectful manner, Yuchun happily patted Wuqi's shoulder and said, When you are tired of being the Marquis of EC Province, the position of Yin Tian Palace's teacher oracle will be ready for you. About my little daughter, do you want to visit her when you have time? Although she's only 1 month old, she is already a little beauty. Wuxia stared blankly at Yuchun. Why are you still thinking about your little daughter, who is only 1 month old? As Yuchun was about to try his best to promote his little daughter to Wuxia and bring Wuxia into Yin Tian Palace, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. His fingers moved quickly as he sneered and said, Tan Lang, did you bring a black dragon with an ancient bloodline and 2 dragon pythons of fire and ice to the secret palace? Wuxia raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, Yes, I did. Is there any trouble? Yuchun clenched his teeth and cursed. Who dares to cause trouble to Yin Tian Palace? Damn you, Wu Changqi! How dare the 1,000 Spirit Palace cause trouble to Yin Tian Palace? Grabbing Wuqi's shoulder, Yuchun twisted his body, and a supreme tower that was only about 30 feet tall emerged out of thin air. In the next moment, a beam of black light shot out and swallowed both him and Wuqi. The surrounding void collapsed with a rumble, and numerous runes shot out of the supreme tower and sped away. At the entrance of the secret palace, the Dragon Python sisters were engaged in a fierce battle with the oracles of 1,000 Spirit Palace, led by Wu Changqi golden light that could melt gold and iron, and silver cold light that could freeze everything in the world shot into the sky, causing the surrounding cliffs to collapse. Large chunks of mountains with a radius of several miles and a thickness of several hundred meters would collapse, whistling down from the sky. Coupled with the huge rocks that were constantly collapsing in the surroundings, the scene was simply like doomsday. A black skeleton covered in blood hung over Wu Changqi's head. It looked like a human skeleton, but there were many sharp bone spikes growing out of its joints and a pair of long horns on its head. The skeleton was emitting a large sheet of dark light that shielded him and the disciples behind him. The oracles of 1,000 Spirit Palace kept chanting spells and performing incantation gestures, while throwing all kinds of bone talismans and bone arrows at the Dragon Python sisters. But the Dragon Python sisters had very strong fleshly bodies, and their scales were terrifyingly tough. No matter how many spells, bone talismans, and bone arrows fell on them, the most they could do was slightly crack their scales. The oracles guarding the entrance of the secret palace had long activated the defensive formation. Now, they were guarding the entrance with all their might, watching the fight between Wu Changqi and the Dragon Python sisters with indifferent faces. The oracles of the secret palace were well versed in the principle of staying aloof as long as it was none of their business. What Wu Changqi wanted to do, what the Dragon Python sisters wanted to do, had nothing to do with the oracles guarding the entrance. As long as they did not break into the secret palace and cause trouble, they would not be held responsible. Wu Changqi had to protect the disciples behind him, but his cultivation base was not very high. The reason why Wu Changqi could become the first Hall Master of the 1,000 Spirit Palace was that he had made outstanding achievements in all kinds of strange research and had cultivated some strange creatures. But Wu Changqi's cultivation base was only SOSO. He could suppress AO Buzin with just one hand, but he could do nothing to the Dragon Python sisters. His body trembled violently as the strong gold and silver light that came smashing at him like a storm. The black skull hovering over his head produced a series of loud popping noises as some of its bones were melted, while others were frozen into thick ice flakes. It looked like Wu Changqi's magical artifact was about to be completely destroyed by the Dragon Python sisters. Just then, a strange howl rang out from the secret palace. Then, 3 oracles of the 1,000 Spirit Palace, clad in white robes embroidered with the same pattern as the one on Wu Changqi's chest, rushed out of the palace. These 3 oracles looked very similar to Wu Changqi. They were the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th masters of 1,000 Spirit Palace. Wu Changmei, Wu Changqi, and Wu Changqi, the 4 brothers from the Wu Chang family, were the top 4 masters of 1,000 Spirit Palace, and they were notorious figures in the secret palace. They never reasoned with others and did whatever they wanted. They were unscrupulous to the extreme. This was the first impression that outsiders had of the Four Spirits. Seeing that Xianxia was being beaten back and unable to fight back, then looking at the dragon python sisters hovering in midair and spraying out a rain of light, Wuxiangmei, Wuxiangqi, and Wuxiangqi burst into laughter. Then, they slapped the back of their heads and unleashed 3 black skeletons that looked exactly the same as the one hovering over Wuxiangqi's head. Accompanied by ear-piercing ghost howls, the 4 skeletons spun in the air, leaving behind thousands of ghostly shadows as they pounced at the dragon python sisters and Ao Buzin, who was lying on their heads. When Wuxiangqi controlled 1 skeleton each, it only had a strong defense. But when the 4 brothers unleashed the strange black skeletons at the same time, the surrounding void was instantly sealed by the 4 skeletons, which had formed a formation. The dragon python sisters froze for a moment and could no longer move. Wuxiangqi burst into laughter and said, "Take them down quickly. We'll have some good materials to use this time." The 3 brothers burst into wild laughter, bit the tip of their tongues, and sprayed the blood at the skeletons they controlled. In an instant, the 4 skeletons, which were no taller than a man, expanded to 1,000 feet tall, stretched out their huge claws, and grabbed at the dragon python sisters, who could no longer move because of the spatial seal. In the blink of an eye, a 30 feet tall supreme tower tore through the void next to the dragon python sisters. Yu-chan gave a cold snort and threw out 12 low-grade energy stones, then performed an incantation gesture with both hands and pointed at those energy stones. The 12 energy stones instantly formed a Yuan-Chun Grand Array, shattering the surrounding void. Then, Wuqi rushed out of the Supreme Tower and lunged at the 4 Wuchang brothers. Bowl-sized fists rained down like a meteor shower. Wuxiangqi and his brothers let out miserable howls at the same time. Each of them had been punched dozens of times by Wuqi, and more than half of their bones were broken. Howling, they were knocked flying away by Wuqi. But when the 4 brothers were less than 100 feet away, Wuqi rushed to them, grabbed them by the neck, and threw them to the ground. The 4 brothers were stacked into a pile. Then, Wuqi stepped on the back of Wuxiangqi, who was at the top of the pile. Instantly, the 4 brothers could no longer move. Snorting coldly, Wuqi said in a ferocious voice, "Who hurt Lao Tzu's buddy just now?" Chapter 726. The alarm bell of the secret palace was still ringing intermittently, its deep, hoarse sound echoing through the cliffs and causing pain to the ears. However, apart from the hundreds of white-robed oracles who had gradually gathered at the entrance and activated a formation to protect the entrance, not a single high-ranking oracle of the secret palace had come out to deal with the matter. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yu-chan was proudly pacing back and forth in the square at the entrance, his wrinkled face smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Did this not prove that Yintian Palace was much stronger than the Thousand Spirit Palace? Wuqi had Wuxiangqi and his brothers pinned to the ground and could not get up from the ground, while he himself had easily broken the formation that they had jointly constructed to seal off the void. As members of the secret palace, there was a strong competitive relationship between the various branches. Those who could join the secret palace were all mad scientists with slightly abnormal minds and low emotional intelligence. So, it was impossible to expect them to get along well with each other. This was especially so when the various branch palaces had different ideologies. You look down on me, I look down on you. Insults and fights between each other were commonplace. But today, when the 4 masters of the Thousand Spirit Palace were pinned to the ground and could not get up, it was something that had never happened since the establishment of the secret palace. Even though Yu-chan had once spat in Wuxiangqi's face, he had never trampled Wuxiangqi under his feet. But today, Wuqi did just that. The 4 masters of the Thousand Spirit Palace and the Wuchang brothers were pinned to the ground by Wuqi, unable to move at all. In Yu-chen's mind, Wuqi was a genius in the Tao formations, and sooner or later, he would become the principal oracle of Yintian Palace. Therefore, Wuqi was already a member of Yintian Palace, and no one could deny that fact. A principal oracle of Yin Tian Palace had pinned down 4 masters of the Thousand Spirit Palace. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yu Chan could not help but feel a great sense of satisfaction. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he wanted to laugh out loud to mock Wu Changqi and his brothers. But he had to consider his image as the first master of Yin Tian Palace, so he did not dare to laugh out loud. So he could only pace back and forth, happily nodding at the oracles who were maintaining the mountain guarding formation at the entrance of the secret palace. Wu Qi kept the 4 brothers under his feet, and no matter how hard they struggled, they could not get up. The strongest of the 4 Wuchang brothers was only a second son oracle, which meant that their cultivation base was equivalent to that of a 14th tier gold immortal. So, when they were faced with Wu Qi, a freak who cultivated both fleshly body and magic power as strong as a 5th tier gold immortal, they felt as if dozens of mountains were pressing down on them, making them unable to move. Wu Changqi kept cursing Wu Qi's ancestors while performing incantation gestures with both hands, trying to move Wu Qi's foot away with a magic called Mountain Shifting Spell. However, every time when his Mountain Shifting Spell was about to take shape, the tip of Wu Qi's foot would shake violently, and an invisible wave of energy would shatter the spell to pieces, preventing him from unleashing the spell. When a 14th-tier gold immortal faced a 5th-tier gold immortal, it was like a baby facing an adult longbow man. Wu Changqi and his brothers kept chanting and performing hand seals, trying to summon some powerful magical weapons to deal with Wu Qi. However, Wu Qi's cultivation base was much stronger than theirs, and his physical strength was countless times stronger than theirs. No matter how hard they tried, they could not even budge Wu Qi's foot. The dragon python sisters shrunk their bodies to about a foot long and quickly landed on Wu Qi's shoulder, gently rubbing Wu Qi's earlobe with their heads. Ao Buzin, on the other hand, roared furiously as he enlarged his body to about 10 feet long. Then, he threw himself in front of Wu Changqi and growled, "Are you trying to cut open your ancestor's stomach? You want to use Lao Tzu to do those strange things? And you want to chop off a few kilograms of Lao Tzu's flesh and eat it?" All of a sudden, Ao Buzin opened his mouth and bit off one of Wu Changqi's arms, swallowing it in just a few bites. Wu Changqi howled miserably in pain. Blood mixed with a wisp of black smoke kept spraying out of the broken arm and soon stained the ground. Even Yu Chun was taken aback. He never dreamed that Ao Buzin could be so ferocious. It was one thing for Wu Qi to trample Wu Changqi to the ground and humiliate him. In any case, these masters of the secret palace were all people with abnormal minds, and they were used to being shameless. Last time, when Yu Chun spat saliva all over Wu Changqi's face, Wu Changqi merely rolled up his sleeve and wiped his face clean, as if nothing had happened. But now, Ao Buzin had bitten off Wu Changqi's arm. Something was not right. The dozens of disciples behind Wu Changqi roared furiously at the same time. Suddenly, their bodies began to swell, causing their white robes to burst apart. Among Wu Changqi's disciples were longbow men, feathermen, and even mermen who could only live in the sea. Their white robes had covered their long tails, so no one could see through their identities. Apart from these most common races into Yu, there were also some strange people among Wu Changqi's disciples. For example, there were a few members of the 3-armed race who, in addition to their normal arms, had an extra arm in the middle of their bodies, either in front of their chests or on their backs. These 3-armed race members had the same aptitudes as ordinary people, but the only unique feature was their 3rd arm. Their 3rd arms all had all sorts of wonderful innate abilities. Usually, the 3rd arm was hidden within their body, but when needed, it could be summoned like a thunderbolt. Some members of the 3-limbed race possessed the power to move mountains with their 3rd arm. Some possessed a perfect and indestructible body of diamond. Some could control lightning bolts with their 3rd arm, while some could control earth and fire and raging winds. Some even possessed the ability to shift stars. All of them were comparable to gold immortals. These 3-armed race members had weak, fleshly bodies, and their cultivation bases were not that strong. But with the divine abilities and mystic arts that came with their third arm, they could often kill heaven immortals with ease, and even fight gold immortals to a draw. There were 7 three-armed race members among Wu Changqi's disciples. Seeing their master being humiliated by Wu Qi, and even having one of his arms bitten off by Ao Buzin, the 7 three-armed race members sprung up at the same time. Their bodies grew to about 20 feet tall, and one of their arms spread out before their chests and smashed down toward Wu Qi's head. When 2 of their palms swung down, vague mountain ranges could be seen rising and falling from their palms. These were 2 three-armed race members who had the power to move mountains. The other 2 arms were wreathed in flames, one of which was blue in color and emanated a chilly aura, while the other was crimson in color. Even though they were still a distance away from Wu Qi, he could already feel a great heat wave coming at him, burning even Wu Qi's hair. Among the last 3, one of them had starlight flickering in his palm, another had thunderclaps coming out his arm, and the last one had blue waves bursting out of his palm. Inside his palm was a blue jellyfish, with boundless waves surging and rocking inside it. It looked very impressive. Wu Qi gave a cold snort, threw his head back, and let out a long roar, and his body suddenly grew to about 50 feet tall. As he exercised a dragon kill, large patches of black dragon scales emerged from under Wu Qi's skin. 3 layers of dragon scales covered Wu Qi's body, and his defensive strength soared by 10 times. Spreading his palms, which were as large as a table, Wu Qi gently waved all 10 of his fingers. A ghastly, grayish-white airflow burst out from his palms, bringing with it the howling of ghosts. A chilly wind rose from the ground, wrapped in a white mist, and wrapped around Wu Qi's body. Waving his palms, Wu Qi thrust them towards the 3-armed race members, then exerted force with his feet. The 4 Wuchang brothers had their eyeballs protruding out of their sockets, while white foam kept bursting out from the corners of their mouths. Many of the poor brothers' bones had been broken by Wu Qi's heavy punches, and now, when Wu Qi's body grew even larger, the broken bones pierced into their muscles and internal organs, making them wail in pain. In the next moment, Wu Qi's palms collided with the arms of 7 three-armed race members. 2 three-armed race members, whose palms had mountains rising and falling from them, exerted a force like a landslide, but Wu Qi's divine strength was 100 times stronger than theirs. With just a slap, the arms of 2 three-armed race members were broken. Howling miserably, they were knocked flying several hundred feet away by Wu Qi, falling to the ground and coughing up blood. On the other hand, 2 three-armed race members, whose palms were bursting with flames, had their palms smashed by Wu Qi with a stream of cold energy and a stream of divine flame of order. One of their arms was frozen and shattered, while the other was burned into ashes. Both of them howled and fell to the ground with blood flowing out of their 7 apertures. As for the remaining 3 three-armed race members, they were teleported by Wu Qi's palms, nullifying their attacks, shattering their arms, and knocking them flying backward. Blood was spraying out of their mouths, and all their internal organs were severely injured. Meanwhile, the other disciples of Wu Changqi kept casting all kinds of spells at Wu Qi. However, as Wu Qi had a very strong fleshly body, and the defensive strength of his dragon scales was even more amazing. On top of that, he had unleashed a large number of runes to protect himself. None of these oracles were sun oracles, so how could they possibly hurt him? On the contrary, Wu Qi had fed all the pressure brought by these spells back to the 4 Wuchang brothers, who had been firmly stomped by him. The heavy pressure made them scream, and Wu Changqi, who was the most severely injured, had already fainted. Loud roars echoed out of the secret palace as more than 1,000 oracles of Thousand Spirit Palace rushed out of the secret palace, led by a dozen old oracles. They spread out in all directions and unleashed all kinds of mystic techniques at Wu Qi like a tidal wave. Yuqing gave a cold snort and pointed his finger out. Immediately, numerous dark blue pearls shot out and formed a minor heaven in evil ghost formation around Wuxia and himself. Dozens of ferocious ghost heads were shooting out of each pearl, hovering in midair and greedily devouring all the mystic techniques that came at them. Immediately after that, angry curses rang out as a large group of oracles from Yin Tian Palace rushed out of the secret palace, led by dozens of old oracles. As soon as these oracles appeared, energy stones, immortal stones, formation flags, formation discs, golden and jade sabers, pearls, and thunders flew all over the place. Soon, more than 2,000 formations were formed at the same time, and they were connected into an organic whole in midair like modular products. More than 2,000 formations were nested together, and the final formation that was formed was terrifyingly powerful. More than 1,000 oracles from Thousand Spirit Palace were trapped in the formation. Countless lightning bolts, thunderbolts, golden sabers, and streams of water were smashing down from all directions, while poisonous smoke, evil energy, ghost heads, and fiend deities were flying all over the place. Howling miserably, the oracles of Thousand Spirit Palace were dragged into the formation, and in just a blink of an eye, more than 800 oracles were severely wounded and fell to the ground. It was obvious that the people from Yin Tian Palace did not go too far. At least they did not kill them. However, some of the oracles from Thousand Spirit Palace were charred by the thunderbolts, and at least half of their bodies were cooked. So, it cannot be said that the people from Yin Tian Palace were merciful. Just as the dozen elders of Thousand Spirit Palace were about to be engulfed by the formation, a furious roar echoed out of the secret palace. Enough! Are you done yet? Chapter 727. A skinny old man in ragged clothes, who looked as if he had just been bombarded by thunderbolts hundreds of times, rushed out of the crowd in a threatening manner. Waving his hands and legs, he growled at Yu Chun. "You Lao-san, are you going to use the formation of Yin Tian Palace against your own people?" Yu Chen's eyes went wide as he roared. Who was on the same side as these people from Thousand Spirit Palace? The Wu Chang brothers, who were pinned under Wu Chi's feet and could not move, also roared. We're not on the same side as them. The skinny old man rubbed his brows, feeling a headache coming on. Gnashing his teeth, he growled, "If it weren't for the human emperor's edict, and if you didn't force Lao Tzu, I would never be the grand elder of the secret palace. All day long, 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 are you done?" Yu Chun leaped hundreds of feet into the air, pointed at the Wu Chang brothers, and bellowed, "They're the ones who provoked Yin Tian Palace this time." Except for the unconscious Wu Chang Chi, the three Wu Chang brothers snapped, "Bullshit! Grand Elder Bai Wang, look at us. We're being stepped on by their people. What's so great about Yin Tian Palace? What's so great about having a high cultivation base? If you have what it takes, let us deploy the Myriad Spirits Army formation and have a showdown with them." Bai Huang Imo, the great elder of Great Yu's secret palace, who was in charge of all the daily affairs of the secret palace, blinked his deep eyes that glowed with a faint blue light and muttered in a low voice, a little annoyed, "Decide the winner? Fine, Lao Tzu can't wait for all of you to die." Clenching his teeth, Bai Wang Imo pulled a long face and sighed in a low voice. All right, you're all old men. Although you're slightly younger than me, it's only a matter of 1,000 years. You're all elders into your secret palace, but how old are your children and grandchildren? Why are you still doing these messy things all day long?" He glanced at those elders of the Thousand Spirit Palace, who had their hands tucked into their sleeves and seemed to be fumbling with something. He snorted coldly and said, "If you dare to take out those things from your sleeves, Lao Tzu will break all your bones for the people of Yin Tian Palace." The elders of the Thousand Spirit Palace looked at each other and put their hands behind their backs. Naturally, they also extended their palms out of their sleeves. Bai Wang Imo glared at Yu Chen again and said with a cold snort, "Release him and dispel the formation, or Lao Tzu will help the Thousand Spirit Palace attack your Yin Tian Palace." TSK, Lao Tzu has just mastered the myriad spirits' protection grand divine ability, and I'm eager to see if your Yin Tian Palace's formation can trap Lao Tzu. Yu Chan twitched his mouth, snorted, and glared at Bai Wang, Mo, as he said in a cold voice, "Of course this temporary formation can't do anything to you, Elder Bai Wang. If you have the guts, why don't you take a look at my Yin Tian Palace's defensive formation? If you have the guts, try breaking into my grand formation of vast heaven." While provoking Bai Wang, Mo, Yu Chan clapped his hands, and the elders and oracles of Yin Tian Palace hurriedly retrieved all the energy stones, pearls, formation flags, and formation discs they had shot out, and undid the formation that enveloped the void. Bai Wang, Mo, was taken aback for a moment. Then he growled at Yu Chan angrily, "Lao Tzu is a coward. Lao Tzu doesn't have the guts to break into the grand formation of vast heaven. Old third you got guts. I've just concocted 1,000 fruit dragon saliva soup. Try drinking it if you dare." With a flip of his palm, a small pot carved from black jade, about the size of a wash basin, appeared in Bai Wang Mo's hand. Tiny bubbles the size of mung beans kept rising from the depths of the dark potion, while a suffocating stench spread out rapidly. Even Wuxia, who had transformed into a dragon man, staggered a few steps back. The stench was simply too horrible. Sounds of vomiting could be heard everywhere. Some oracles, who did not have a strong cultivation base and could not dodge in time, began to throw up. Only heaven knew what was mixed in Bai Wang Mu's dragon saliva and 1,000 fruit soup. The stench was so horrible that it made some oracles spit out their bile in just a few moments. Some oracles vomited so hard that yellow-green bile gushed out of their nostrils. They clutched their necks in pain, and their spasming fingers nearly broke their necks. Yu Chen's face turned extremely unsightly. He fixed his eyes on the soup in Bai Wang Mo's hand, then turned his head away and said, "For so many years, no one has ever broken into the grand array of vast heaven of Yin Tian Palace." Bai Wang Mo proudly showed off the little pot to the crowd. Then he narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "All the decoctions Lao Tzu concocted are from the ancient secret recipes. After being carefully modified by Lao Tzu, those who have drunk Lao Tzu's decoctions have all turned into dead ghosts. It's quite powerful." He took a deep breath complacently and said, "Lao Tzu's goal with this dragon saliva 1,000 fruit soup is to poison a primordial immortal to death. Those gold immortals do not deserve to taste Lao Tzu's craftsmanship with such a superb decoction." Wuxia stared blankly at Bai Wang Mo and wondered, which primordial immortal would drink your decoction? Perhaps the dragon saliva 1,000 fruit soup is very poisonous, but its smell is too horrible. I can smell it from hundreds of miles away. Which primordial immortal would drink your decoction? However, after Bai Wang Mo's interruption, the oracles of Yin Tian Palace and Thousand Spirit Palace had separated. The oracles of Yin Tian Palace were standing lazily behind Yu Chan, while the oracles of Thousand Spirit Palace were busy trying to save their companions. A few elders of Thousand Spirit Palace rushed to the severely wounded Wu Chang brothers and hurriedly took out pills and fed them to them. At the same time, they set their bones, and bandaged their wounds with medicinal powder. However, as one of Wu Chang's arms was bitten off by A.O. Buzin, they could not save him in a short period of time. Therefore, the elders could only bandage his wounds first, then wake him up with some incense, which was similar to mugwort. The dizzy Wu Changchi opened his eyes and saw Bai Wang Mo, who was swaggering around with a small pot made of black jade in his hand. Wu Changchi immediately let out a miserable howl at the top of his voice. "You must uphold justice for me, Grand Elder. Yin Tian Palace has gone too far. This brat is simply lawless. You must punish them severely and kill this brat. Also, you must bring the dragon and 2 pythons to our 1,000 Spirit Palace." Yu Chan jumped to his feet and roared, "I'd like to see who into you dares to touch even a hair on Tan Lang's head. He is a member of Yin Tian Palace. Wu Changchi, if you touch him, you'll be attacking Yin Tian Palace as well." elders set up the mysterious heaven-devouring formation and kill these scourges of the Thousand Spirit Palace. Bai Wang Mo, if you dare to help them, Yu Chun, will never forgive you. Back then, you were too old to cultivate, seducing. Bai Wang Mo threw his head back and let out a furious roar. The deafening rumble shook all the oracles present and caused them to fall to the ground. Even Wuxia felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. His eyes were filled with stars as he fell to the ground, unable to come to his senses for a long time to understand what was going on. His roar shocked all the oracles present. Then, Bai Wang Mo waved his sleeve triumphantly. The pattern of 8 dark supreme towers on his sleeve was so dazzling and eye-catching. Holding his head high, he snorted coldly and said, Lao Tzu already knows the cause and effect of the incident. It is clearly Thousand Spirit Palace's fault this time. Xianxia, if you dare to say another word, Lao Tzu will strangle you right now. He glared fiercely at the masters and elders of Thousand Spirit Palace, then said with a cold grin, Thousand Spirit Palace is the one who is at fault. What materials are you trying to capture? If you have the guts, go to the Celestial Court and rob them. Why do you have to touch the belongings of Yin Tian Palace's disciples? That is what you should not have done. All right. Thousand Spirit Palace will pay a little compensation to Tanlang, and this matter will be over. The dark clouds in the sky will disperse just like that. Ha ha! We are all from the secret palace, and we are all family. Xianxia trembled with rage. He glanced at the hundreds of oracles behind him, who were badly wounded and had no idea whether they were dead or alive. Then at Bai Wang Mo, whose eyes were gleaming with an eerie blue light, and whose face was filled with the expression of violence and threat. Recalling some of the great achievements Bai Wang Mo had made, Xianxia gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger. Glancing greedily at Ao Buzin, who was coiled around Wuqi's neck, and then at the dragon python sisters, who were lying on Wuqi's shoulder, Xianxia gritted his teeth and muttered, Fine, I'll admit that I'm wrong this time. But as for whether it is really Thousand Spirit Palace's fault, we'll have to wait until our Grand Elder comes out of seclusion. But it is true that we are wrong today, but that doesn't mean we will be wrong in the future. At least, we are wrong today. Licking his lips with his scarlet tongue, Xianxia snorted coldly and said, Well, your name is Tanlang, isn't it? What compensation do you want? I'm warning you. Before Xianxia could finish, Yu Qin jumped to his feet again and said, Who are you warning? Xianxia? Do you have no respect for Grand Elder Bai Wang? Bai Wang Mo snorted coldly and gave Xianxia a displeased glare. Xianxia rolled his eyes, then said through clenched teeth, This is the record of all the treasures in Thousand Spirit Palace's storehouse. With a flip of his palm, he produced a piece of dragon vertebra with a strange shape and threw it to Wuqia. As soon as Wuqia sent his divine sense into the dark vertebra, a massive amount of data immediately rushed into his divine soul. All the information about the countless treasures in Thousand Spirit Palace's storehouse instantly poured into Wuqi's divine soul. The amount of data was so huge that it exploded in Wuqi's divine soul without any buffering. If it were not for the fact that Wuqi now possessed a very strong divine soul, his divine soul might have been damaged and turned into an idiot. Holding the vertebra tightly in his hand, Wuqi gave Xianxia a cold look and said in a deep voice, All right, I'm not greedy. There are 100 divine beast bloodlines here. Please give them to me, Master Wuchang, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Wuqi's heart pounded violently once again. After fusing the bloodlines of 100 divine beasts with himself, Wuqi would have the transformation of 100 divine beasts. How could the legendary Heavenly Dipper and Earthly Fiend transformation compare with Wuqi's miraculous transformation of bloodlines? Today, when the Thousand Spirit Palace was coveting Ao Buzin and the Dragon Python sisters, they had suffered a great loss. 4 of their masters were trampled to the ground and humiliated by Wuqi, and hundreds of their disciples were severely wounded by Yin Tian Palace's formation. No matter how one looked at it, Wuxia had the upper hand. Therefore, Wuxia only wanted the bloodlines of 100 divine beasts. Being too greedy would leave a bad impression on others. As for the countless treasures recorded in the vertebra, based on the fact that Wu Changqi had plotted against Wuxia just now, Wuxia would definitely find an opportunity to take them all away. Wuxia swore that he would take away all the materials from the bodies of countless divine beasts and fowls in Thousand Spirit Palace. Beside him, Baiwang Imo burst into laughter and said, "Look, isn't this great? The dark clouds in the sky have dispersed, and we are still one family." Baiwang Imo burst into laughter, and Yu Chun was grinning from ear to ear. But how could those people from Thousand Spirit Palace still laugh? They stared fixedly at Wu Qi, remembering his face when he appeared in the name of Tan Lang. Chapter 728. The courtyard was filled with ancient trees that towered into the sky. Behind a courtyard that occupied an area of more than 10,000 acres in Liangzhu, there was a small island surrounded by a lake. Amidst the lush greenery, a stone pagoda about 1,000 feet tall stood slanted up into the sky. The top floor of the pagoda was open, with a few stone hassocks placed inside, each with a small stone table placed in front of it. At the center of the pagoda was a small stove that was spewing red flames. Inside a bronze kettle was a pot of cold spring water extracted from an underground cold spring, slowly emitting a faint white mist. The cold spring water extracted from the depths of Liangzhu was extremely cold and heavy, yet it was extremely sweet and mellow, making it an excellent quality for making tea. However, the water was too cold. Although it had been agilely boiled for nearly an hour using a fire element energy stone in the stove, it still could not boil. Two maidservants clad in long black dresses with delicate features were kneeling beside the stove, carefully tending to the fire and checking on the cold spring water in the kettle from time to time. A few excellent tea bricks were placed beside them. The green tea bricks were giving off a sweet fragrance that could calm one's mind and make one feel as if they were walking on clouds. Gao was sitting cross-legged on one of the hassocks, his eyelids drooping as if he was meditating. He placed his hands in front of his knees and held his breath. He slowly inhaled and exhaled, and each breath lasted for a quarter of an hour. He had been sitting like this for a long time, so long that he seemed to have become a part of the stone pagoda, becoming one with it. Next to him were three middle-aged men who looked similar to him, but their expressions were even duller and duller. They were also sitting neatly on the praying mats, breathing in and out deeply, as if they were wooden sculptures made of clay, without the slightest bit of vitality. Occasionally, their eyes would meet as if they were exchanging some opinions, but most of their attention was on Gao. The three middle-aged men were clad in black brocade robes that glinted faintly with a jade gleam. Their robes looked inconspicuous, but they were actually made of the finest silk, mixed with extremely rare threads extracted from nephrite using a secret technique. Such a material had a defensive strength no weaker than an ordinary Heaven Immortal artifact. On top of that, these robes were made by master craftsmen of the Yu using a secret technique and were densely covered with countless runes and restrictive spells. Each of these robes cost tens of thousands of gold coins and had a very strong defensive strength. In the Yu, those who could wear such robes must be the princes of the Yu's imperial clan. In comparison, Gao's coarse black linen clothes, which never changed at all seasons, looked a little shabby. However, Gao's aura was several times stronger than the three middle-aged men. Even though he was wearing a sackcloth and sitting beside them, he still appeared to have a higher status than them. It was as if the three men were his attendants. For men and two maidservants sat silently on the stone pagoda, and the wind blowing over the lake brought the aroma of flowers and grass to them. Liangzhu was rich in natural energy, so the flowers and grass here grew very well. If not for the oracles of the Directorate of Celestials erasing their sentience, countless demons would have been born among these flowers and grass. Even so, the aroma of the flowers and grass here was as refreshing as spirit pills and miraculous medicines, and had a powerful effect of thoroughly cleansing one's internal organs. If one stayed here for a long time, it would have the effect of prolonging one's life. A gust of wind blew and swirled around the pagoda, and suddenly a man appeared on the last empty hassock in the pagoda. Gao and the other 3 men bowed at the same time and said in a deep voice, "Father." The 2 maidservants hurriedly threw themselves to the ground and bowed. "Your Highness." King Xianxia, Ji Kuei, the father of Gao and the other 3 men, snorted softly and waved his hand slightly. The 2 maidservants straightened up obediently and began to serve the stove and the kettle even more carefully, not daring to make a single sound. Gao and his 3 brothers also straightened up and looked at Ji Kuei with their heads held high. Ji Kuei, who was nearly 10 feet tall, looked a bit scrawny. His face was covered by a layer of purple mist, which looked like a veil covering half of his scrawny face, making it hard for anyone to see his face through the purple mist. In the imperial court of Great Yu, Gao was known for being the most unpredictable. Very few people could figure out what he was thinking and what he wanted to do. Sitting cross-legged on the hassock, Ji Kuei cleared his throat and said slowly, "Gao, you've done a good job this time. I never thought you could really kill that old demon Taoist. When the 5 of us mobilized an army of 1,000,000 soldiers, and I even begged a few seniors to set up an ambush, we only managed to seriously injure him. I never thought you could really kill him." Gao bowed slightly and said in a deep voice, "I was just lucky to meet a talented man like Tan Lang." Before Ji Kuei could say anything, Ji Dai, King Xianxia, who was also Gao's eldest brother, said in a deep voice that Tan Lang cultivates both fleshly body and magic, making him a rare talent. Especially since he has been rewarded by His Majesty, he will surely gain a lot from this trip to Yin Tian Palace. Royal Father, this child's subordinates are lacking in manpower. Since Master Yu has already been sent by Royal Father to help 3rd brother, why don't you transfer this Tan Lang to work under this child?" Ji Dai, who had thin lips and looked a little cold and ruthless, looked at Gao with a smile and said, "3rd brother, you've been promoted to a king, and you're now King Yufeng, which makes you much better than us good-for-nothing brothers. Surely you won't miss a mere Tan Lang, will you?" "A mere Tan Lang?" Gao arched his brows and sneered. "A mere Tan Lang? Do you know how much effort I've put into recruiting Tan Lang? Do you know that in addition to the territories His Majesty has given him in EC province, Tan Lang's original EC province already has several provinces under his name? Do you know how much Gao owes Bo Zhongfu to befriend Tan Lang in order to get so much land from Bo Zhongfu's Zhong province?" Before Wuxia was conferred the title of Marquis of EC province, Gao, who is still King Xianxia, had helped Wuxia expand the territory of EC County several times in order to win him over. However, Donghai County was under the jurisdiction of Hai Province, and the few nearby provinces were all lower-grade provinces under the jurisdiction of Zhong Province. In order to get enough land from these provinces for Wuxia, Gao had reached many agreements with Bo Zhongfu. In order to win over Wuxia, Gao had spent a great deal of effort and paid a great price. Now that Ji Dai wanted to take Wuxia away, how could Gao possibly agree? With a cold snort, Gao said in a flat tone, "If you feel that you don't have enough subordinates, you can take Yu Qingsheng if you like him. But if anyone dares to touch Tan Lang, don't blame me for not respecting our brotherhood." Sitting on a hassock, Ji Kuei did not seem to hear the argument between his eldest and 3rd sons. He sat there like a stone statue, not responding to Gao and Ji Dai's words. It was only when Gao mentioned Yu Qingsheng in an extremely disgusted tone that Ji Kuei narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold gleam flickering in them, as if he had thought of something. Ji Dai gave Gao a sideways glance and said with a cold grin, "Oh, does 3rd brother think so highly of Tan Lang? Although he has the aptitude for cultivating both fleshly body and magic, it doesn't mean that he will be able to go on smoothly. If something were to happen to him, wouldn't the things that 3rd brother gave him be wasted? Ji Dai's words were filled with blatant threats. Gao snorted coldly and unleashed a chilling aura around him. If anything happens to Tanlang, the 9 divine generals under Big Brother's command will definitely meet their end, he said, glaring at Ji Dai. Ji Dai's face turned livid as he gave Gao a fierce glare and sneered. Gao's second brother, Jiyu, and his fourth brother, Jilan, exchanged a glance. Jiyu, who was so burly that one could not help but suspect that he had the blood of the Longbow Kingdom, said in a deep voice, "Third brother, you've made a great contribution and have been conferred the title of King Yufeng, but I'm still King Xiao. Lend me that Tanlang for a while, and when I—" Without waiting for Jiyu to finish, Gao turned him down and said, "Second brother, there's no need to talk about this anymore. If you do, it will hurt our brotherhood." Right after Gao refused Jiyu, King Dongxiao, who had a pair of wings growing out of his back and was clearly the son of King Yangshan and a feather woman, blinked his eyes, then cupped his fist at Gao and said with a smile, "Third brother, both of my brothers have a strong army, but I—" With a wave of his hand, Gao sneered at Jilan and said, "Fourth brother, just give it up. Do you think I have such a good relationship with you? Who was the one who took the girl I liked by force when I was away with my army? Who was the one who slandered me in front of my father and almost made him order me to be flogged 10,000 times? Lend you Tanlang? Do you think you're worth my time?" Jilan smiled faintly, but the color of his face did not change at all. In front of King Yangshan, Ji Kuei, Gao, and his 3 brothers had put on a good show of brotherly love. But Ji Kuei did not seem to hear what his 4 sons had said. He cleared his throat and waved his hand. Immediately, the 4 brothers shut their mouths, bowed their heads, and stopped moving. Ji Kuei glanced at his 4 sons and said coldly, "Don't even think about touching third brother. It's his luck that he was able to recruit Tanlang. Panga Continent is a vast place, filled with countless extraordinary people and strange things. I wonder how many talents are hiding in the wilderness. Why don't you find them yourself?" With a cold snort, Ji Kuei said in a flat tone, "King Baishan and his sons have been playing tricks lately. The internal strife between you brothers is a trivial matter, but the fight between King Baishan and King Xianxia, those 2 rascals, is a matter of life and death. You have to figure out the key to it." Ji Kuei gave Gao a look and said in a deep voice, "Since Yu Qingsheng is not on good terms with you, let him assist eldest brother. His Majesty has given you so many fiefs for your meritorious service. Are you short of men to manage them?" Gao bowed and said in a deep voice, "I have many soldiers under my command, but very few people to manage government affairs." Ji Kuei nodded slowly, then clapped his hands and said indifferently, "Well, let Feng Lingling help you. After all, he used to be the prefecture overseer of Zhong province, and he is more than enough to help you manage your fiefs. But he is carrying a heavy responsibility, so don't let those people find out about him." With a gust of wind, Feng Lingling, the former prefecture overseer of Zhong province, appeared silently in the stone pagoda. Overjoyed, Gao burst out laughing, while the faces of Ji Dai, Jiyu, and Jilan turned extremely unsightly. Chapter 729. 100 beams of blood-colored light were twisting in front of Wuxia like agile snakes. They were colorful, ranging from red, orange, yellow, green, and many other colors. The thinnest of these beams was several times thinner than a hair, and the thickest was as thick as a bucket. The shortest was only about 3 feet long, and the longest was about 1,000 feet long. Each beam was emanating a powerful and mysterious blood energy fluctuation, and they were pulsating like a heart. A faint mist swirled around them, and from time to time, the shadows of some giant beasts and birds of prey could be seen flashing in it. There were shadows of azure dragons, white tigers, black tortoises, blue lawns, phoenixes by Fong, and all sorts of ancient divine beasts and fowls. These were the bloodlines of the 100 divine beasts and fowls that Wuxia extorted from Thousand Spirit Palace. As long as he fused with these bloodlines, he would be able to transform into any of them at any time, possess their innate divine abilities, and master the various mystic arts inherited in their bloodlines. Whether it was immortals or mortals into you, they all admitted that divine beasts and fowls were created by the heaven and earth, and that each of them corresponded to a certain great Tao and law of heaven and earth. Therefore, many things that immortals and humans could not do could be easily done by these divine beasts and fowls. For example, if a gold immortal tried to dive into a bottomless abyss that was hundreds of thousands of miles deep, his immortal body would be crushed by the water pressure. But even a young azure dragon could enter such a deep abyss and walk freely without being harmed. It was also like the astral winds in the ninth heaven, which were filled with countless dangers, and some of them were so dangerous that even primordial immortals had to be careful. But Gales, who had just been born from the eggshell, could travel freely in the astral winds, just like mortals walking on the ground. This was their instinct, their innate divine ability. The bloodlines of the 100 divine beasts and fowls that Thousand Spirit Palace compensated Wuxia were extremely pure. They were the experimental materials extracted by Thousand Spirit Palace's oracles when they slaughtered those divine beasts and fowls with ancient bloodlines for experiments. With these 100 bloodlines, Wuxia could transform into 100 divine beasts and fowls, and he could easily go to some places that ordinary people could not. Thinking back to some dangerous places recorded in the Scroll of Stealing, if Wuxia were to barge into those places with his current cultivation base of 5th-tier gold immortal, he would definitely die. But with the power of these divine beasts and fowls, Wuxia could easily go to those places and take the treasures away. On top of that, there were also the treasure vaults of those almighty experts, whose restrictive spells could not escape the natural forces derived from the various great Taos. With the innate escape art and the incarnations of these divine beasts, it would be much easier for him to sneak into someone's mansion and rob them in the future. Using the 7 foundation elevating technique to control chaotic energy, refine the bloodline, and transform into divine beasts and birds was a supreme mystic art found in Scroll of Stealing. The shadowy figure who taught Wuxia the Scroll of Stealing possessed the bloodline of over 3,700 divine beasts and birds. Compared to him, Wuxia was still far inferior. Looking at the twisted faces of the oracles of Thousand Spirit Palace in front of him, Wuxia smiled, then waved his hand and put the 100 bloodlines into his sleeve. He had already offended these oracles today, and these 100 bloodlines of divine beasts and fowls were more than enough. There were more than 2,000 bloodlines of various divine beasts in the secret vault of Thousand Spirit Palace, and he would find a chance to visit them in the future. Cupping his fist and bowing to Xianxia, whose face was livid, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "Today's matter is over. If the Thousand Spirit Palace continues to pester me." Standing next to him, Baiwang Mo waved his hand and said, "If they continue to pester you, Yantian Palace will fight them to the death. Lao Tzu will not interfere in this matter." His secret dealings in the past had almost been exposed by Yuchun. Baiwang Mo flung his sleeves a little resentfully, carried his stinking pot of medicine soup, and walked into the secret palace with his head held high. As soon as he entered the secret palace, Baiwang Mo suddenly slapped himself on the head, turned around, and said with a cold grin, "Look at how badly the gate of the secret palace has been damaged. Want to be a disgrace to the secret palace if word gets out? Wuxiangqi, you're the one who caused this, so you have to fix the gate." Wuxiangqi and his 3 brothers exchanged a glance, snorted coldly at the same time, then gritted their teeth and agreed to the task. Just now, the Dragon Python sisters had unleashed their divine light of ice and fire all over the sky, causing a 100 miles long section of the cliff in front of the secret palace to collapse. The statues on the cliff were smashed to pieces, and the entire cliff was covered in melting magma. There were even large icebergs hanging on the cliff. With ice and fire coexisting with each other, it was a very ugly and messy scene. It was not an easy task to make the facade of the secret palace as magnificent and solemn as it used to be. But Xianxia was being suppressed by someone else. Those powerful elders of the Thousand Spirit Palace were in a secluded cultivation, so Xianxia, who lacked a strong backer, could only swallow his pride. Seeing Xianxia's expression, Yucheng could not help but laugh in a strange voice. He took a few steps in front of the people of the Thousand Spirit Palace, then laughed and said, "Please go back, elders. Haha, if anyone dares to provoke the people of Yintian Palace, don't blame me for getting angry and placing the grand array of great heaven in front of their ancestral mansion." Huh! The elders and oracles of Yintian Palace were laughing arrogantly and wildly. Today, the people of Yintian Palace had set up a formation and severely wounded hundreds of oracles of the Thousand Spirit Palace, which made them feel very proud. It was always like this in the branch palaces of the Secret Palace. A little dispute could easily lead to a big conflict. Of course, such conflicts rarely resulted in deaths, and usually, the dignity of a branch palace was completely trampled on. Today, the Yintian Palace had severely humiliated the Thousand Spirit Palace. It was a very good feeling. One after another, the oracles of Yintian Palace and Thousand Spirit Palace returned to their respective palaces. Those who were studying the formation went back to studying it, and those who were healing the wounded and dying went back to treating their injured colleagues. The Wuchang brothers, who had been brutally beaten and humiliated, had to pay for the bloodlines of 100 divine beasts and fowls, began to figure out how to regain their dignity. But it had nothing to do with Wuxia. As the first master of Yintian Palace, Yucheng personally saw Wuxia out of the secret palace. As the two of them walked in the windy valley, Yucheng carefully introduced the various branches of the secret palace to Wuxia, as well as the complicated relationships between them. Through Yucheng's narration, Wuxia gained a deeper understanding of the secret palace. The so-called secret palace was an amalgamation of the smartest and most talented geniuses in DU. They studied all kinds of profound knowledge in the secret palace, and the things they studied covered almost everything in the world. But because the secret palace was made up of a group of geniuses, each of them was proud and arrogant, and refused to submit to anyone they met. Therefore, there were many disputes between the various branches of the secret palace. Each branch palace thought that the things they studied were the great Tao of the world, while the other branches studied crooked and wicked things. Therefore, every branch palace would have a small-scale, high-intensity conflict every few days. However, it was rare for anyone to lose their lives. Today's conflict with the Thousand Spirit Palace only involved a little over 2,000 people. It was not a big scene at all. Just half a year ago, a conflict broke out between the Thousand Spirit Palace and the Divine Gu Palace, which specialized in the study of all kinds of witchcraft poisons, because two disciples fell in love and broke up with each other. The two branches sent out tens of thousands of oracles to fight each other with all kinds of mystic arts. During the 3-month-long conflict, zombies and poisonous creatures were crawling all over the secret palace, and all kinds of strange and unheard-of venomous things rolled and crawled all over the place. In the end, all the branches of the secret palace were involved. By the time all the elders of the secret palace's elder council came out to suppress the conflict, 150,000 oracles of the secret palace had been bedridden. The elders of the secret palace's elder council flew into a rage and locked all the elders of the Thousand Spirit Palace and Divine Gu Palace in a secret cave at the back of the mountain for half a year to reflect on their mistakes. This was the reason why Xianxia and the others said that their elders were in secluded cultivation. 150,000 oracles are bedridden. Wuxia looked at Yucheng in amazement. The old man's face was beaming with excitement, and he was dancing with joy, as if he was still excited about the fact that Yintian Palace had secretly deployed the Little Red Sun 9 Dragons Fiend Refining Formation a few months ago and burned more than 24,000 oracles of the Thousand Spirit Palace, Divine Gu Palace, and 3 other branches. Do you know why Xianxia was so submissive when he saw me attacking him today. Yu Chun proudly said, 4 months ago, this old master and my people laid out the Crimson Sun Nine Dragons minor fiend refining formation, burning tens of thousands of their disciples and forcing them to flee like rats. Before they regained their face, who dares to be presumptuous in front of this old master? Yu Chun snorted coldly, looked at Wuxia, smiled, and said, Tan Lang, you're a genius who cultivates both magic and fleshly body, so I really want you to join Yantian Palace. With you as our capable general, Yantian Palace will be able to suppress them. Wuxia laughed dryly. He suddenly felt that it was a wise decision for him to refuse to join Yantian Palace. He did not think his latent talent was very good, but he was lucky enough to find a heaven-defying treasure like the Scroll of Stealing. A place like the Yu's secret palace, where geniuses and lunatics gathered in droves, was really not suitable for him. Yu Chun could see the reluctance on Wuqi's face. He sighed softly, patted Wuqi's shoulder, and murmured in a low voice, She's my youngest daughter. You better think it through. As long as you marry my daughter, Yu Mu and the others will have to address you as patriarch when they see you. With that, your seniority will rise instantly. Wuxia laughed dryly, his face twitching. He dared not to answer Yu Chun's question. Yu Chun shook his head helplessly. A dozen white-robed oracles were waiting quietly in the clearing in front of them, and 2 old men in black robes were standing off to the side, looking in their direction. Yu Chun blinked his eyes, lowered his voice, and said to Wuxia, Those 2 little fellows are the supervisors of the treasury of the Directorate of Celestials. His Majesty has ordered you to pick a supreme tower from the Directorate of Celestials as a reward, right? Wuxia nodded. Emperor Haozuan had indeed given him this extra reward. Yu Chun gave the 2 old men a quick glance, then came close to Wuqi's ear and said with a smile, There's a hidden treasury in the depths of the treasury. The way to open it is as follows. Choose those supreme towers that are the most dusty and hidden in the most inconspicuous corners. The older they look, the better. Especially those that look like they are missing a corner. You must not let them go. Wuxia gave Yu Chun a look of horror, but Yu Chun just laughed, flicked his sleeve, and spun into the valley. While Wuxia was pondering over Yu Chun's words, the 2 old men in black spoke dryly. Marquis of East Sea Province, follow us to the treasury of the Directorate of Celestials to pick a supreme tower that His Majesty has bestowed upon you. Chapter 730. Through the teleportation formation constructed by the white-robed oracles, Wuxia and the 2 chief supervisors were teleported to a group of magnificent palaces. In the center was a square that measured about 10 miles in both width and length, surrounded by square, pitch-black palaces. In front of each of these palaces stood a number of huge stone pillars, and the green light emitted from them made one look like a ghost. A gust of wind passed through the cracks in the palaces and swept across the square. The moaning of the wind sounded like the sigh of a wild ghost, bringing with it a desolate air. The palaces and the square were extremely old, and every boulder, every stone pillar, and every flagstone on the ground had the unique marks of time. All the palaces were lying on the ground like ancient beasts, exuding a ferocious and mysterious aura that made one's heart palpitate amidst the gloomy air. Many oracles in black robes were walking in and out of the palaces. All of them were moving slowly and unhurriedly, just like how the entire Great Yu gave off the feeling of the entire dynasty. Everyone had a straight face, and when they walked, their eyes were fixed on a certain spot on the floor in front of them, making them look a little dull and lifeless. But just by looking at the patterns of golden suns and silver moons on the sleeves of these oracles, one could tell that these oracles, who looked like wooden men, actually possessed an extremely strong overall strength. They were dull and lifeless, like the walking dead, but contained a power that could destroy everything in their bodies. This was not only the impression these oracles gave people, but also the impression of the entire dynasty of the Yu. Wuxia did not have the time to study the surrounding scenery, as two black-robed old men held him from both sides and brought him to a palace in the distance. In just a few steps, the two old men had used some kind of magic that could shrink the ground into inches to bring Wuxia to the front of the palace. This palace was the same as countless other palaces near and far. It was square-shaped and built with black boulders. Countless complicated runes were carved on the surface of the stones, which were polished to a mirror-like surface and inlaid with black energy stones, forming a powerful defensive formation. On the roof of the palace stood some black-robed heaven, eye people, and god, ear people. They formed an impenetrable defense system to prevent outsiders from approaching this palace. In front of the hall, there was a gate that was about 10 feet wide and more than 100 feet tall. Stone steps paved with huge stones led to this gate in front of Wuxia. The inside of the gate was dark, and the green light from the outside couldn't penetrate it. It gave people a feeling that this gate led directly to another world, a world that didn't belong to the living. This great hall was built on a stone platform that was hundreds of meters tall. In front of Wuxia, there was a wide stone staircase that led straight to the front door of the great hall. On the stone staircase, hundreds of warriors wearing heavy armors and long black robes were standing. The exposed skin of these heavy armor warriors was densely covered with all kinds of colorful tattoos. These tattoos glowed faintly and flowed slowly like living creatures, forming a set of living diagrams. Wuxia narrowed his eyes. Is this the unique formation of the Yu's Directorate of Celestials? Using a special potion and a special technique to embroider all kinds of runes on a person's body, these formations would automatically absorb all kinds of natural energy and inject it into the body, strengthening the muscles and bones according to the design of the formation. Coupled with the help of all kinds of special potions, the warriors with these formations could quickly gain a powerful fighting strength without the need of cultivation. This was a mystic art that the Yu's Directorate of Celestials excelled in quickly producing powerful warriors in large quantities. It was said that in the ancient times, the immortals of the Celestial Court had several fierce conflicts with the Yu. On several occasions, the immortals who almost won were thrown into confusion by the fearless runes warriors quickly produced by the Directorate of Celestials. In the end, both immortals and the Yu suffered heavy losses, and no one gained any advantage. The most frightening thing was that when the warriors possessed by the runes warriors died, their souls would be imprisoned in their fleshly bodies, never to be reincarnated. Their fleshly bodies would transform into a forbidden existence that was half zombie and half ghost, possessing an overall strength that was 100 times stronger than when they were alive. It was because of this characteristic that the art of runes warriors was also a forbidden art into Yu. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the Directorate of Celestials would not dare to produce a large number of them. The warriors in front of him did not have the slightest aura of a living person, and there were only 2 balls of dim green flames leaping in their eye sockets. They were not living people, but dead spirits whose souls were imprisoned in their bodies. Wuxia carefully sensed their strength with his divine will, and found that they were very strong, indescribably strong. These warriors possessed an aura of death that was completely opposite to life. If one was hit by them, it would not be a pleasant experience, but a fatal one. These warriors looked at Wuxia with gloomy eyes, being held hostage by 2 black-clothed old men. Wuxia walked up the stone steps step by step and entered the great hall through the pitch-black door. As soon as he stepped through the door, a gust of cold air blew at his face, bringing with it an indescribable odor. It made Wuxia's nose itch and made him sneeze a few times. Amidst Wuxia's sneezes, a faint phosphorescent light lit up the dark great hall. One of the black-clothed old men said in a deep voice, "According to His Majesty's decree, Marquis of East Sea can pick any supreme tower here and take it away. He, a genius who cultivates both fleshly body and magic, should be given such preferential treatment. In the future, Marquis of East Sea is very likely to become a supreme expert." Another black-clothed old man pulled Wuxia's hand and led him to a corner of the great hall. "Today, Marquis of East Sea will owe me a favor. This is the best supreme tower in the Directorate of Celestials. If Marquis of East Sea achieves great success in the future, you just need to take care of our descendants." When the phosphorescent light shone, Wuxia had a clear look at the interior of the Great Hall. It was a space that measured hundreds of miles in both width and length, and was dozens of miles in height. Countless pitch-black supreme towers, large and small, were hovering in the air. The largest supreme tower was about a mile tall, while the smallest was only a few inches tall. But, regardless of their size, all the supreme towers had faint runes flashing on their surfaces, emanating powerful energy fluctuations. Every year, the Directorate of Celestials of the you would collect countless rare materials and forge a certain number of supreme towers. When a new supreme oracle was born into you, he would come here and pick a supreme tower as his future place of cultivation and residence. At the same time, the supreme towers had the ability to break through the void and were the daily means of transportation for supreme oracles. But supreme oracles did not appear every year, and every year, the Directorate of Celestials of you would produce a different number of supreme towers. Therefore, over the years, the number of supreme towers in the storehouse had been increasing. Based on what Wuxia could see, there were more than 100,000 supreme towers in the storehouse. These supreme towers were also the strategic ordnance of the U. If a conflict broke out between the U and a certain power, those sun oracles who were not qualified to own a supreme tower would come here to get a temporary supreme tower as a backup. The supreme tower was a powerful magical artifact with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Although only supreme oracles had enough power to really drive a supreme tower, as long as they were willing to spend immortal stones and energy stones, even sun oracles could drive a supreme tower to fight for a short period of time. A lower-grade supreme tower filled with enough immortal stones and energy stones was enough to give a sun oracle an offensive and defensive strength infinitely close to that of a 9th-tier primordial expert for a few days. Moreover, there were more than 100,000 supreme towers in this storehouse, and the energy core of each supreme tower was filled with immortal stones and energy stones. This showed how strong the resources of the U were. The black-clothed old man brought Wuxia to a corner of the hall, where dozens of fist-sized, pitch-black supreme towers hovered, emitting a faint silver gleam. The black-clothed old man looked at Wuxia and said with a smile, "These are the strongest supreme towers made in recent years. All the materials and runes are personally made by Yu Chaofeng, the most brilliant craftsman in the Directorate of Celestials." Yu Chaofeng was a member of the Yu's Yu Chao clan. In the Yu Chao clan was famous for the art of artifact crafting, and the best magical artifacts of the Yu were all made by them. Wuxia glanced at the dozens of fist-sized supreme towers in front of him with his divine sense. Sure enough, they were all excellent, flawless in both the appearance and the runes on the inside. But just because they were flawless did not mean they were the best. Remembering what Yu Chun had told him just now, Wuxia gave the two black-clothed old men a look and said with a cunning smile, "Does His Majesty mean that I can choose any supreme tower in this hall at will?" The two black-clothed old men exchanged a glance, then nodded at the same time and said, "That's His Majesty's order." So, of course, before the two old men could finish their words, Wuxia gave a loud laugh and spun around the grand hall like a gust of wind. Wisps of phosphorescent flames shot out of his fingertips, bringing with them an immense ghost aura, twisting and distorting the air. Each stream of ghastly ghost energy hit an invisible restrictive spell in the air. As Wuxia unleashed the last stream of ghastly ghost energy, a watery gleam suddenly flashed on the high wall to the north of the hall, and a door silently emerged. The two black-clothed old men were struck dumb. They exchanged a glance and cursed in a low voice at the same time. How could Master Yu Chun of Yin Tian Palace do this? Wuxia laughed, winked at the two black-clothed old men playfully, and strode into the door. The two old men looked at each other with a worried expression, then hurriedly followed him in. They were mumbling something to the effect of so and so has done us a favor, so it's hard for them to even out their account books, and so on. The interior of the new door was not very spacious, only about a few acres in size. A dozen shelves carved from stones were scattered on the ground, and about 300 of them, each the size of a human head, were placed randomly on these stone shelves. The air here was very clean, almost spotless. However, the sky-split towers on the stone shelves were extremely dirty and dilapidated. On the shelf closest to Wuxia, there was a supreme tower that was covered with an inch-thick layer of dust, and there were even some things that looked like spider webs on it. The inner hall was extremely clean. The ceiling, walls, and floor were all spotless, and the air was extremely fresh and clean. Even the stone shells were so clean that they could be used as mirrors. Only these 300-plus Tongtian towers were very dirty. Perhaps it was not dirty, but a kind of mark that time had left on them after a very long time. Each of these sky-reaching towers gave people the feeling that they had existed in this world for countless years. Chapter 731. Time. Holding his breath, Wuxia walked cautiously to one of the supreme towers. He could feel the passage of time, which was 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or even faster than the normal time. There were a few supreme towers among them, and he only stood there in a daze for a while. He sensed that dozens of periods had passed in the space around those supreme towers, which was about a foot in circumference around them. 10,000 years passed in an instant, 100,000 cycles in a snap of a finger, and countless generations of flowers bloomed and withered. The flow of time was so fast that the sky-split towers themselves couldn't withstand the crazy flow of time. Their bodies began to slowly disintegrate and collapse. Some of the materials that made up their bodies turned into dust and piled up on the sky-split towers. This was the reason why the supreme towers here were so shabby and dirty. Time passed by quickly. Just as Wuxia was observing them, a tiny crack suddenly appeared on the base of one of the supreme towers. Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, the dust on the supreme tower grew thicker. The two black-clothed old men exchanged a helpless glance. This was the inner treasury of the Directorate of Celestials, where the best supreme towers have been stored since ancient times. Only when a supreme oracle had attained the cultivation base of 6 towers or above would he be qualified to come here and choose a supreme tower that had the power to control the flow of time. Or, like Wuxia, he came here because of the human emperor's decree. Of course, without anyone's guidance. Those lucky fellows who obtained the decree might not even appear in tens of thousands of years. In short, without anyone's guidance, these lucky ones would never have entered the inner treasury of the inner treasury. Unless they were like Yu Chun, who shamelessly taught Wuxia the way to enter the inner treasury. No outsider would ever know of its existence, let alone break into it. The Yu's oracles had reached the limit of the use of space. A small palace could easily have a vast space of 1,000 miles in circumference, and a supreme tower that was no more than a mile tall might have a space of tens of thousands of miles in circumference, which could easily accommodate a large army. However, time was more mysterious than space, and it was even more difficult to control the power of laws. An ordinary supreme tower could distort the space at will, but only a supreme tower forged with extremely precious materials and the true flame of over 100 experts from the Directorate of Celestials with their blood essence could have the power to control the flow of time. The Directorate of Celestials had a large number of experts, and manpower was not the bottleneck in building a supreme tower like this. The biggest difficulty was the materials. Materials that could control time and could remain intact during the rapid passage of time were extremely rare. Only top-notch chaos-grade spiritual items could be found in such rare materials. These chaos-grade treasures had been collected by the Yu's team of experts who had ventured deep into the chaos-verse beyond the stars, risking their lives to collect them. Generally speaking, if the Yu gave it his all, and if he was lucky enough, he could forge a supreme tower that could control time in about 10 yuan Wei. Any Babel tower that possessed the time arcana was a national treasure. How could it be easily obtained by others? But this time, Wuxia had received Yu Chen's guidance, and Wuxia was carrying Emperor Haozuan's decree. Since Emperor Haozuan had allowed Wuqi to choose any supreme tower in the Directorate of Celestials, even if Wuqi took away a supreme tower that could control time, it would still be his blessing. Wuqi's eyes gleamed with excitement. A supreme tower that could control time. Indescribable, absolutely indescribable. Not to mention the benefits these treasures could bring to his cultivation base. Just a few top-notch supreme towers here alone could make the time around them pass by in the blink of an eye in the outside world for dozens of yuanhui. If Wuqi planted a batch of top-notch herbs in one of these supreme towers, and then waited outside for a day, no, he could not wait for a day. If he waited for a day, perhaps the supreme towers would already be full of demon immortals in the form of various spirit herbs. As long as he waited for a tenth of a second, he would be able to obtain countless powerful spirit herbs that were tens of thousands of years old. Or, if he threw a group of cultivators whose souls were under his control into the supreme towers, what kind of existences would they become when they reappeared? Heaven immortals should not come out and embarrass themselves, and gold immortals were just ordinary primordial immortals. That was not impossible. Of course, to control the passage of time, there would be a huge consumption and a very high requirement for Wuqi's cultivation base. But with these supreme towers, there were infinite possibilities. Nodding and smiling at the two black-clad old men, Wuqi said in a deep voice, the most dilapidated one, "I'll take it." Not allowing the two old men to speak, Wuqi pointed his finger out, and a stream of blood shot out, shooting toward the highest supreme tower on the stone shelf in the middle. It was only the size of a baby's fist, but it was dilapidated, and the passage of time had stirred the surrounding void into a chaotic mess. Wuqi's blood essence slowly shot out. When it was 1 foot away from the supreme tower, a great amount of blood suddenly sprayed out from all the pores on his body, as a terrible suction force was madly sucking his blood essence. Damn it! Wuqi's eyes went wide. How could a top-notch treasure require so much blood essence? With a loud cry, he exercised the dragon kill. Abruptly, Wuqi's body grew taller. His blood and energy were tumbling inside him, and a powerful life force was surging rapidly in his meridians like a great river. A huge amount of blood essence kept flowing out of his bone marrow, turning into a torrential wave of blood that shot out of his body and rushed toward the Supreme Tower. The dust on the surface of the ancient and dilapidated Supreme Tower was slowly sucked into the tower, and the tower, which was full of potholes and cracks, was gradually repaired. A strange light flickered at the top of the tower, and the distorted space around it gradually returned to normal. As Wuqi's blood essence kept being injected into the Supreme Tower, a faint layer of blood-red light gradually covered the surface of the tower, and a layer of fine, twisted, blood-red runes was gradually extending from the base to the top. One of the black-clothed old men cried out in alarm. "Be careful, Marquis of East Sea Province. This top-notch Supreme Tower requires a lot of blood essence, and no one except the Supreme Oracle can cope with its extraction." The faces of the two old men twisted with fear. They were well informed, and they knew that Wuqi, who was rewarded by Emperor Haozuan, was the new trusted subordinate of King Yufeng, who was the son of King Xianxia, who was extremely powerful in the imperial court of Diyu. To put it bluntly, although they were the supervisors of the treasury under the Directorate of Celestials, if something happened to Wuqi here, all GAO had to do was complain to King Xianxia, and both of them would be doomed eternally, and their families and clansmen would definitely be implicated. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that Wuqi would spill his blood essence on the Supreme Towers without asking them how to collect them. Their faces pale with fright, the two old men rushed to Wuqi's side and hurriedly pulled out a poisonous dragon blood pill from under their sleeves. It was a pill that could replenish one's blood essence and energy essence, and could produce a large amount of blood essence in a short period of time without harming one's foundation. But before they could feed the pill to Wuqi, they heard Wuqi let out a dragon roar, and a deafening rumble that sounded like the rising tide of a great river rang out from his body as his body abruptly grew tens of feet taller. A formidable aura burst out of Wuqi's body in the form of a 9 nether ghost flame, which stood 1,000 feet tall. The two black-clothed old men were so frightened that they turned tail and fled. He opened his mouth and spat out a column of blood that was as thick as a water tank, smashing into the supreme tower that had begun to spin rapidly like a beam of blood. Good heavens! How did this guy cultivate? Why is his blood and energy even stronger than those lords? The two old men had been in charge of the treasury of the Directorate of Celestials for many years, and they had seen countless formidable oracles who came to collect the supreme towers. But even among those supreme oracles they had met, only a few could compare with Wuqi in terms of blood and energy essence. What they did not know was that the scroll of stealing that Wuqi was cultivating was an expert in using external objects to nourish himself. Since he started cultivating, Wuqi had devoured a lot of blood essence and energy essence, and everything he had done had made his foundation extremely strong and stable. So, the loss of this little bit of blood essence was nothing to him. All he needed to do was to convert the energy essence into blood essence through his internal organs, and then spray it out of his body. Apart from that, there was no other trouble. Blood-colored runes gradually covered the entire surface of the Supreme Tower, and gradually, Wuqi sensed a faint spiritual connection connecting him with the Supreme Tower in front of him. After taking a deep breath and spraying a large amount of blood essence onto the Supreme Tower, Wuqi produced the Dark Een Celestial Tower and thrust it toward the Supreme Tower. The Dark Een Celestial Tower was the magical treasure Wuqi had refined with his own life, and it was guarded by the soul of the great ocean water divider. Therefore, it was full of spirituality. Although its power was far inferior to this Supreme Tower, in terms of spirituality, it was many realms lower than this Supreme Tower. A dazzling silvery light towered into the sky. Under the control of Wuqi's divine sense, the two pagodas fused into one like two masses of liquid, and the countless restrictive spells in them quickly disintegrated and fused together. The time-restrictive spell in the Supreme Tower surrounded the 360 star pearls, and the flow of time around them immediately increased by 100 times. The flow of time was 100 times faster than normal, and that was the highest speed he could sustain with his current cultivation base. Through Wuqi's divine sense, the great ocean water divider Hasek sent him a joyful message. The time-restrictive spell had brought great benefits to the entire pagoda. A series of light and shadow swayed in the void, followed by a great sheet of starlight falling from the sky and being quickly absorbed by the newly formed pagoda. The 360 star pearls extracted the star energy essence at 100 times the usual speed, transforming it into a vast amount of star power and storing it in the pearls. Meanwhile, a great amount of the purest star power essence was injected into Wuqi's body bit by bit, gradually tempering his body and making both his fleshly body and divine soul stronger and tougher. The flow of time 100 times faster was immeasurable benefits. Gladly, Wuqi summoned the pagoda back and spat another mouthful of blood essence onto it. After that, he shrunk his body and returned to his original size, cupped his fist, and said to the two old men, "Thank you, seniors. If you trust me, just send your children and grandchildren to me, and I'll know how to take care of them." Wuqi narrowed his eyes and smiled. The reason why these two old men tried to befriend him just now was that they wanted him to take care of his children and grandchildren in the future. Since that was the case, he would take care of their children and grandchildren. Since they were able to become the chief supervisors of the Directorate of Celestials Treasury, it was obvious that they had some connections in the Directorate of Celestials. Taking care of their children and grandchildren was also a good way for him to build up his network. The two old men stared at Wuqi in horror. Just as they were about to say something to Wuqi, a series of footsteps suddenly came from outside the treasury. Quick! What's going on? Why did the starlight break the restrictive spell and shine in? Put a curfew on the place. Don't let anyone out. While Wuqi was stunned, a large group of black-robed oracle from the Directorate of Celestials had already rushed in. Chapter 732. The Grand Oracle of the Yu's Directorate of Celestials, by Wang Mu, was a dry man. Not only was he as dry as a reed stick, but his speech was also dry and tasteless. After asking the two black-clothed old men about the cause and effect of the matter, he said to Wuxia in a flat tone, "I'll settle this with you, Chen. Even if I owe him a favor, I can't play this kind of game." Wuxia looked at Bai Wang Mu nervously and said in a deep voice, "This pagoda." Bai Wang Mu shook his head and said, "Since you've already taken it, this pagoda is naturally yours. Marquis of EC has His Majesty's decree, and it's your blessing to have this pagoda. It has nothing to do with you, so you don't have to think too much about it. Someone, send the Marquis of EC away." A few black-clothed oracles walked up slowly and motioned Wuxia to leave the inner treasury. Wuxia gave Bai Wang Mu a look, cupped his fist, and silently bowed to him, then followed the oracles out of the Yu's Directorate of Celestials. The matter was solved more easily than Wuxia had imagined. When the two pagodas merged into one just now, the Star Pearl and the restrictive spell of time had undergone some wonderful changes. The sudden increase in gravity had allowed the high-altitude star force to break through the protective formation of the inner treasury and crash into it. This matter had even alarmed the Grand Oracle, Bai Wang Mu. The Baiwang clan was the #1 clan in the branch of the Yu's Directorate of Celestials. About 10% of the supreme oracles in the history of the Yu were from the Baiwang clan, which showed the clan's prestige and status in the Yu. As the current Grand Oracle of Directorate of Celestials and the immediate superior of all the Directorate of Celestials in the Yu, Bai Wang Mu's cultivation base had reached an unfathomable level. Wuxia was afraid that he would be in trouble if he disturbed this mighty figure. But he did not expect Bai Wang Mu to be so easy to talk to. After asking him a few questions, he let him leave the Directorate of Celestials smoothly. As for how he would explain it to Yu Chun, this matter had nothing to do with Wuxia. Since Yu Chun dared to guide Wuxia to obtain a treasure that could control time, it was clear that he was not afraid of Bai Wang Mu's wrath. The Directorate of Celestials was located on the east side of Liangzhu, between a long stretch of hills. Countless palaces and palaces could be seen dotting the mountains and valleys. Along the way, Wuxia had memorized all the paths from the inner treasury to the periphery of the Directorate of Celestials. Along the way, he had passed by at least 1,000 palaces of varying sizes, each of which was frequented by numerous oracles. These were just the palaces they had passed on their way out of the inner treasury. There were still many more palaces hidden in the fog behind the mountain, and Wuxia could not see them. The scale of the Directorate of Celestials in Liangzhu was simply astonishing. Led by a few black-robed oracles, Wuxia left the Directorate of Celestials. After showing Wuxia the way to Liangzhu and telling Wuxia where to find Gao and the others, the black-robed oracles turned and left, ignoring Wuxia. Wuxia shook his head. He glanced around for a while and memorized the terrain around the Directorate of Celestials. Then he glanced at the city walled dozens of miles ahead of him, then walked toward the city with resignation. Gao should be waiting for him in King Yangshan's mansion. King Yangshan held great power in the imperial court of the Yu and was one of the most important ministers of the Yu. As long as Wuxia entered the city, it would not be difficult for him to find out where his mansion was. Just a few miles out of the Directorate of Celestials, there was a great river about 100 miles wide, which curved into an arc at the edge of Liangzhu. Wuxia walked along the riverbank and arrived at the east gate of Liangzhu. Like the other great rivers in Yuxiong Plain, 70% of the water in this river was liquefied natural energy, and the remaining 30% was clear water. The river was not paved with sand, but gems the size of fists and jades the size of human heads. Just by casually tossing and turning in this river, one could find rare and precious treasures in the outside world. In the grass by the river, there were a few old fishermen in straw raincoats fishing with fishing rods in their hands. These fishermen had strong muscles and bones. Even though they didn't practice any cultivation methods, their physical strength was extremely shocking. Wuxia scanned their bodies with his divine sense and found that their fleshly bodies were as strong as that of lower-grade heaven immortals, and the strength in their hands was enough to move a great mountain. Their fishing rods, fishing lines, and hooks were made with extremely simple craftsmanship. Obviously, they were made by themselves. But the fishing rods were made of gold-spotted purple bamboo. The fishing lines were silk-spun by 10,000-year-old snow silkworms, and the hooks were ground from star-patterned dark iron. If this set of luxurious fishing gear were to fall into the hands of an immortal, he could casually refine it with his natal true flame for a few days, and then infuse it with a strong item spirit, and it would become the material for a set of upper-grade heaven immortal artifacts. Wuxia could not help but grin as he watched the few old fishermen pull out golden carps that were as long as a man from the river. These carps had long whiskers, golden scales, and blinking eyes that looked like the eyes of a dragon. Every time they blinked, a golden gleam would shoot out of their eyes. Clearly, they were all fish spirits that had grown up. Hovering over Wuqi's head, Buzin sighed faintly and said, "If they are given the right opportunity, they will become dragons. But why are they going to become the food on a plate after being caught by someone here?" Wuxia shook his head and said nothing. He gave the few old fishermen a look, then walked toward Liangzhu, speechless. The natural energy in Yuxiong Plain was so strong that the mortals here were different from those in the outside world. These old fishermen had never cultivated, but their overall strength was no weaker than heaven immortals. Yuxiong Plain was 100 billion miles wide, and it had more than 1 trillion people. With just an order from Diyu, he could easily recruit a large army in 10 days with all kinds of cultivation techniques. Even though the immortals possessed strong cultivation bases and magical abilities, Great Yu had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Perhaps this was the reason why Diyu could coexist with the Celestial Court, and why the Celestial Court could not invade Pangda Continent completely. A group of farmers, carrying hoes and plows on their backs, were walking along the riverbank, laughing and joking. When they saw Wuxia, they recognized that he was wearing a luxurious robe that only Marquis Diyu could wear. But these simple and honest farmers only greeted Wuxia from a distance, and did not kneel to greet Wuxia. From these farmers, Wuxia could sense a strong aura of nature and equality. Even though he was Marquis Diyu, these farmers only treated him as an ordinary man. It was a good feeling. Wuxia smiled and cupped his fist at the farmers. These farmers were tall and strong, with strong muscles all over their bodies, a clear sign that they contained great strength. But they did not practice any cultivation technique. Living in Yuxiong Plain, they were constantly nourished by the rich natural energy, so they were born with abundant blood energy and great physical strength. Compared with the mortals living outside Yuxiong Plain, they were undoubtedly much luckier. Living in a place rich in natural energy like this, their lifespan would be dozens of times longer than their peers outside. Buzin smacked his lips and said with mixed emotions, "The patriarchs of Lao Tzu's clan once said that in the ancient times, those ancient people all had the divine power to move mountains and drain seas." At first, Lao Tzu did not believe it. Could these people, who could only be eaten as snacks, really have such a good fortune? Now, it seems that the patriarchs did not lie. I'm afraid that the ancestors of these people were really born with great divine power, which allowed them to survive from the ancient times to this day. Wuxia nodded his head silently. Feeling at ease, he began to enjoy the scenery around him. Farmlands could be seen everywhere, and people were chatting with each other. Small fishing boats could be seen sailing across the great river. Occasionally, there were ferries by the river, and simple and beautiful village girls could be seen washing their clothes in the river. The rustic scenery was simple and pure, which made Wuxia sigh. How could the so-called Xanadu compare with the scenery here in Liangzhu? Immersed in the indescribable scenery of Liangzhu, Wuxia took a step forward. The surroundings suddenly darkened, and an enormous pressure came from all directions. His robe was crushed, and his long hair was straightened by an invisible force. Suddenly attacked, Wuxia gave a long roar. Countless black dragon scales emerged from under his skin, and his body suddenly grew tens of feet tall. He slapped the air with his muscular arms, causing a deafening rumble that shook the surrounding space. Faint cries of surprise could be heard. Suddenly, Wuqi's eyes shone as he landed on the top of a hill. A few elderly men with black robes were holding bone staffs, staring at Wuqi from over 100 meters away in shock. Large amounts of crushed energy stones and bone pieces fell on the ground. Obviously, these elderly men had secretly built a great formation, attempting to move Wuqi from the riverbank to somewhere else. But they didn't think that Wuqi could react so fast and was so strong. The formation was broken by Wuqi once it was activated. Wuqi quickly looked around. This place was high, and from here, he could clearly see Liangzhu City, which was over 200 miles away. This small mountain was surrounded by hills that stretched for hundreds of miles. Trees with straight trunks and entirely green bodies could be seen growing on these hills. The hill was covered in tens of meters tall trees, but just now, Wuqi broke the formation with his great strength. The great power released by the formation flattened a big half of the hill, and hundreds of trees in the area were all turned into nothingness. Who sent you? What do you want? Wuqi, who had transformed into a dragon man, had a dense cloud of dark mist coiled around his hands, within which countless ghost heads were sparkling and covered in a layer of complicated spell symbols. He stared at the few elderly men in black robes with a pair of stern eyes, slowly approaching them step by step. The few elderly men in black robes slowly raised their bone staffs as well. Without saying a word, they prepared to fight Wuqi to death. Tens of dazzling beams of light rose from Liangzhu City. Tens of heavily armored warriors, each with a pair of white wings flapping on the back of their armors, were flying towards Wuqi at top speed. Faintly, one could see the city walls of Liangzhu City begin to sparkle with a faint layer of light, and the sky above some manors and palaces outside the city was covered with a faint layer of light. Within a blink of an eye, Liangzhu City suddenly woke up like a sleeping beast, showing its claws and teeth without hesitation. The few elderly men in black robes stared at Wuqi with ashen faces. One of them said with a dry voice, "Never mind, you actually destroyed our illusionary flying formation. We failed to complete the task assigned by our master, and we deserve to die, but you have ruined our master's great plan, so you deserve to die as well." Wuqi suddenly pounced forward, attempting to capture one of them alive and interrogate him. But when the few elderly men in black robes heard Chi-Chi's weird laughter, black blood gushed out of their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth simultaneously. Before long, their bodies disintegrated into puddles of dirty blood, and even their souls were corroded by the strong poison. What a cruel method! Wuqi sensed a coldness from his back. He had just arrived in Liangzhu City for less than a day, but who wanted to do this to him? Chapter 733. In a garden somewhere outside Liangzhu, under a tall Bodhi tree, King Baishan and a handsome monk clad in a jade-colored monk robe were sitting opposite each other. The Bodhi tree was surrounded by countless restrictive spells that were visible and invisible to the naked eye, and a large group of King Baishan's trusted subordinates were hiding in the dark, keeping an eye on the surroundings. No one could easily break into this place. Holding a cup carved out of black stone, King Baishan sipped the tea from it. The monk, whose scalp was clean-shaven and who carried himself elegantly, was smiling and fiddling with a scroll made of silk that was as white as snow in front of him. On the scroll was a map that flickered with light and shadows, and it was marked with the words "Garrison, changing map of the Yu's Western Heavenly Tribe." The sound of footsteps could be heard as King Xianxia and Lord Long Yang, who was clad in a white robe, approached side by side. King Xianxia bowed to King Baishan and called him father respectfully. Lord Long Yang smiled and clapped his hands. White lotuses drifted out of his fingertips as he greeted the monk in a soft voice. Junior Long Yang offers greetings to Prabhadaratna Buddha. Prabhadaratna Buddha raised his eyelids and glanced at the white lotuses drifting down from Lord Long Yang's fingertips. He chuckled and said, "Recluse Long Yang and the Buddhist League, are fated to meet, so there's no need to be overly courteous. By the way, has that Tanlang been sent to Prison Dragon Pool? Lord Longyang stood aside with a smile on his face, his eyelids slightly drooping, and did not say a word. King Xianxia's face turned a little unsightly as he said in a deep voice, I can't believe that Tanlang has cultivated the dragon kill, and his physical strength, divine abilities, and magic power are not weak. I've sent a few oracles to lay out a formation to capture him, but he actually broke it halfway and escaped. King Baishan's face twitched slightly. Then, where are they now? He asked with a cold grin. They have taken the rotting soul pill, said King Xianxia coolly. Their flesh and bones have turned to mush, and their souls have perished. King Baishan's face relaxed abruptly. It's good that they are dead, he said coolly. Make sure their families are well compensated. Putting down the teacup in his hand, King Baishan turned to Prabhadaratna Buddha and said with a cold grin, I've already shouldered a great responsibility by escorting you here, Buddha. Let's call it a day. I won't risk my life for an insignificant boy again. If Buddha can kill him, then kill him. If he can't, then hurry back. Prabhadaratna Buddha rolled up the scroll and shoved it into his sleeve, then clasped his palms together and said in a deep voice, Merciful Buddha, since your highness has helped me sneak into Yuxiong Plain, how can you let me go so easily? Your Highness said that those old fellows from the Directorate of Celestials have left Yuxiong Plain. Is that true? King Xianxia interrupted. The tragic death of the former left minister of the Directorate of Celestials has enraged His Majesty. Many elders of the Directorate of Celestials, as well as the leaders of various departments, have been dispatched to search Panga Continent for the murderer. Now, apart from the Grand Oracle of the Directorate of Celestials, Bai Wangmu, the only ones who can pose a threat to you in Liangzhu are those from the secret palace. Prabhadaratna Buddha smiled. He slowly rose to his feet and said softly, Those people from the secret palace? I'm never worried about them. Unless I want to break into the palace and assassinate the human emperor, how can they possibly help me? How can Emir Bai Wangmu stop me from killing Tanlang? Looking up at the sky, Prabhadaratna Buddha grinned coldly and said, Since your highness can't capture Tanlang and bring him to Prison Dragon Pool, I'll have to kill him myself. Since he dared to kill the messenger sent by me, I will kill him in Liangzhu City. That way, some people will not think that we, the Buddhist League, are really meek and submissive and swallow everything in silence. King Baishan and King Xianxia exchanged a quick glance. Then King Xianxia took a step forward and said, Buddha, if you want to kill someone, please do it openly. It would be best if you can leave a message explaining why you kill. By the way, Tanlang is now King Yufeng's most capable confidant, and it is said that GAO intends to cultivate him into a supreme oracle. Prabhadaratna Buddha arched his brows, laughed coldly, and shook his head with a gloomy face. How can a supreme oracle who cultivates both magic and fleshly body exist? Prabhadaratna Buddha sighed. I guess I can only ask him to take a trip to transmigration. If he knows what's good for him, my Buddhist kingdom still lacks a supreme Dharma king. I think he and the Buddhist League are fated. Lord Longyang put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha to Prabhadaratna Buddha with a smile. King Baishan glanced at Lord Longyang, then at his son, King Xianxia, and snorted disapprovingly. King Xianxia, on the other hand, smiled faintly. He looked at Lord Longyang, then at Prabhadaratna Buddha, and did not notice the expression on his father's face. Prabhadaratna Buddha gave a subtle smile. With a casual step, he disappeared from under the Bodhi tree. Outside Liangzhu, on top of a hill, Wuxia was helplessly being questioned by a group of officials from Diyu's punishment court, whose faces were gloomy and stiff like fossils. Dozens of officials, whose cultivation bases had reached the 7 stars realm of the second Pango heaven or above, were carefully searching for all kinds of useful clues near the half-collapsed hill. 12 officials surrounded Wuxia, asking him questions about why he was here, what he had encountered, who he had met, and how the scene had turned into such a state. Even though Wuxia had the seal and documents of the Marquis of East Sea Province to prove that he was a high-ranking noble of the Yu, these officials did not know what it meant to bend the law for personal gain. They did not care about Wuqi's identity, and they just treated Wuxia as the most common suspect, asking him all kinds of questions over and over again. After interrogating Wuxia for a full quarter of an hour, the officials from the punishment court who were searching the scene had collected some melted slime, some broken formation discs and bone talismans, and a few broken bone staffs. Through the diligent efforts of these well-trained punishment court officials, they managed to piece together most of the fragments of the formation disc, and through a reverse deduction method, they were able to find the exact location where Wuxia could be teleported to. Prison Dragon Pool was one of the most notorious forbidden lands in Yuxiong Plain. In ancient times, an evil dragon was wreaking havoc in Yuxiong Plain. At that time, the Yu was struggling to escape from an apocalypse of heaven and earth. More than 80% of its elites were killed, and the remaining experts were all severely wounded, no longer able to kill the mighty evil dragon. Left with no other choice, the Yu could only use all its power to suppress the evil dragon in Prison Dragon Pool, using its natural dangerous restrictive spells to imprison it. But, as a result of a mistake, the evil dragon was indeed suppressed, but Yu was so lucky that he actually managed to control all the dangerous restrictive spells in Prison Dragon Pool. Although the evil dragon could no longer escape from Prison Dragon Pool, because he had mastered all the restrictive spells in the pool, it had become a notorious forbidden land for the Yu. Few people could be seen within 1,000 miles of it, and even those supreme oracles did not want to go there to stir up trouble. If Wuxia was teleported to Prison Dragon Pool, with his overall strength of a 5th-tier gold immortal, he would definitely be killed. The officials of Punishment Court grew solemn. They were convinced that the explosion outside Liangzhu had nothing to do with Wuxia. On the contrary, Wuxia was the victim. Someone wanted to teleport Wuxia, the newly minted Marquis of East Sea Province, to Prison Dragon Pool with a small-scale teleportation formation. It was murder, a murder against a new noble of the Yu. In the Yu, it was a serious crime, punishable by the extermination of an entire clan. Immediately, a signal was sent back to Liangzhu. More punishment court officials rushed to the scene and began to question Wuxia about the appearance of the few old men who had set up the formation. At the same time, more and more capable punishment court officials rushed to the scene and began to search the surroundings of the mountain for any evidence that might be useful. Even Wuxia was astounded by the meticulousness with which they searched. They even found a few strands of hair left on the ground after the bodies of the old men melted away. Wuxia was glad that someone was going to help him track down the culprit behind the scenes. So, he cooperated with them and casually pointed his finger at the ground, causing a few clumps of mud to rush out from the ground. In just a blink of an eye, they transformed into the lifelike statues of the few old men. The people of Punishment Court quickly uprooted the statues and sent them back to Liangzhu. They were going to trace the identities of the old men based on these statues. As long as they had appeared in Liangzhu with the strength of Punishment Court, they would be able to find out who they were. After such a long interrogation, the officials of Punishment Court had no more questions for Wuxia. They solemnly warned Wuxia that he had better stay in Liangzhu until the truth of the matter was found out. After all, Wuxia was the Marquis of East Sea Province. If anything happened to him in Liangzhu, the entire Yu would feel ashamed. Wuxia answered. As he was about to return to Liangzhu under the escort of a few Punishment Court officials, a white cloud suddenly rolled down gently from the sky toward the mountaintop. The cloud, which was a few miles in circumference, was filled with a faint fragrance and a deep chanting that went straight to the soul. It seemed to be moving slowly, but in fact, it enveloped the entire mountaintop at an incredible speed. The officials of Punishment Court, from the servants who had no cultivation base to the few punishment officers who had reached the 8 stars realm of second Penga heaven, all fainted. Snoring softly, they were swept up by the cloud without any resistance and sent to an unknown place. Amidst the dense cloud, Prabhadaratna Buddha, clad in a jade-colored monk robe and with a smile on his face, strolled out slowly. At the sight of the solemn Pravadaratna Buddha in front of him, Wuqi suddenly realized who he was. Pravadaratna Buddha? Since Wuqi came to Panga continent, he had offended several people from the Buddhist League. But the only one who could find out his identity as Tan Lang and sneak into Yuxiong Plain to hunt him down was Pravadaratna Buddha. Not only had Wuqi killed his emissary, Ming Li, but he had also given the monk's head to Gao as evidence and sent it to the Yu's imperial court. Wuqi's casual act had allowed the Yu to make all kinds of arrangements against the Buddhist League. It would be strange if Pravadaratna Buddha did not come looking for trouble with him. Pravadaratna Buddha smiled faintly, put his palms together, and chanted, "Benefactor Tan Lang, you have made the Buddhist League suffer a lot." Then he reached out his right hand, and a huge golden palm grabbed down toward Wuqi amidst a thunderous chanting. Chapter 734. Currently, Wuqi's fleshly strength was at the 5th tier of Gold Immortal Realm. Pravadaratna Buddha, on the other hand, unleashed a claw attack with the overall strength of a 4th tier Gold Immortal, which was 1 tier higher than Wuqi's. 4 Gold Immortals. The difference of 1 tier was usually at least 100 times greater. Pravadaratna Buddha thought it would be a piece of cake for him to capture Wuqi with a strength that was 100 times greater than his. Wuqi snorted coldly as he stared at the golden palm that came with a suffocating pressure. Activating the Dragon Kill, Wuqi abruptly transformed into a huge dragon man, standing 100 feet tall. His entire body was filled with a raging energy. Wuqi recited an incantation and waved his fingertips rapidly in the air. Countless runes poured out like flowing water, transforming into a black talisman array that branded onto Wuqi's body. With the enhancement of the talisman array, Wuqi's strength suddenly soared by 1,000 times. The formidable power made Wuqi's blood vessels swell, so much so that even the thick dragon scales could not conceal them. Soon, blood vessels as thick as buckets protruded from beneath his thick dragon scales, rolling on the surface of his body like flood dragons. His blood began to boil. What flowed in his veins was not only blood, but also half-solid dragon energy. Vaguely, dragon roars could be heard coming out from every swollen blood vessel. For a moment, it was as if 100 dragons were roaring inside Wuqi's body. Ao Buzen's eyes went wide with horror. He stared blankly at Wuqi and murmured under his breath, "Damn it! Don't tell me you're a mixed blood child of some little dragons and a human. That doesn't make sense. Your fleshly body has been changed into a chaotic spirit body, and Lao Tzu has seen your human form. What does it have to do with you and the dragons? But how did you cultivate the dragon transformation script to the point where your energy meridians can take the form of a dragon?" As one of the ancient dragons, Ao Buzen knew very well how difficult it was for someone like Wuqi to cultivate to the stage where his blood could condense into the shape of a dragon and let out a heavenly dragon roar. Even among the top geniuses in the dragons, not many could do this. But Wuqi was only a human. He was a human, not a dragon. How could he have developed the Dragon Transformation Sutra to such an extent? The pitch-black 9 nether scattered soul, ghost flame, on Wuqi's body soared into the sky, and within the black, sticky flame, one could vaguely see 9 dragons rising. Sharp and sonorous dragon roars rang out incessantly. Suddenly, 2 pitch-black dragon horns protruded from Wuqi's forehead. In the void, some existences who were hiding in the spatial barrier with the help of powerful mystic artifacts exclaimed in surprise. To be able to unleash the dragon kill to such an incredible degree, and to be able to transform into a dragon, this kid's aptitude is really not bad. Could he be a hybrid between a human and a dragon? Of course, Wuqi was not a hybrid between a human and a dragon. However, he had extorted the bloodlines of 100 divine beasts from the 1,000 Spirit Palace. As soon as Prabhadaratna Buddha made his move, Wuqi immediately fused all 100 bloodlines into his body. His chaotic energy began to digest the Azure Dragon bloodline, and with the help of the 7 Foundation elevating technique, the structure of Wuqi's body began to transform into that of an Azure Dragon. He carefully controlled the changes in his body. Apart from his outer appearance, which still looked like an ordinary humanoid dragon's, all of Wuqi's muscles and blood meridians had turned into the flesh of dragons. By using the dragon kill with a pure dragon's body, Wuqi's physical strength was immediately enhanced to an incredible degree. Accompanied by loud noises made by his muscles and bones pressing against each other, the scales and dragon horns on the surface of Wuqi's body took on a mysterious and noble light green color. Accompanied by a deep and muffled incantation, the dragon horns on Wuqi's forehead emitted 2 streams of light that looked like water ripples. Countless runes rapidly intertwined in the light, transforming into a huge rune formation that imprinted itself onto Wuqi's chest. A tremendous power surged in his body like a tidal wave, and Wuqi's physical strength was suddenly increased by 3,000 times. This was the limit that Wuqi's current physical strength could withstand. Although the dragon kill could increase Wuqi's physical strength by 10,000 times using even more powerful runes, his physical strength could not withstand such a great increase. 3,000 times the physical strength was the strongest power that Wuqi could control and use at the moment. He opened his mouth and sprayed out a stream of 9 nether ghost flame, which dimmed the golden palm that was almost pressing down on him. A large amount of black, filthy energy and death energy mixed into the golden palm. Then, Wuqi raised both hands and slapped the golden palm. A loud rumble echoed out as the golden palm that Pravadaratna Buddha had casually thrust out, thinking that he could easily capture Wuqi, was smashed to pieces. With the help of the dragon kill, Wuqi's current strength was infinitely close to the level of a 2nd-tier gold immortal. So, how could the palm unleashed by Pravadaratna Buddha, which was only as strong as a 4th-tier gold immortal, withstand Wuqi's all-out attack? The golden palm crumbled with a loud rumble, and countless translucent fragments, each the size of a fist, fell all over the ground. These golden fragments were the condensation of Pravadaratna Buddha's pure Buddhist power. When Wuqi shattered his palm, he lost control of his Buddhist power, and so they crumbled and shattered like real objects. Gradually, the fragments melted and turned into a pale golden Buddhist power that spread in all directions. Nourished by this Buddhist power, the stones on the ground, which were already rich in natural energy, were gradually transformed into relics and jades. Soon, half of the mountain was glowing brightly as if it was made of pearls and jade. Pravadaratna Buddha's face, which was as round and shiny as a pearl, suddenly turned livid. As one of the famous Buddhas of the Buddhist League, the master of billions of heavenly realms and outer heavenly realms, how many years had it been since he had fought in person? As Wuqi had killed the emissary he had sent out, in order to retaliate against Wuqi and deter you from doing something against the Buddhist League, Pravadaratna Buddha had personally come to Panga Continent. But the attack he had just calculated was easily resolved by Wuqi. Shameful, shameful. Wuqi was just a puny existence as strong as a gold immortal. Although he was much stronger than an ant, he was still insignificant in the face of an existence as strong as a Buddha. But he had actually nullified Pravadaratna Buddha's attack. It was a great disgrace to the Buddha. Taking a deep breath, Pravadaratna Buddha said coldly to Wuqi, "Vile creature, you're courting death. I had intended to take you in as my Dharma king, but since you're so ungrateful, your fate with the Buddhist League is completely cut off. Today, I'm going to vanquish you, the evildoer who stands in the way of the Buddhist League's glory." Pravadaratna Buddha slowly raised both hands, and a golden bell and a jade bell emerged in his palms. The golden bell glowed with a dazzling radiance, and an extremely sharp energy could be vaguely seen shooting out from it. The jade bell was filled with a dense mist from which a crisp chime would occasionally ring out, as if it came straight from the depths of one's soul, making one feel drowsy and want to fall asleep. Prabhadaratna Buddha was famous for his artificing skills in the Buddhist League. He was one of the best artificing grandmasters in the Buddhist League. All the Buddhist artifacts he crafted were of the finest quality. Those Buddhas and Bodhisattvas often had to spend several laborious Buddhist kingdoms in their palms to exchange for one or two artifacts from Prabhadaratna Buddha. The Golden Bell and the Jade Bell were Prabhadaratna Buddha's prime evil-subduing treasures, which he had crafted for himself at great cost. They were extremely powerful and possessed boundless mystical abilities. The clear chime of the Jade Bell shook Wuxi's divine soul, while the Golden Bell flew up into the sky. Inside of it, 18 golden dragons were wheeling and dancing. Countless Buddhist weapons, such as devil-subduing blades, devil-subduing swords, Vajra swords, lotus seals, and many others, were glinting with a blinding golden light as they shot out from the mouth of the bell, smashing down toward Wuxi like raindrops. These weapons were refined from the acquired energy of metal and Buddha's power. Each of them could be big or small, hard or soft, light or heavy. When they were light as a feather, but when they were heavy as heavy as Mount Tai. Now that Prabhadaratna Buddha had lost a great deal of face, he had no choice but to control the Golden Bell with all his might, unleashing countless devil-subduing weapons and smashing them toward Wuxi with all his might. Each of the weapons was gleaming with a cold light, extremely sharp, and as heavy as Mount Tai. The gleaming blades danced in the air, as if they were trying to tear Wuxi into pieces. Wuxi tried swinging his arm to meet one of the devil-subduing blades. A crisp cracking sound rang out as Wuxi's huge arm, which was as thick as a water tank, was easily cut open by the devil-subduing blade. His tough dragon scales and muscles could not stop the sharpness of the blade, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. The momentum of the devil-subduing blade did not diminish, and it continued to cut open Wuxi's muscles and bones. Fortunately, Wuxi was quick enough to pull back his arm, as the blade nearly cut his forearm off. He took a few steps back in horror. Despite his strong, fleshly body, Wuxi could not withstand the countless Buddhist magical artifacts that shot out from the Golden Bell, and even a casual strike from a devil-subduing blade. If all these weapons were to fall on his body, wouldn't he be chopped into meat paste? In a moment of desperation, Wuxi shook his arms, and the cut opened by the devil-subduing blade quickly healed. A large plume of purple mist that could be seen with naked eyes wrapped around Wuxi's arm. Then he pointed a finger at the blood that sprayed out of his mouth, causing it to fly up and turn into countless twisting and vicious runes, forming into a talisman formation that looked like a viper, which then shot toward Prabhadaratna Buddha with a hissing sound. It was one of the countless vicious restrictive spells of the Directorate of Celestials, the myriad snakes devouring curse. Anyone who was hit by would suffer the pain of having their heart devoured by thousands of snakes, and the pain could kill them. With Wuxi's current cultivation base, even a top-tier gold immortal would not dare to let his restrictive spell hit his body. But Prabhadaratna Buddha was a mighty figure. Looking at the curse unleashed by Wuxi, he sneered and said, "How can a grain of rice shine so brilliantly? Die, you vile creature." Dozens of Vajra swords flashing with golden gleams and emanating a frigid aura flew out of the Golden Bell, easily shattering the restrictive spell unleashed by Wuxi. His spell was destroyed, and the backlash of his energy made his body sway and stagger back several dozens of steps. Blood was oozing out from under the scales on his chest. The spells of the Directorate of Celestials were vicious and ferocious. If they could not hurt the enemy, they would definitely hurt themselves. In the past, a few of Yumu's disciples and sons had failed to kill Wuxi with spells and were killed by Yu Huai's counterattack. Countless weapons of the Buddhist League shot out of the Golden Bell and enveloped Wuxi's body in a messy manner. Wuxi sneered in a deep voice. Suddenly, a beam of black light shot out of the top of his head, from which came the newborn dark celestial tower, which transformed into a dark shadow and shielded him. Without holding back, Wuxia poured all his energy into the tower, causing the flow of time within a mile around him to suddenly increase by 100 times. The flow of time around Wuxi's body had increased by 100 times, but the flow of time around those weapons remained the same. Like a stream of light, Wuxia shuttled back and forth among the countless weapons with ease, but none of them could touch him. Prabhutaratna Buddha's face turned even weirder. "You can control the flow of time? I can't let you live." Then he flipped his palms, and the J bell in Prabhutaratna Buddha's palms gave out a slow and clear ringing. Chapter 735. Relying on the fact that the flow of time was 100 times faster, the dark celestial tower hovering over Wuxi's head allowed him to shuttle back and forth between the countless weapons like a ghost. His movements were light and agile, and he was not threatened by them at all. Step by step, he approached Prabhutaratna Buddha with the 9 nether ghost flame burning fiercely around him, and the shadows of 9 dragons formed by the filthy and evil ghost flame were gradually taking shape behind him. Wuxia did not expect to escape from Prabhutaratna Buddha. The man was a Buddha, while his cultivation base was only that of a 5th-tier gold immortal, which was forcibly pushed up by the virtues of the heavenly Tao. He had not even fully mastered his current strength. How could a mere gold immortal slip away from the palm of Buddha? Wouldn't that mean that he had underestimated the existence who stood at the pinnacle of this world and thought too highly of himself? Even if he could not escape, he had to get a piece of flesh from Prabhutaratna Buddha. Besides, this was Xianxia, the capital city of the Yu. Was Prabhutaratna Buddha not courting death by killing people outside the city? No matter how he came to Xianxia, Wuxia firmly believed that he would not be able to leave easily now that he was here. Putting aside the Grand Oracle of the Directorate of Celestials by Wang Mu, whose cultivation base was unfathomable, just a few of those lunatics from the elders of the secret palace could easily tear Prabhutaratna Buddha to pieces. Although some people said that it was impossible for a primordial immortal to be besieged and killed, Wuxia had seen a fallen primordial immortal. Even Reverend Gale was killed by the many gods sent by the Eastern Green Emperor, so there was no reason why Prabhutaratna Buddha could survive. As long as he could hold on a little longer, reinforcements would surely arrive in Xianxia. Before that, he had to get a piece of flesh from Prabhutaratna Buddha. The flesh of a Buddha. For some reason, when he looked at Prabhutaratna Buddha's face that shone like a pearl, Wuxia suddenly felt saliva dripping from his mouth, just like how Ao, Buzin, Goldhorn, and Silverhorn usually behave when they were hungry. At this critical juncture, Wuxia absurdly thought of the meat of Tang Sanzang, described in the novels he had read in the past. Prabhutaratna Buddha was a Buddha after all. He was born with such delicate skin and tender flesh, so his flesh should be of better quality and taste better than Tripitaka's, right? TSK, if they could chop off his legs and bring them back to feed Goldhorn and Silverhorn, their cultivation bases would definitely improve greatly. Step by step, he walked toward Prabhutaratna Buddha. The flow of time around Wuxia was extremely fast. The harmony between space and time was disturbed by his footsteps, and a strange scene of time and space twisting appeared around Wuxia. Dozens of incomparably sharp lotus swords slashed at his head, but they were shattered by the hazy and distorted space. The pure golden heptachi was swallowed by Wuxi's body and turned into his strength in the blink of an eye. With the 2 dragon horns growing out of his forehead emitting a faint glow, Wuxia recited an incantation in a deep voice and quickly performed a hand incantation gesture. Using the poisonous dragon heart-burning seal found in the dragon kill as the core, he kept piling up one vicious rune after another. The flow of time around Wuxia was 100 times faster than the outside world, so in the eyes of an outsider, Wuxi's movements were so fast that they could not be seen clearly. Before long, a bell-shaped shadow the size of a human had formed in his palm. It was composed of 99 runes and looked like a corporeal entity. Countless vicious and ferocious runes were twisting and intertwining with each other in the bell-shaped shadow, producing deep rumbling noises from time to time. While laughing strangely, Wuxia came before Prabhadaratna Buddha step by step. Carefully, he held the seal and pressed it toward Prabhadaratna Buddha's heart. Prabhadaratna Buddha struck the jade bell just in time, producing a crisp ring that towered into the sky. Wuxi's divine soul trembled, and his strong, innate divine soul was nearly shattered by the bell ring. He threw his head back and coughed out a mouthful of pale red mist, then staggered backward. It was a simple chime, but it contained an extremely terrible power. Wuxi's divine soul was trembling, and every cell in his body was trembling rapidly. The dragon scales on his skin cracked and broke in just a blink of an eye, and the 2 dragon horns on his head were broken as well. Blood sprayed out of his body like a fountain. Prabhadaratna Buddha smiled peacefully. He looked at Wuxia and said, "You deserve to die in my hands, you evil creature." Wuxi's innate divine soul trembled violently, then suddenly folded inwards. Not only did it not shatter, but it even shone with an even more dazzling light. A dragon roar came out of Wuxi's mouth. The black light in Wuxi's eyes shone tens of feet away as he cried out, "You want me to die? How can it be so easy?" An innate divine soul was not something an acquired soul could compare with. Wuxi's divine soul was filled with a chaotic power which could not be broken by any ordinary magic or divine ability. On top of that, he had absorbed the soul essence power of countless living beings, and after being purified and tempered by the divine flame of order, he was able to produce the innate chaotic divine soul he had today. Although the bell toll of Prabhadaratna Buddha could kill all the gold immortals under the heaven, it could not kill Wuxia. With both hands pointing out, the bell-shaped shadow on Prabhadaratna Buddha's chest exploded with a boom. "Have a taste of my multiple curses," Wuxia cried out fiercely. 99 layers of vicious runes exploded at the same time, each with a terrible power. Poisonous smoke, poisonous flame, phosphorescence, chilly wind, and many other evil powers kept eroding Prabhadaratna Buddha's golden body. Like a red-hot iron plate touching a cold water, half of Prabhadaratna Buddha's body was enveloped by thick smoke and ghost fire, and sizzling noises could be heard from time to time. With a cold snort, Prabhadaratna Buddha casually clapped his hands and extinguished all the poisonous flame and evil aura. His body was unharmed. The Buddhist League was proficient in all kinds of cultivation techniques for the indestructible body, and Prabhadaratna Buddha was an expert in the Tao of artifact crafting. On top of that, he attached great importance to his golden body. Ever since he joined the Buddhist League in his first life, he had been practicing all kinds of divine abilities and mystic arts to temper his fleshly body. After thousands of reincarnations and becoming a Buddha, his body had almost reached the point where it could not be moved even by 1,000 tribulations. Wuxia had tried his best to hurt Prabhadaratna Buddha, but he could do nothing to his mighty golden body. Panting heavily, Wuxia fixed his eyes on Prabhadaratna Buddha. With his current cultivation base, he could not threaten him at all. But Prabhadaratna Buddha's golden and jade bells did not work on him either. As a mighty Buddha, he had failed to capture or kill a gold immortal 3 times in a row. His face twisted like a fox with diarrhea, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Is your soul all right?" Prabhadaratna Buddha stared fixedly at Wuxia. He did not want to believe that Wuxia could survive a frontal attack from the celestial artifact he had forged with his own hands. Even though he did not unleash the power of the jade bell with all his might, he had unleashed at least 30% of its power. It was a terrible power that could make even a primordial immortal frown. Not to mention Wuxia, a mere 5th-tier gold immortal. Even if there were 10,000 gold immortals here, they would all be killed by the sound of the bell. But why was Wuxia unharmed? Wuxia rubbed his head, then tried his best to shake his neck. Although the bell did not kill him, it shook him so much that he almost fainted. Now that Prabhadaratna Buddha had asked such a stupid question, Wuxia gave him a disdainful look and said with a mocking smile, "It seems I've disappointed you, bald donkey." With a strange laugh, Wuxia suddenly grabbed A.O. Buzin's tail and gave it a hard squeeze. A.O. Buzin gave a long cry, opened his mouth, and sprayed out a column of stinking black water. As the water column rubbed against the air, it immediately sprayed out a large expanse of crimson flame. The temperature in the surroundings rose abruptly, and the hill was quickly melted into a plume of smoke amidst the whistling sound of the wind and fire. It showed how powerful A.O. Buzin's fire column was. Putting aside A.O. Buzin, the dragon python sisters looked up cleverly and unleashed two beams of light, one gold and one silver, which wrapped around A.O. Buzin's fire column and shot toward Prabhadaratna Buddha at the same time. The golden beam of light had increased the power of A.O. Buzin's fire column by a few times, while the silver beam was extremely cold. It compressed the power of A.O. Buzin's fire column into a thin line, increasing its penetrating power by a few times. Prabhadaratna Buddha gave a cold snort as he glanced disdainfully and greedily at A.O. Buzin, who was lying on Wuxia's head and the dragon python sisters on his shoulder. The ancient black dragon and the dragon pythons of fire and ice were both excellent materials for crafting weapons. Then, he casually slapped his palm toward the tricolored fire column and said with a sigh, "Evil creature, this is Xianxia after all, and I don't have time to play with you anymore. This time, you will die for sure." In Prabhadaratna Buddha's impression, this palm strike should easily shatter the tricolored fire column, and then he would not hesitate to use his golden body of Buddha to kill Wuxia with one blow. After that, he would leave Yuxiong Plain as fast as he could to evade the pursuit of the expert oracles sent by to you. Prabhadaratna Buddha was horrified to find that his palm had become weak and powerless. The tricolored fire easily pierced through his palm and hit his chest. The strange hot airflow and cold air rushed into his indestructible golden body of Buddha. Then a loud boom rang out, and a large patch of flesh and bones on Prabhadaratna Buddha's chest exploded. Some of them were burning fiercely, while some were quickly frozen into ice cubes. Wuxia was stunned. Were A.O. Buzin and his companions so powerful? A.O. Buzin was stunned as well. He lifted his upper body stiffly, pointed his claws at Prabhadaratna Buddha, and murmured to himself, "This monk must be a playboy. He must have practiced the delightful Zen the wrong way last night and given all his cultivation base to his woman. Otherwise, how could he be so weak?" The dragon python sisters stared at each other in bewilderment. How could he seriously injure a Buddha with just one strike? How is that possible? They looked at each other in bewilderment. It was impossible. They knew how strong their cultivation base was. They could deal with ordinary gold immortals, but the one in front of them was a Buddha at the level of primordial immortal. Prabhadaratna Buddha was even more stunned. He stared in horror at his pierced palm and shattered chest, then howled at the top of his voice, "My indestructible golden body, my... No, what is this? What is this?" This is the Avicii incense, a treasure specially made to deal with golden bodies of Buddhas. A cold voice rang out from the sky. The void rippled, and then 18 pitch-black, supreme towers of different shapes emerged out of thin air. Immediately after that, the void in the four directions of the hill trembled, and then 6 supreme towers emerged from each direction. The ground below collapsed with a rumble, revealing a huge, bottomless pit in which 18 supreme towers hovered above the bottomless abyss. Up, down, left, right, front, back, all 6 directions were sealed off by a terrifying energy. Prabhadaratna Buddha was dumbfounded. Chapter 736. Each Tower of Babel represented a high priest. Each supreme oracle was strong enough to fight against a primordial expert. There were 60 supreme towers in total, which meant there were 60 supreme oracles gathered here. And that was just the strength on the surface. Each supreme tower was not only a means of transportation, a place for daily living and cultivation, but also a place where he taught his disciples. Each supreme tower was equivalent to a battle fortress, and there could not be only one supreme oracle in it. For example, Yugu, whom Wuxia was familiar with, had hundreds of disciples, nearly 10,000 servants and maids, and 30,000 armored guards with superb cultivation bases in his supreme tower. The space in a supreme tower could be compressed as the cultivation base of its owner increased, so it was very easy for it to accommodate tens of thousands of people. The 60 supreme towers represented not only 60 supreme oracles, but also 60 armies that could appear at any time. Except for an unlucky guy like Gao Chengguang, who Wu Qi had killed when he summoned his Thunder Tribulation and sneaked out to attack those younger Heaven Immortals and itinerant cultivators without bringing any attendants with him, and was killed by Wu Qi in the end. No matter where they went, the other supreme oracles always brought their disciples and guards with them. Surrounded by so many people, Prabhudaratna Buddha's face was extremely unsightly. Looking at his twitching face that looked like he was about to cry, Wu Qi felt that he was a lecher who had sneaked out in the middle of the night to stop a little girl, only to be raped by a group of ferocious female yakshas. Prabhudaratna Buddha wanted to cry, but had no tears. He just wanted to kill Wu Qi, a nobody, to avenge his disciple, give Yu Dynasty a little warning, and show off his political and martial arts skills in front of the other Buddhists. But why were there 60 supreme oracles ambushing him? Did King Baishan not tell him that all the supreme oracles around Liangzhu had gone out to investigate the cause of Gao Chengguang's death? Apart from the oracles of the secret palace, there was only the Grand Oracle of the Directorate of Celestials, by Wang Mu. King Baishan swore that Prabhudaratna Buddha only needed to focus on killing Wu Qi, and he did not need to worry that someone would interfere with his plan. In that case, where did these 60 supreme high priests come from? Standing on the top of a supreme tower, Yugu smiled and waved at Wu Qi. Marquis of EC Province, step aside now. Marquis of Prefecture is indeed a good son of mine to you. Even a Buddha couldn't do anything to you in 3 consecutive strikes. After today's battle, your reputation will be even more resounding. Wu Qi chuckled. He shook his body and retracted the evil dragon kill, returning to his human form. After spitting out a mouthful of saliva that reeked of blood, Wu Qi put away the dark celestial tower, flew up into the air, and landed beside Yugu. Yugu handed him a bottle of potion that tasted a little earthy. Wu Qi drank it without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, a warm stream flowed through his body, healing his external injuries quickly, and before long, there were no more wounds on his body. Unwillingly, Prabhudaratna Buddha gave Wu Qi a look, then threw his head back and chanted, "Greetings, fellow Taoists." The cold voice rang out again. "No matter how polite you are, it's useless. Today, you will die here, bald donkey. We spent more than a year trying to find the murderer of my brother, and now you've come to Yuxiong Plain to seek death, violating my prohibition. So, I'll kill you as a sacrifice to my brother." On top of a pitch-black supreme tower with 4 strange statues of demon beasts standing at the 4 corners of its base, a tall old man with a cold face was standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Floating beside the old man was a faint black cloud. Sitting on top of the cloud was a bronze, ancient, and modeled statue of a naked Buddha. Wu Qi gave the 36 feet tall statue a deep look. Just like the golden statue of the ancient Buddha that Patriarch Miao Ing used to suppress the fiend formation at the bottom of the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean, this was also an ancient golden Buddha. Nowadays, the golden bodies cultivated by the Buddhas of the Buddhist League were either golden, ivory, colorful glass, or white crystal. But only the ancient Buddhas who cultivated the purest great Tao of the ancient Buddhist League would leave behind a golden body in the color of bronze. The golden bodies of ancient Buddhas were much stronger than the golden bodies of Buddhas of today, and anyone with a little bit of experience could recognize the aura of these golden bodies. But there is a small hole on the top of the head of this golden body of ancient Buddha, and a very fine wisp of unknown hair was inserted into the head. A tiny flame, as small as a bean, was burning slowly on the wick. Wuxia opened his Dharma eyes of myriad ghosts and gave the wick a careful look, but he could not find anything special about it. Carefully, under the cover of the Dharma eyes of myriad ghosts, he also secretly exercised his chaotic divine eyes and gave the wick a glance. Only then did he discover that there was a very faint smoke drifting out of the wick. Wuxia looked at the wick, then at Prabhadaratna Buddha, who was wounded by the joint attack of Ao Buzin and the Dragon Python sisters. Suddenly, he understood why Prabhadaratna Buddha was injured. This smoke wasn't anything good. Prabhadaratna Buddha saw the golden body of ancient Buddha as well. Trembling, he pointed a finger at the cold-faced old man and snapped, "How dare you profane the sacred bone of an ancient Buddha? This is a sacred object of my Buddhist sect. You've got guts." The old man lowered his head and looked down at Prabhadaratna Buddha as he said coolly, "I am Gauchenli, so of course I am bold. It is just an inanimate object, so why do you Buddhists value it so much? Instead of leaving it for you to worship in a shrine, I might as well refine it with a mystic technique and turn it into the Avicii incense to destroy the golden bodies of you Buddhist cultivators." Gauchenli gave a strange smile and said with a gloomy voice, "The Avicii incense comes from the story of the Avicii hell. As long as a Buddhist cultivator smells this incense, after the time it takes to finish a pot of tea, that is, for a full quarter of an hour, unless he has truly obtained an indestructible supreme golden body of the Buddhist League. Even for a Buddha like you, bald donkey, your golden body will be no different from an ordinary mortal for a quarter of an hour." Prabhadaratna Buddha stared at Gauchenli in panic and snapped, "Do you really dare to kill me?" Said Gauchenli coolly, "Since someone dared to kill the clan leader of the Gauchen clan and the imperial advisor to you, why wouldn't you, a mere Prabhadaratna Buddha, kill him? Besides, you were the one who violated the human emperor's ban, breaking into Yu Xiong Plain and killing the Marquis of the Yu province. Even if you go to your Lord Buddha and reason with him, he can only say that you deserve to die." Before Gauchenli's voice could fade, Prabhadaratna Buddha had already let out a long cry. The golden bell hovering above his head gave a deafening rumble, and countless magical artifacts of the Buddhist League shot whistling out in all directions, bringing with them a cold breeze. In the blink of an eye, at least millions of Buddhist weapons shot out, glinting with cold gleams. The void within a radius of 100 miles was occupied by these Buddhist weapons. Surrounded by a pale golden Buddhist power, the incomparably sharp Buddhist weapons shot in all directions, shattering the void wherever they passed. However, although these weapons could shatter the void, they could not break the supreme towers, which were guarded by supreme oracles. 60 sky-reaching towers released a large sheet of black light at the same time, merging into one. Within the thick black light, countless ghosts and monsters were coiling around, and a large number of spell symbols were flowing quickly in the black light screen like flowing water. Countless pale golden Buddhist weapons were tangled up by the black light, and shrill howls of ghosts and deities could be heard echoing out. In the blink of an eye, these extremely powerful weapons, which even Wuqi's Dharma idol could not defend against, shattered one after another. Gauchenli sneered. A pitch-black bone hammer made of an unknown bone flew whistling up into the sky, surrounded by a sheet of green flame that was only the size of a fist. With a sway in the air, 9 gigantic celestial fiends emerged around the bone hammer. Accompanied by a deafening rumble, the bone hammer, which had expanded to 1,000 feet long, plunged down from the sky with the 9 celestial fiends, knocking Prabhadaratna Buddha's golden bell to the ground. Before Prabhadaratna Buddha could snatch back his treasure of fiend refinement, Yugu laughed evilly and stamped his foot. Immediately, dozens of huge green-striped spiders rushed out of his supreme tower. These ferocious, venomous bugs lifted their buttocks and sprayed out spider webs that were as thick as chicken eggs and stinking. Countless spider webs wrapped around the golden bell and dragged it over to Yugu in an instant. Yugu quickly fished out 13 spirit talismans made of demon bee skins from under his sleeve and stuck them on the golden bell. No matter how Pravadaratna Buddha roared and howled, or how he chanted and performed incantation gestures, the golden bell only swayed a few times and could not fly back to him. Pravadaratna Buddha cursed angrily. With a wave of his hands, hundreds of magical artifacts of the Buddhist League flew out from around him, gleaming with golden light. These Buddhist magical items were forged by Pravadaratna Buddha himself with the best materials he had accumulated over countless tribulations. Some of them had been given to the bodhisattvas and arhats under his sect, but he was reluctant to give most of them to others. So, he had been keeping them in his body and nourishing them. Today was a critical situation. If he did not fight with all his might, he would be killed on the spot. So, regardless of the heartache he had over his wealth, he unleashed all the magical artifacts he had, wrapping himself with hundreds of them, and was ready to rush out from the west. As long as he could break through a small opening, he was confident that he could leave Panga continent. After all, for an almighty expert of the primordial realm, one step was the distance between heaven and earth, and it would only take him a few breaths of time to return to his Buddhist kingdom. But how could the trap laid out by 60 supreme oracles allow Pravadaratna Buddha to escape? The bow and hammer in Gauchen Li's hand fell whistling through the air, knocking a few magical artifacts to the ground with each strike. The other supreme oracles followed suit, and in less than 2 breaths of time, even the jade bell in Pravadaratna Buddha's hand was snatched away. Pravadaratna Buddha was like a wealthy man who was robbed by thieves in the depths of the mountains. In just a few moves, he was stripped clean by a group of experts. Apart from his monk robe, he had lost all his magical artifacts. With a furious roar, Pravadaratna Buddha gritted his teeth and produced his natal relic, trying to fight back. But the 60 supreme towers suddenly closed inwards, and the joint attack of 60 supreme oracles, whose cultivation bases were not weaker than Pravadaratna Buddha, immediately crushed Pravadaratna Buddha, who had lost his mighty golden body. A deafening rumble rang out, and a vast amount of golden flesh and blood splattered down. Ao, Buzin, and the dragon python sisters roared happily, opened their mouths, and rushed out to devour the flesh and blood. Pravadaratna Buddha had fallen outside Xianxia. Wuxia, on the other hand, looked thoughtfully at the spot where Pravadaratna Buddha had fallen. How could a mighty Buddha be so unlucky as to be surrounded by 60 supreme oracles? Chapter 737. Just like that, a Buddha had fallen. Wuxia sensed a strong aura of conspiracy from the fall of Pravadaratna Buddha. Pravadaratna Buddha was a primordial immortal Buddha, an important figure of the Buddhist League, and one of the 8 Buddhas who were responsible for the Buddhist League's missionary work on Panga continent, had foolishly come to Panga continent, violated the human emperor's ban, and sneaked into Yuxiong Plain just to vent his anger on a nobody like Wuxia. And Wuxia, a nobody, had unknowingly acted as bait. As soon as Pravadaratna Buddha struck, 60 supreme oracles, who were said to be searching for Gao Chengguang's murderer, suddenly appeared and killed Pravadaratna Buddha in just a few moves. No matter how one looked at it, it smelled like a conspiracy. Hundreds of oracles were busy cleaning up the battlefield. For to use oracles, the materials of a Buddha, even a single hair, were extremely precious treasures. For example, if he had armpit hair, it could be made into a poisonous arrow that could chase after a soul for 10,000 miles, and it could destroy all kinds of Dharma bodies of immortals and Buddhist League's golden bodies, which was extremely lethal to cultivators who practiced the Tao of immortals and Buddhas. Buddha's bones could be made into extremely powerful talismans. Buddha's skin could be made into protective clothing. Buddha's muscles could be used to concoct elixirs or directly fed to all kinds of poisonous insects and beasts, all of which could greatly enhance their cultivation. especially the Buddha's brain. The oracles had a mystic art to extract part of the Buddha's memories from his brain. Whether it was the divine abilities of the Buddhist League they cultivated or some information in their memories, they were all extremely valuable strategic information to you. Therefore, apart from the flesh and blood that Ao, Buzin, and the dragon python sisters had devoured, every piece of Pravadaratna Buddha's broken bones, rotten flesh, and every strand of hair were carefully collected by these oracles. They were so meticulous that they did not miss anything. The broken body parts they collected could basically be used to piece together Pravadaratna Buddha's body. Wuxia stood aside innocently, watching the oracles digging 3 feet into the ground to collect the materials of Pravadaratna Buddha. In a flurry, Yugu was directing his disciples to fight for a bone with another supreme oracle's disciple. It was a transparent, 7-colored phalanx. This phalanx was clearly filled with Buddhist power. It was a rare Buddhist sacred object. If it was used to refine a magic tool, it could be refined into a very powerful treasure. If he were to offer this finger bone as a sacrifice, the value of such a tiny piece of finger bone would definitely be equal to the benefits obtained by sacrificing hundreds of thousands of heaven immortals. Dozens of low-grade oracles were fighting over the finger bone, while Yugu and the Supreme Oracle were arguing with each other. Wuxia stood aside and listened to their argument in a daze. It seemed that Yugu and this unknown Supreme Oracle were related by marriage. But for the sake of this Buddha's phalanx, the two of them tore at each other's skin, pointing out all the shameful things the other had done. In the end, it was Yugu who was more shameless. He triumphantly obtained the phalanx, while the defeated Supreme Oracle sulkily led his disciples to another small mound and fought with another Supreme Oracle for a few drops of Pravadaratna Buddha's blood. Complacently, he hid the finger bone under his sleeve. Only then did he realize that Wuxia was still there. He turned to Wuxia and said with a smile, "What are you still doing here, Marquis of Zhou Province? The matter here has been settled. You can do whatever you want, Marquis of Zhou." Wuxia paused, then pointed at himself and said, "I'm done here, but this..." At first, it was a few old men who laid out a teleportation formation to send Wuxia to Prison Dragon Pool. Then it was Pravadaratna Buddha who attacked Wuxia. Then it was this group of supreme oracles who suddenly appeared and shamelessly crushed Pravadaratna Buddha to pieces. Wuxia felt that he was the victim. He had just been interrogated by the officials of the punishment court for a long time. So, why did he suddenly have nothing to do with this? Ao, Buzin, and the dragon python sisters were burping on his shoulder. It did not seem to be a loss if he left now. But Wuxia did not feel good about it. He had been the bait, and now he was sent away? Nothing good at all. Gaochen Li, who was carefully tidying up a section of Pravadaratna Buddha's spine and delightedly putting it into a black jade jar and soaking it in a medicinal liquid, raised his head and said coolly, "Marquis of East Sea Province, this is indeed none of your business. Pravadaratna Buddha was the one who wanted to scheme against you. Now that he has been killed, this matter has nothing to do with you." A gleam flickered in his eyes as he nodded and said, "I have a very high opinion of you, Marquis of East Sea Province, for you to survive the 3 attacks of a Buddha. If you have time, you can come to visit us." With a strange smile on his face, Gaochen Li said coolly, "The Gaochen family has a batch of daughters who have just grown up, and each of them is a beauty that can topple a nation. If you are interested, Marquis of Donghai Province, it would be good for you to marry into our family." After pondering for a moment, Gaochen Li smiled and said, "With the help of us, Marquis of East Sea Province, you might have a chance to break through to the connecting heaven realm in the future. If you marry a daughter of the Gaochen family, we will all be one family. In the future, the Gaochen family will surely take care of the development of East Sea Province." Gaochen Li's tone was very calm. When he talked about marrying Wuxia, his tone sounded like he was rewarding Wuxia. It was as if Wuxia had given Wuxia a great honor by marrying a daughter of the Gaochen family. His words also implied that he was giving Yangming enough honor by marrying a daughter of the Gaochen family. If Yangming did not take the initiative to ask for her hand in marriage, he would not know how to appreciate it. Gao Li's words even implied that he was using Yangming as bait this time. Since Yangming had done a good job as a bait, even if Yangming was a little annoyed, he would still be satisfied with a daughter of the Gaochen family as compensation. Yugu's face flickered slightly. He gave Gao Li a look, then suddenly burst out laughing, grabbed Wuxia, and threw him out of the city. Wuxia cursed under his breath. His body flew uncontrollably along with a gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye, Yugu brought him to the city gate. A bunch of old bastards. Wuxia cursed under his breath as he stared furiously in the direction of the hill where the battle had just taken place. The fact that Gao Li could say that Wuxia had survived the 3 attacks from Prabhadaratnabuddha proved that these old fellows had been watching the battle for a long time, but none of them had stepped in to help. It was only when Prabhadaratnabuddha was poisoned by the Avicii incense, and his fleshly body was weakened to the limit that they came out to take advantage of the situation. Wuxia felt a little upset. He was to use Marquis of East Sea Province after all, but why did it seem that his life was not important in the eyes of these old fellows? Feeling a little irritated, Wuxia did not enter the city. Instead, he squatted beside a ditch beside the city gate, resting his chin on his hands and pondering for a long time. He carefully pondered what had happened today, pondered over the cause and effect of the incident, and came up with dozens of possibilities. Finally, he raised his middle finger to the sky. "You have guts. I won't play with you, will I?" With a belly full of resentment, Wuxia gritted his teeth and walked into Liangzhu. After all, as the newly promoted Marquis of East Sea Province, he had no choice but to swallow the insult and humiliation. Even though he was used as bait, he had no choice but to swallow the insult and humiliation. But this was not the end of it. No matter who was behind all this, they would have to pay the price for using Wuxia as bait. Wuxia would not spare any of these people who had underestimated Wuxia today, who had used him as a tool and put him in danger. "Just you wait and see." With a gloomy face, Wuxia asked the passers-by for the address of King Yangshan's mansion, then walked along the main road towards it. Wuxia would remember what had happened this time. When he returned to his own territory, the East Sea Province that now belonged to him, he would devote all his attention to developing the underhand sect, recuperating and accumulating his strength, and when he had enough strength and influence, he would come back and settle the score with these people. Wuxia suddenly felt that compared to Gao Li and those supreme oracles in the imperial court, those oracles from the secret palace were so cute, including Wu Changqi and his brothers. This included Wu Changqi and his brothers. Even if they were a little ridiculous, they were true to themselves and were much more adorable than Gao Li and the other eccentric people. Gnashing his teeth, Wuxia came to the front gate of King Yangshan's mansion. He looked up at the 2 ancient doors cast from bronze in front of him, then cupped his fist and bowed to the hundreds of heavily armored soldiers standing in front of them. "Please go in and report that Tan Lang, the Marquis of Isi Province, is here to see Gao, King Yufeng." He had already thought of leaving Yuxiong Plain and returning to the East Sea Province to develop his own power. But, as a matter of etiquette, Wuxia had to inform Gao before he left. After all, everyone now believed that Wuxia was Gao's advisor, and he had already been branded with Gao's mark. Right after Wuxia finished his words, a tall and burly middle-aged man, clad in a luxurious brocade robe, suddenly walked out from the side door. He looked like a man from the Longbow Kingdom. Behind him were dozens of burly, arrogant men. They looked like a pack of lions and tigers, and when they stared at someone, their eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty gleam. Upon hearing Wuxia's words, the middle-aged man turned to look at Wuxia and said, "Are you Tan Lang?" The Tan Lang who cultivates both fleshly body and magic under Third Brother's command? "Hee, boy, kneel down before me and swear that you will only obey my orders for the rest of your life. Otherwise, you won't get any benefits today." Amidst the strange laughter, a burly man with a pitch-black body and a pair of blue eyes behind the middle-aged man leaped in front of Wuxia, slapping his palms forcefully on Wuxia's shoulder, trying to force him to kneel before the middle-aged man. Wuxia flew into a rage. He had just been insulted by Xianxia, and now this guy was provoking him as well? Ignoring that he was in King Yangshan's mansion, Wuxia snapped. "Are you courting death?" Scram! Black dragon scales covered Wuqi's right fist as he thrust it toward the burly man's chest. Chapter 738. His fist was covered in 3 layers of black dragon scales. Under Wuqi's control, the first layer of dragon scales straightened up one by one, making his fist look like tens of razor blades. Dragon scales were famous for their toughness and sharpness. Before the man's palm touched his shoulder, Wuqi's fist landed on the man's chest. The dragon scales easily shredded the man's half-body armor, and Wuqi's fist went straight into the man's body. The dragon scales vibrated intensely, shredding the man's heart. Puff! Wuqi's fist came out from the man's back. Blood soaked the scales on his fist, and the black dragon scales were greedily absorbing the man's blood essence. Silently, the Inferno Hell Fiend scripture was activated. The purgatory flame crazily extracted the man's blood essence and poured it into the dragon scales, making these dragon scales even tougher. Using the Inferno Hell Fiend scripture to absorb the blood essence of others to strengthen one's own body was one of the evilest magics in the Inferno Hell Fiend scripture. If Wuxia wasn't in a fit of anger right now, and these people attacked him for no reason, he wouldn't want to use such an evil move on a stranger. The middle-aged man stared at Wuxia in a daze. The man who attacked Wuxia just now was the strongest general under his command. But in Wuqi's hands, how could his strongest general be so vulnerable? Even though he was a little careless, he couldn't possibly be killed by a single punch. Could he? The man's body quickly withered and decayed. Soon, he turned into a puddle of dust and dissipated in the wind. The dragon scales on Wuqi's fist were coated with a faint layer of blood, sparkling with a dazzling blood-red light under the sunlight. Slowly deactivating the dragon kill on his fist, the dragon scales on Wuqi's fist shrunk back into his flesh piece by piece. He coldly looked at the man in embroidered robes and shouted in a deep voice, "Your grandfather is not in a good mood right now. You better not provoke me." The man's face suddenly turned extremely unsightly. "How dare you? I'm Jiyu, king of Xianxia. Why you are just a subordinate of third brother. How dare you speak so rudely to me? You, this prince will beat you to death. You thing that doesn't know the difference between superior and inferior." With a furious roar, Jiyu's body abruptly grew to about 300 feet tall. With the blood of the Longbow Kingdom in his veins, he gave a loud cry as a bizarre smile flashed across his lips. Then, he threw a punch at Wuxia with all his might. The people of Longbow Kingdom were born with the ability to control some natural energies, and the energy Jiyu had mastered was the power of thunder. His huge fist was covered in a thick layer of lightning that looked almost tangible as he smashed it down towards Wuqi's head with the force of a thunderbolt. Wuqi's chest tightened. Jiyu's punch was so powerful that even with his current overall strength, Wuxia dare not say that he could withstand it. Jiyu was the son of King Yangshan, Ji Kuei, and a concubine from the Longbow Kingdom. The concubine came from a clan with a very high status in the Longbow Kingdom, and it could be said that she had inherited the purest bloodline of the ancient Longbow Kingdom. Therefore, Jiyu was extremely talented, and with his innate divine strength, he was able to kill a flood dragon at the age of 3. Among the 4 sons of King Yangshan, Jiyu's divine strength was the strongest, and even among the members of the Yu's imperial clan, his courage and strength were among the best. "You bastard! What makes you so great about being a prince?" After being used as bait to kill a Buddha, Wuqi's stomach was filled with anger, and it was triggered by Gaochen when Jiyu bumped into him. Wuqi, who was so angry that his eyes turned black, exploded like a powder keg, and he did not care about the consequences. "Since I'm no match for you in terms of pure strength, I'll fight you with divine abilities and magic. Even if you're a prince, what are you?" Wuqi cursed. A beam of black light darted out of the top of his head, and streams of starlight poured down from dark celestial tower. Suddenly, the time around Wu Qi changed subtly. Jiyu performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and the flow of time around his body remained normal, but the flow of time around his fist and his shoulder became chaotic. The flow of time around his fist had reached a maximum of 100 times, and the flow of time around his forearm was only about 10 times. However, the flow of time around his arm had reached 50 times, and the flow of time around his shoulder had reached a maximum of 100 times. The strange flow of time had caused Jiyu's arm to twist and crash, and the sound of bones and flesh cracking could be heard coming from his finger bones, forearm bones, arm bones, and shoulder bones at the same time. But the flow of time was too fast, and the flow of time around Jiyu's body remained the same. It was only after the breath of time, after his arm was broken, that Jiyu suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his arm. With a miserable howl, Jiyu, who stood 300 feet tall, grabbed his right arm and jumped more than 2,000 feet into the air, then fell back and sat down on the ground. A deafening rumble echoed out as the front door of King Yangshan's mansion was smashed to pieces by his huge buttocks. Of the over 100 guards standing in front of the door, more than 30 of them failed to flee in time, and were also sat on by his heavy buttocks. After letting out a few wild howls, Jiyu's right arm suddenly shook in the wind, and a plume of purple mist swarmed out of the ground and rushed into his arm. Amidst jarring, cracking sounds, his broken bones and flesh healed rapidly, and in just a second, his injury was as good as new. Jiyu let out a furious roar as he pointed a finger at Wu Qi and bellowed, "Tan Lang, how dare you go against your superior? You're dead." Wu Qi gave a cold snort. "How dare I go against my superior? I'm dead." With a belly full of anger, Wu Qi's body flickered. The starlight in dark celestial tower quickly converged, and in the blink of an eye, a huge silver axe was formed over Wu Qi's head, emanating a frigid air. Grabbing the handle of the axe, Wu Qi let out a long roar and swung it down towards Jiyu's neck. Clang! A loud clanging sound rang out, as a thick and heavy bronze shield appeared in front of Jiyu. Wu Qi felt as if his arm was struck by a thunderbolt. From his fingertips to his shoulder blade, he felt a numbness in his entire arm. The silver axe condensed from the starlight shattered with a boom, transforming into countless silver beams that flew like the wind and shooting in all directions, riddling the street in front of King Yangshan's mansion with bottomless holes the size of bowls. The bronze round shield also trembled, and a clear crack appeared on the surface of a shield. Within the crack, there were fine ice crystals condensing. The skinny man with the shield was knocked back by Wu Qi's axe. As his strength was much weaker than Wu Qi's, he could not keep his balance, and could only stretch out a pair of huge wings from his back, flapping them wildly. With great difficulty, he managed to stabilize himself with the help of the strong wind stirred up by the wings. Wu Qi gave a cold snort as his body suddenly expanded to about 100 feet tall. Layer after layer of black dragon scales emerged from his skin, and 2 dragon horns slowly grew out of his forehead. A fierce and violent aura of blood filled the air. As he roared in a low voice, the shadows of 9 black dragons intertwined with each other behind him and gradually transformed into a mysterious rune, floating amidst the sticky, pitch-black 9 nether ghost flame and emanating an evil aura that made one's heart palpitate. At the same time, countless dragon roars rang out from Wu Qi's rapidly expanding blood vessels. Vigorous dragon energy flowed rapidly in them, and each of them let out a long roar that shook the heavens like a flood dragon. All the blood vessels in his body were connected, and it was as if 100 dragons were coiling around him. This was a strange sign that could only be seen when one had cultivated the dragon transformation script to a certain limit. Whistling noises of waves could be heard coming out from within his body. His blood kept scouring his internal organs, and an endless stream of energy kept rushing out from them, stimulating his body and making it grow several dozens of feet taller. while the aura emanating from him became even fiercer and more threatening. Gao's voice rang out. Tanlang, what happened? Just tell me. No matter who dares to bully you, I'll stand up for you. With a gloomy face and a slightly exasperated look on his face, Gao stood in the courtyard behind the mansion's main gate. Standing next to him were his elder brother, Ji Dai, his father, Ji Kuei, the former prefecture overseer of Zhong province, Feng Lingling, and a group of King Yangshan's trusted subordinates. The man who had just blocked Wu Qi's axe with a bronze shield and saved Ji Yu from Wu Qi's attack was none other than Gao's fourth brother, Ji Lan, the king of Dongxiu. Ji Lan, who had the bloodline of the Feathermen, flapped the two wings on his back and glared at Wu Qi angrily. Ji Yu, who nearly had his head chopped off by Wu Qi's axe, was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly roared at the top of his voice, "Bullshit! Third brother, your man almost killed me. He almost chopped off my head with his axe. You stand up for him? How can you stand up for him? Father, third brother's man almost killed me. He did it on purpose. He must have done it on purpose. Third brother, I'm not done with you." Ji Dai and Ji Lan's eyes flickered. Just as they were about to add fuel to the fire and help Ji Yu, King Yangshan snapped, "How dare you? Second brother, do you think you can hide the cause and effect of the matter from me? Shut up. All of you shut up. Somebody, repair the front gate of the mansion as soon as possible. You bastards, you are simply—" King Yangshan wanted to say a few harsh words, but it was his son who had stirred up trouble, so he could not go too far. He stared at the front gate with trembling hands. He could not believe that the front gate of King Yangshan's mansion was shattered by his own sons, but if this got out, he would be the laughingstock of the whole Diyu kingdom. For a moment, King Yangqiu felt like strangling Ji Yu to death. King Yangshan gritted his teeth in exasperation and finally managed to control the anger in his heart. He took a deep breath and looked up and down at Wu Qi, who had transformed into a dragon man. Then he nodded and praised, "Wonderful. It has only been a little over a year for you to cultivate the dragon kill to this level, hasn't it? Very well. Third brother, you found a good helper this time." As soon as King Yangshan said that, Gao shouted, "Father, Tan Lang is indeed a good helper to me. If it weren't for him, how could I have killed the sovereign of the Myriad Immortal Alliance, that evil Taoist priest? But second brother intentionally humiliated Tan Lang. You must stand up for me." Ji Yu jumped to his feet in a hurry, stamping his feet angrily as he roared, "Father, I was almost killed by Tan Lang's axe. You must stand up for me. If it weren't for third brother, how could Tan Lang have the guts to do that?" Ji Dai, the king of Qingqiu, stirred up trouble on the side. "Father, since when can servants beat their masters?" Ji Lan, with a round shield in his hand, sighed faintly and added fuel to the fire. "Father, which one is more important, a little subordinate or second brother? That axe almost cut me in half." While his four sons kept complaining and making noise, King Yangshan's face gradually turned pale, blue, and finally an ugly purple-black. Wu Qi retracted the dragon kill and stood angrily to one side, glaring at Ji Yu, Ji Dai, and Ji Lan. When King Yangshan saw the undisguised murderous gleam in Wu Qi's eyes, he could not help but sigh again in his heart. If they were not his sons, he would have killed these bastards with a slap. Chapter 739. Having too many sons is a big problem. Sitting under a huge ancient tree in the backyard of King Yangshan's mansion, King Yangshan sighed helplessly at Wu Qi. Wu Qi and Gao sat side by side opposite King Yangshan. Apart from the three of them, there was no one else nearby. The ancient tree over their heads was like a canopy, its dense foliage preventing even a ray of sunlight from penetrating it. A cool breeze blew through the nearby forest, bringing with it a cool breeze. There were many nests of thumb-sized green jade pea birds above their heads. These birds were small in stature, but had the most melodious calls. They were hiding under the leaves, chirping nonstop. Having too many sons, but each of them is very talented. This is a big problem. Holding the teacup carved out of black jade, King Xianxia sighed helplessly. His expression was gentle, which was a miracle to those who knew King Xianxia well. King Xianxia had always been known for his ruthlessness and ruthlessness. Such a gentle expression, like that of a newly pregnant Virgin Mary, should not have appeared on his face. Wuxia glanced at Gao, who was taking small sips from the teacup, his face expressionless. Third brother is the same as his brothers. They all want to inherit this king's throne. King Xianxia flicked the teacup with his finger and said lightly, "There are thousands of kings into you, but the most important ones are the 18 kings, including me. Unlike the other kings, these 18 kings have the qualifications to inherit the throne." Wuqi's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Gao and thought, "This fellow has just been rewarded with an eon of life by the virtue of the heavenly Tao. Could it be that he really has a chance to become the human emperor in the future? If that's the case, I've made a fortune." King Xianxia glanced at Gao and said in a deep voice, "Take third brother, for example. He has made such a great contribution that he was conferred the title of King Yufeng. But even if he is conferred the title of prince with the same title as me in the future, he will never become the human emperor." Putting down the teacup, King Xianxia counted on his fingers and said, "If the human emperor passes away and the crown prince is not talented enough to awe the world, or if for some other reason no one of the human emperor's sons can inherit the throne, the Council of Elders will choose one of the 18 sect kings to inherit the throne." Gao picked up the teacup and drained it in one gulp, then placed it on the small table beside him. Wuqi slowly nodded his head. No wonder Gu and the rest had such an attitude towards him. King Xianxia sighed softly, then shook his head and said, "Now it seems that third brother is the most talented one. If nothing unexpected happens, when my life comes to an end, there is an 80% chance that third brother will inherit my throne. But this is not a reason for you brothers to fight." Staring at Gao, King Xianxia said in a deep voice, "If you dare to kill your brother, I'll kill you myself. It's just a few sons. I'm still in the prime of my life, and I can still have more." Gao put his palms on the ground, bowed to King Xianxia, and answered respectfully, "Yes." King Xianxia sighed helplessly. He glanced at Wuqi, then shook his head and said, "As for Tamlang, you better assist third brother, and you'll be rewarded in the future. I'm also puzzled by what happened to you today. Who was it that plotted to kill Prabhadarat Nabuda? That old fool Gauchen Li is not that cunning. I'll look into it in secret. Just be careful." After pondering for a moment, King Xianxia shook his head and said, "As for how second brother and the others treated you, in any case, third brother is my son, and so are second brother and the others. You are third brother's subordinate, so you'll have to suffer a little and swallow your anger. I happen to have something good here, and I'll give it to you as an apology on behalf of second brother and the others." As he spoke, King Xianxia bowed slightly to Wuqi. Wuqi hurriedly rose to his feet and bowed back to King Xianxia, repeatedly saying, "I dare not." King Xianxia had given him a very good impression. At least, when Jiyu, Jidai, and Jilon pestered King Xianxia to punish Wuqi, King Xianxia flew into a rage and drove all three of them out of Yuxiong Plain, forcing them to go back to their fiefdoms as soon as possible. Jiyu and his two companions came here to celebrate Gao's reward ceremony. Now that the ceremony was over, according to the Yu's rules, they were allowed to stay in Liangzhu for another 10 days or half a month. But this time, they had angered King Xianxia and were driven back to their fiefdoms by him. Wuqi had nothing to say about King Xianxian's treatment of his sons, and now he had solemnly apologized to Wuqi for his sons. What else could Wuqi say? King Xianxian's attitude pleased Wuqi very much, and the resentment in his heart gradually dissipated. After a few polite words, an old man in black walked slowly in from one side, came up to King Xianxia, and whispered a few words in his ear. King Xianxia smiled, then nodded to Gao and said, "It's almost ready." This treasure was originally prepared for your 37th brother, Ji Jiao, but since you found a talent like Tan Lang this time, you might as well give it to Tan Lang." Before Wuxia and Ji Ao could ask what kind of treasure it was, King Yangshan had risen to his feet, motioned for them to follow, and led them along a path in the woods into the depths of the mansion. Along the way, they passed several heavily guarded checkpoints and came to the foot of a hill in front of them, where a tunnel leading straight to the underground was glowing with a faint green light. King Yangshan turned around and called out to Jiao, then led Wu Qi and Jiao into the tunnel. After traveling a few miles underground along the clean and bright tunnel, a spacious hall appeared in front of them. The walls of the hall, which measured a few miles in both width and length, were carved with countless images of ghosts and deities. In the center of the hall was a round altar about a mile in diameter, on which a strange-looking beast was coiled lazily. The beast was shaped like a dragon, with a large abdomen and thick black scales all over its body, which were much larger than the scales of a real dragon. True dragons were tall and slender, but this beast that resembled a dragon was thick and short. Its entire body exuded a sense of ferocious and tyrannical power. Its head was huge, and the dragon horns on its head were thick and strong. Its eyes were deep and gleaming with a dazzling blood-red light, and its big mouth was particularly eye-catching. When it opened and closed, a long scarlet tongue and rows of sharp teeth could be seen. Ao Buzin shuddered and said dryly, "Is that a Taotai?" "TSK, its bloodline is pretty pure, isn't it? Is it male or female?" Back then, Lao Tzu, this fellow was going to show off his romantic affairs again. Wu Qi raised a hand and covered his mouth, not wanting to listen to his nonsense. The Taotai coiled on the altar was about a mile long, and had a very strong aura emanating from its body. Visible blood-red airways were constantly spreading out from its body. Inside the hall, hundreds of oracles standing around the altar had to use all kinds of magical treasures to protect themselves, but they could only barely stand still in the hall. The scarlet waves of air battered their bodies, causing their magical artifacts to groan from time to time. Seeing King Yangshan come in, the Taotai yawned lazily, rose to his feet slowly, and nodded to King Yangshan. "Where's your son, King Yangshan? I'll tell you this first. If your son is a good-for-nothing, don't blame me for devouring his soul." He licked his nose with his long tongue and said with a cold grin, "For a talent like Xiaolong, with such aptitude, he should find a master with the best aptitude in the world." A blood-red gleam shone in his eyes as he gave Wu Qi and Jiao a greedy look. The blood-red gleam in Tao Ye's eyes was full of devouring power. Jiao could not resist the surging power in it. A beam of blue light shot out from the top of his head, and the beast's soul he had fused with Pu Lao immediately flew out of his body, throwing his head back and letting out a wild roar. The void around him rippled violently, and when the blood-red gleam in Tao Ye's eyes approached Jiao's body, it was shredded by the distorted space. Wu Qi gave a cold snort. With a sway of his body, he was shrouded in black flames as he quickly grew to about 100 feet tall. Black dragon scales covered his skin, and a fierce and overbearing dragon aura poured out of him. Staring at Taotai, Wu Qi also let out a loud roar. Ao Buzin's body quickly expanded to about 100 feet long. Pointing a front claw at Taotai, he sneered and said, "You little bastard, if you dare to stare at Lao Tzu like this, I'm sure Lao Tzu would have killed your father, fucked your mother, and then torn you into minced meat to go with wine. Why are you still staring at Lao Tzu? Are you courting death?" Ao Buzin bared his teeth and made a fierce face at Taotai. In the next moment, a dragon aura, 100 times fiercer than the killing aura in Wu Qi's body, quietly rushed out of Ao Buzin's forehead and smashed viciously at Tao Ye's head. Pu Lao's roar, Wu Qi's roar, and Ao Buzin's violent threat instantly suppressed the ferocious and greedy Taotai. But that was not the end of it. The dragon python sisters on Wu Qi's shoulder suddenly soared into the sky, opened their mouths, and let out the unique cackling of dragon pythons of fire and ice. At the same time, the ferocious aura of dragon pythons, which had struck fear into all the dragons in the world since ancient times, spread out like a tide. It would have been better if the sisters had not unleashed their power, but as soon as they did, Pu Lao's soul flew back into Ji Ao's body and dared not to show itself again. Wu Qi shuddered, and his Dragon Man avatar shivered and quickly returned to his human form. Ao Buzin, who was arrogant and domineering, shivered instinctively. In a flash, he shrunk from 100 feet long black dragon to a 3-inch long loach, squeezing into Wu Qi's collar to hide from the terrible aura, which was almost a natural enemy of dragons. Tao Tai, who was extremely arrogant and ferocious just a moment ago, suddenly put on a flattering smile. Nodding and bowing, he said to Wu Qi, "You must be Ji Jiao, the 37th son of His Highness, right? Ha, to be able to become your beast soul, to live and die together, to advance and retreat together. This is really this little dragon's blessing, ah? Ha! Are those two beside you really dragon pythons of fire and ice? Haven't they gone extinct a long time ago?" A faint smile appeared on King Yangshan's face as he patted him on the shoulder and said, "Tan Lang, this is my gift to you. You haven't fused with a beast soul yet, have you? All the warriors of Da, you need a powerful beast soul so that they can exert their full strength. Even if you are a genius who cultivates both fleshly body and magic, having a beast soul to protect you will be of great help in the future." King Yangshan's so-called treasure was the beast soul of a Tao Tai. Wu Qi was overjoyed. He quickly bowed and thanked King Yangshan. A beast soul? The benefits were simply too great. And it happened to be the beast soul of Tao Tai, one of the 9 sons of the dragon. Wu Qi smiled so widely that his eyes narrowed into slits. Although he had encountered some horrors on this trip to Liangzhu, the benefits were too great. Chapter 740. The process of fusing with Tao Ye's soul reminded Wu Qi of a very long time ago, when he and Yin Bugawei first met, and the ritual he saw in the depth of Meng Mountains, when the barbarian girl was fusing with the beast soul of the water spirit serpent. Amidst the slow singing of the oracles and their deep chanting, the soul of Tao Tai rose slowly from his fleshly body with 90% of his cultivation base, slowly merging with Wu Qi's innate chaotic divine soul. When the soul of Tao Tai entered Wu Qi's innate chaotic divine soul, Tao Tai suddenly realized something was wrong. There was something strange about Wu Qi's soul, something very strange. However, before Tao Tai could let out the strange roar of Wu Qi's soul, his soul had already fused with Wu Qi's innate chaotic divine soul. According to the rule of beast soul fusion, a thread of Tao Ye's soul had entered the deepest part of Wu Qi's soul, falling into a deep slumber in Wu Qi's soul. This thread of soul would only be awakened when Wu Qi's lifespan came to an end, and at that moment, Tao Tai would regain control of his own soul. At that time, because his soul had fused with Wu Qi's soul and was nourished by Wu Qi's soul, it would become more complete and stronger. When Tao Ye's soul entered the transmigration, he would have a more wonderful new life. However, Wu Qi's innate chaotic divine soul would never give Tao Tai this chance. Right when a thread of Tao Ye's soul entered the core of Wu Qi's soul, the chaotic energy devoured all of it. The beast soul of Tao Tai, who was famous for its greedy devouring, had become the tonic for Wu Qi today. All kinds of mystic magics, divine abilities, and instincts of Tao Tai had fused into Wu Qi's body. As the beast soul fused with Wu Qi's soul, 90% of Tao Ye's cultivation base was gradually injected into Wu Qi's body. It had to be said that King Yangshan was very attentive to his 37th son. He had paid a great price to get this adult, pure-blooded Tao Tai with excellent aptitude. This big fellow's cultivation base was much stronger than Wu Qi's today, almost reaching the peak of the 4th-tier gold immortal realm. An enormous power was surging in Wu Qi's body. The strength of his soul and fleshly body were soaring, and so was his magic power. The benefits brought to Wuxia by fusing with the soul of Taodai were unparalleled. Now, his chaotic energy was filled with an instinctive, devouring power. As soon as Wuxia slightly mobilized the power of the beast's soul, a terrible suction came out of his body. A loud buzzing noise came out of Wuqi's body as the soul of Taotai hovered over Wuqi's head, threw its head back, opened its mouth, and began to devour wildly. It was as if Wuqi's body had turned into a huge black hole, with the surrounding natural energy and Pangu, sacred energy, rushing madly into Wuqi's body. After the initial fusion with the soul of Taotai, the speed at which Wuxia absorbed the natural energy was 10 times faster than when he exercised his cultivation base at full strength. As he continued to fuse with the soul of Taodai, his speed of absorption in the future might be 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times faster than it was now. According to the legends, Taodais were famous for their greed and brutality. Many of them died because they could not digest the food in their bodies because they had devoured too much food. Even with the strong bodies and digestive ability of divine beasts, they could not digest the food they had devoured, which showed how fast Taodai could devour. Now, Wuxia did not have any problems with his cultivation base. His biggest problem was the lack of magic power. His cultivation base had reached the peak of the gold immortal realm, and his ability to use and control his magic power had also reached the highest limit of a gold immortal. What hindered him was that the speed at which he accumulated energy was too slow. But now he had the supreme tower, which could control the flow of time, and the soul of Taotai, which could enhance the absorption of energy. It was as if the heaven was helping him, and all the problems had been solved. King Xianxia smiled as he watched Wuxia unleash the power of the beast soul, then nodded at Gao. Gao smiled and pulled out a bone talisman. With a wave of his hand, the talisman transformed into a thick thunderbolt and shot whistling toward Wuxia. Wuxia, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes slightly. The soul of Taodai over his head opened its mouth and sucked in the thunderbolt. Without even chewing, it turned into a vast stream of heat that rushed into Wuqi's body and became a part of his magic power. Hulao, Gao's soul, was good at roaring. With a single roar, it could shatter heaven and earth and tear the souls of its enemies to shreds. But the soul of Taotai Wuxia had obtained could devour everything. Except for a few innately dangerous and poisonous things, there was basically nothing in the world that Taotai dared not to eat. As long as Wuqi's body could withstand it, any physical or magical attack will be devoured by Taotai. Coupled with the chaotic energy in Wuqi's body that could melt everything, Wuxia had now become a complete monster. Unless an almighty expert could kill Wuxia with a single blow, any attack would be devoured by the soul of Taodai and turned into Wuqi's own magic power. After cultivating with his eyes closed for 2 hours, Wuxia slowly retracted the soul of Taotai into his spiritual ocean. He had wiped out a trace of Taoyu's true spirit, and its soul had completely become a part of Wuqi's innate chaotic divine soul. The benefits brought by the soul of Taodai were simply too great. In just 2 hours of cultivation, the benefits were almost equal to what Wuxia had obtained after 10 years of hard work outside Yuxiang Plain. If a gold immortal wanted to advance to the next tier, not only would he have to make a breakthrough in his cultivation base, but his magic power would also have to be improved by 1 tier. The difference in the magic power of a tier was usually more than 100 times. Every time a gold immortal improved his magic power by 1 tier, he would need to spend eons to painstakingly absorb the natural energy and turn it into his own magic power. Now that Wuxia had the supreme tower, which could control time, and the soul of Taotai, which could increase the speed at which he absorbed the natural energy, his future cultivation speed would certainly advance by leaps and bounds, and no one would be able to compete with him. With 90% of Taoyu's cultivation base injected into his body, Wuqi's fleshly body and magic power were instantly elevated to the level of a peak 5th-tier gold immortal. Feeling his strong fleshly body and abundant magic power, Wuqi rose to his feet contentedly, bowed to King Xianxia, and said, "Thank you for your help, Your Highness." King Xianxia nodded and said with a smile, "A sword is given to a warrior, and this soul of Taotai is a perfect match for you, Tan Lang. Just do your best to assist GAO in the future." Wuqi cupped his fist, bowed deeply to King Xianxia again, and said, "I know, Tan Lang. I'll definitely assist King Yufeng wholeheartedly in the future." After getting so many benefits, Wuqi felt that GAO was his lucky star, for he had gained so many benefits without taking any risks in just one expedition with him. If he was lucky enough to ascend to the throne of the human emperor one day, he would have to work hard to support GAO. At the thought of this, Wuqi could not help but feel a surge of emotions. As the saying went, when the tide rises, the boat rises. Wuqi's foundation on Panga continent was shallow, so he could only borrow the power of others to help him. King Xianxia laughed heartily and clapped his hands. From a corner of the hall, a group of oracles, clad in blood-red robes and whose faces were covered by blood-red metal masks, walked up silently. Carefully, they gathered around Taoyue's fleshly body and began to recite an incantation in a low voice. Taoyue's huge body floated up into the air and gradually shrank. When the Taoyue's body had shrunk to about 30 feet, they lifted the Taoyue's body and slowly walked into the main hall. Wuqi knew that according to the ritual of fusing beast souls with the Yu, Taoyue's fleshly body would be preserved with a mystic art. When Wuqi's lifespan came to an end and Taoyue's soul was reincarnated, if he got a better fortune than he got in this life, such as a body with perfect aptitude like the innate Tao aptitude, it would not be a big deal. But if the body he got in the next life was not satisfactory, he could still return to King Xianxia and retrieve his fleshly body in this life. After fusing with the souls of the Yu's warriors for so many years, their souls would be strengthened and perfected in terms of essence. So, even if they did not get a better fortune in their next life and were forced to retrieve their fleshly body with a stronger and more perfect soul, they would be able to comprehend the heavenly Tao faster than they did in this life. The lifespan of human warriors was limited, unless they were lucky like GAO, who had been rewarded with an eons of lifespan by the heavenly Tao. For these divine beasts, it was worth it to spend thousands or even tens of thousands of years for a brighter future. No matter how King Xianxia dealt with these problems, after fusing with Taoyue's soul, the relationship between Wuqi and GAO had become much closer. Led by GAO, Wuqi traveled in and out of Liangzhu for half a month. This was the longest time a foreign subject could stay in Liangzhu, so it was time for Wuqi to leave. GAO, on the other hand, had been rewarded by the human emperor with a right to participate in the military affairs of the imperial court, so he now had the privilege of living in Liangzhu for a long time. King Xianxia had already helped him set up a mansion in the city. It was time for them to part. In the military camp outside Liangzhu, Wuqi counted the tens of thousands of trusted soldiers he had brought with him, then prepared to return to the East Sea province with Huang Liang and other trusted generals. This time, Huang Liang and the others were also rewarded by the human emperor. Although they were not conferred the title of nobility, their military ranks had been raised by several ranks. As the saying went, when a man attained the Tao, even his chickens and dogs would ascend to heaven. In just a few years of following Wuqi, Huang Liang and the others had received great benefit from their official positions. Feng Lingling had mixed with Wuqi's army with a group of his clansmen, preparing to go to GAO's fief along the way. GAO was more than capable of leading the army to war, but when it came to reorganizing the internal affairs of his fief, he was a little clueless. Yu Qingcheng was an expert in administration, but GAO and Yu Qingcheng did not get along. Now, Yu Qingcheng had become the advisor of his elder brother, Jidai, while Feng Lingling had been sent by King Xianxia to serve under GAO. According to the rules of the Yu, After Wuxia had reported to Deyu's military court, he received a reply from them. After that, Gao spent a huge sum of money to buy a large number of powerful armaments for Wuxia from the military court, asking him to bring them back to the EC province. Gao escorted Wuxia 30,000 miles away from Liangzhu, and then Wuxia left the city. Leaving with Wuxia were Gao's generals, who were also conferred the title of nobility. With King Yangshan's help, these people were all given good positions, and they all left Liangzhu today. When he first came to Liangzhu, Wuxia was just a nobody in Diyu. But when he had left a deep impression in the hearts of many people in Diyu. Chapter 741. 3 jade-armored dark turtle flying ships, 9 green-tailed scarlet heart scorpion flying ships, 18 one-horned fiery flood dragon flying ships, and 36 green-scaled jade-bone python flying ships. Dozens of large flying ships flew slowly across the sky at an altitude of less than 10 miles above the ground, each of which appeared to be empty. Under the military system of Diyu, each province was only equipped with a certain number of standard flying ships, which were only used as a means of transportation for soldiers and horses. Apart from the fixed number of standard flying ships, if a province wished to acquire other large armaments, it had to use its own funds to purchase them from the Temple of Craftsmen under Liangzhu's military court. These dozens of large flying ships were all powerful armaments that Gao had bought for Wuxia out of his own pocket. The jade-armored dark turtle flying ships were known for their defensive strength. The green-tailed scarlet heart scorpion flying ships were known for their lethality, and the venom from their stingers could strike fear into the hearts of even peak-level gold immortals. The one-horned fiery flood dragon flying ships were known for their individual offensive strength, but their group attacks were extremely powerful. Once launched, they could turn an area of 100 miles in circumference into a sea of fire, which was extremely effective against groups of heaven immortals and itinerant cultivators. The green-scaled jade-bone python flying ships were known for their untraceable speed, making them the best vehicle for chasing down fleeing enemies or charging straight into enemy lines to claim the head of a general. Wuxia only had 10,000 soldiers under his command, but Gao had given him a total of 63 large flying ships. Although these ships were easy to control, when 10,000 soldiers were evenly distributed across the 63 ships, each of which was at least a few miles long, it was inevitable that the ships looked empty. All the ships were flying at the slowest speed, as if they were in no hurry to return to EC province. Although they had left Yuxiong Plain, it was still a huge spirit cave. The closer they were to Yuxiong Plain, the denser the natural energy and Pangu, sacred energy, would be. Although it was not as ridiculous as Yuxiong Plain, it was still thousands of times stronger than any immortal abode or blessed land. The reason why Wuxia deliberately flew the ships slowly toward EC province was to absorb more natural energy here. The soul of Taotai floated above Wuqi's head. A trace of Wuqi's clone replaced its true spirit and became the spiritual core of this soul. The hundreds of feet-long Taotai opened its mouth and greedily absorbed everything around it. The natural energy of earth, water, fire, and wind, as well as the natural energies of thunder and earth, as well as the Pangu sacred energy that kept gushing out of the ground, an immeasurable amount of natural energy was rushing into his body at every moment. The Pangu sacred energy quickly fused into his limbs, bones, and internal organs, continuously strengthening his physical body and pushing the evolution of the true body of heaven and earth art bit by bit. Skin, bones, flesh, tendons, blood vessels, organs, and all the other parts of the true body of heaven and earth scripture worked together. Every part of his body was strengthened 100 times faster than the foundation scripture. The Pangu sacred energy here was endless, and Wuxia could strengthen his body in the most extravagant way. All kinds of spiritual energy quickly merged with the chaotic spiritual energy, and turned into Wuqi's own cultivation base. The innate chaos divine soul sat cross-legged in Wuqi's psyche ocean, emitting a bright light that lit up the boundless psyche ocean. Earth, water, fire, wind, rain, thunder, all natural phenomena were roaring and boiling in Wuqi's spiritual ocean. There is also the divine flame of order, the divine flame of void, the divine flame of great tranquility, the divine flame of inferno of hell, the nine nether ghost flame, and many other divine flames and ghost flames that Wuqi had mastered. They hovered above the innate chaotic divine soul, like tiny suns, emitting all kinds of strong lights that illuminated tens of thousands of miles. Apart from that, around Wuqi's innate chaotic divine soul, all kinds of divine beasts were hovering in the air. Massive amounts of chaotic energies were flowing into these divine beast bodies, nourishing them and strengthening them. Occasionally, a shadow would flash behind Wuqi, and the shadow of a mythical beast or mythical bird would flash before disappearing. His body would emit an indescribable aura, vast and mighty, as if he was a mythical beast from the prehistoric times. The innate chaotic divine soul allowed one to multitask at the same time, and its mysteriousness could not be fully described with words. Wuqi had only separated a small part of his mind to control the Taotai soul, to devour natural energy, and to control the circulation of the true body of heaven and earth scripture, the seven foundation elevating technique, and the dragon transformation script. Most of his mind had fused with the kaleidoscopic star core that he had placed in his chaotic interstitial world. Since Yu Chun and the other sect masters and elders of Yantian Palace had failed to activate the kaleidoscopic star core, there was only one way to obtain the heavenly Tao of innate stars contained within it. Apart from a unique incantation gesture and incantation, one would also need chaotic energies as a catalyst. No matter how mighty one's magic power was, one could only destroy the kaleidoscopic star core at most and never obtain any benefits from it. At this moment, in Wuqi's interstitial world, the kaleidoscopic star core was hovering in the boundless void, emanating dazzling starlight that filled Wuqi's small interstitial world. Amidst the rapidly flickering starlight, 108,000 huge silver light balls could be vaguely seen spinning at high speed. Every now and then, mysterious energy waves would surge out of these silver light balls, causing the endless chaotic energies in Wuqi's interstitial world to tremble violently. Wuqi's muscles were trembling. The corners of his mouth curved upward, and he almost burst out laughing. This kaleidoscopic star core contained 108,000 grand Taos of the stars, and they corresponded to the fate of life, death, calamity, fortune, mystery, trap, entrapment, despair, joy, anger, sorrow, ring, nobility, inferiority, purity, and turbidity. Each great Tao of stars was completely different from all the other stars in the universe, and contained endless mysteries. If one could fully comprehend any great Tao of stars and obtain enough natural energy to form the true form of the star, one could immediately give birth to a celestial lord whose power was not weaker than a peak-level gold immortal. Just like Patriarch Miao Ying, who lived in the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean, she was given the title of Nine Yin, Celestial Lord, by the Celestial Court. It was because she had mastered the innate Nine Yin principle of the Nine Yin star and had formed the true form of the Nine Yin star that she was given the title of Celestial Lord. It was also with the help of the innate Nine Yin principle that Patriarch Miao Ying was able to break through the realm of gold immortal and become a primordial immortal. But in this kaleidoscopic star core that Wuqi had mastered, there were 108,000 great Tao of stars. Laughing under his breath, Wuqi could not help but shake his head. This kaleidoscopic star core was one of the supreme treasures in the primordial chaos, and was much stronger than those innate stars that had only given birth to a few dozens or hundreds of great Tao. But there was a limit to one's strength, and Wuqi did not think that he could fully comprehend all 108,000 great Tao. The only use of this kaleidoscopic star core was to set up a formation and improve Wuqi's actual combat strength. What a pity! Wuqi sighed lightly, then laughed and said, Fortunately, fortunately. It was a pity that this kaleidoscopic star core could not form a star, and the heavenly Tao that it had nurtured for countless eons in the primordial chaos was wasted in vain. Fortunately, this kaleidoscopic star core did not fall into the hands of those almighty experts who knew what was good for it. Otherwise, those almighty experts would have obtained an extraordinary treasure with incredible power, and Wuqi would not be so lucky. Even if I can't fully comprehend the 108,000 star core, it will still be beneficial to me. His hands changed incantation gestures, and the kaleidoscopic star core in his interstitial world disintegrated with a loud rumble, turning into 108,000 balls of silver light that spread out in a marvelous spiral path in Wuqi's interstitial world. A tremendous suction force rushed out of these 108,000 balls of silver light, and the chaotic energy around Wuqi kept rushing into them. The suction force was so strong that it actually emptied Wuqi's chaotic energy. He gave a muffled snort as the sudden tremendous suction force inside his body caused Wuqi's body to collapse inward, and blood oozed out of his 7 apertures. He gave a deep cry, and the mountains and hills he had plundered from Green Cliff Planet, Myriad Immortals Planet, and other planets in his interstitial world disintegrated at the same time, turning into a vast amount of natural energy and fusing into the silver light that was trying to condense into stars. At the same time, the huge energy veins he had plundered also quickly fused into the silver light. In just the space of 3 breaths, 108,000 sesame-sized silver light specks had taken shape in Wuqi's interstitial world. Surrounding an invisible point in the void, these light specks formed a huge spiral galaxy with 16 spiral arms, rotating at an extremely slow speed. An extremely mysterious aura emanated from this tiny galaxy, and Wuqi could clearly sense that his innate chaotic divine soul was benefiting greatly from it at every moment. His divine soul was slowly growing stronger, and so was his cultivation base. Wuqi seemed to have comprehended something about the profound principles of life, death, disaster, fortune, mystery, trap, despair, joy, anger, sorrow, nobility, inferiority, purity, turbidity, and so on. But at the same time, it was as if he had not comprehended anything at all. In short, it was a strange feeling that could not be described with words. TSK, I owe you Chun a great favor. Wuqi murmured to himself as he quickly replenished the chaotic energy in his body with the soul of Tao Tai. The benefits that this kaleidoscopic star core had brought to Wuqi were indescribable. It could even be said that this kaleidoscopic star core had laid the foundation of the great Tao for Wuqi and countless disciples of the Underhand sect. Wuqi had a feeling that he owed Yu Chun a great favor, and that he had to find a way to repay it in the future. With a shake of his left hand, a pale silver wolf appeared in Wuqi's palm. It was the true form of the greedy wolf star, one of the 3 stars in the universe, the killing, vanquishing wolf star. Using the technique commonly used by immortals to borrow the power of the stars, Wuqi had formed his true form of the star and manifested this little wolf. A powerful, pure, greedy, and murderous aura spread out from the little wolf-shaped body, and in the blink of an eye, a chilly, murderous aura enveloped the quiet room that Wuqi occupied. With a faint smile on his face, Wuqi shook his right palm. A strange wolf with a pitch-black body, 3 wolf heads, and saliva dripping down from the corner of its mouth appeared in his palm. This 3-headed wolf was the true form of the Nether Wolf Star, a star that represented the Tao of Slaughter among the 108,000 stars that were formed from the kaleidoscopic star nucleus. It did not have the greedy aura of the greedy wolf star, but only a pure, murderous aura, mixed with an indescribable evil and mysterious aura. The evil aura mixed with the murderous aura expanded rapidly, instantly suppressing the energy ripples emanating from the greedy wolf star. Wonderful! Wuxia smiled. The power of these stars derived from his interstitial space was stronger than all the stars in the universe. Of course, in terms of total quantity, the 108,000 stars Wuxia possessed were only as small as a sesame seed, while all the stars in the universe had a diameter of trillions of miles. Therefore, the overall strength of these stars Wuxia possessed could not be compared with the stars in the universe. But, as long as Wuxia was given enough time and energy, he would be able to cultivate these stars in his interstitial world into terrifying existences that were not weaker than the stars in the universe. I have a bright future ahead of me. Wuxia felt that his mind was extremely clear, and his heart was so smooth that he could ignore all the difficulties and obstacles in the world. While he was reveling in this wonderful feeling, a long tiger roar was heard, and the flying ship Wuxia was riding on suddenly trembled. Chapter 742. The tiger's roar came endlessly, like the endless rustling of pine trees in the deep mountains. From a moment Wuxia heard the tiger's roar to the moment he retracted all the cultivation techniques, hid all the chaotic energy in his body, concealed all his aura, and strode out of the room. It had been a quarter of an hour. The tiger's roar did not stop. It lasted for a quarter of an hour, and the flying ship Wuxia was riding on only vibrated for a quarter of an hour. When he came to the bridge on the highest floor, Huang Liang had already commanded all the flying ships to form a tight defensive spirit tortoise formation with the 3 flying ships as the core. It was a defensive formation specially made by Great Yu for the jade-armored dark turtle flying ship, which had a very strong defense and survivability on the battlefield. The 3 jade-shelled mystic turtle flying boats were surrounded by 60 large flying boats. The 3 turtle-shaped jade lights covered an area of 100 miles. The 60 flying boats shot out countless bronze chains to connect with the jade-shelled mystic turtle flying boat in the center. The energy cores of all the flying boats were connected through these bronze chains. Powerful spiritual power ran back and forth in the chains, forming a large net that protected all the flying boats in the center. A white sound wave visible to the naked eye came from a mountain in the distance, but the 3 turtle-shaped jade lights firmly blocked the attack of the white sound wave. The sound wave shattered on the jade-colored light wave after wave, turning into wild gusts of wind that blew in all directions, but the flying ships did not move at all. The wild gusts of wind rolled up the small hills on the ground. As soon as Wuxia walked into the bridge, he saw through the thick crystal wall in front of the flying ship that a mountain several miles high was uprooted and thrown into the sky. This was the power of a single roar. If Huang Liang had not reacted accurately and formed the spirit tortoise formation with amazing defensive power in time, those green-scaled jade-bone python flying ships, which flew extremely fast but did not have great defense, would have been damaged. Huang Liang was greedy, lustful, wretched, and despicable. Moreover, he was greedy for life and afraid of death. He was really not a good candidate to be a general. However, it was his cowardice that allowed him to make the most correct response. Just like when Wuxia was taken into the Buddhist kingdom by Ming Li, and just like today when he was attacked by the tiger's roar. Wuxia patted Huang Liang, whose forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and said with a smile, "Well done. Do a good job. Next time we can make some contributions. This marquis will guarantee that you will also be conferred the title of marquis for fun." Huang Liang, who was pale with fright, immediately became spirited. With Wuxia in front of him, his back was much stiffer. He held his head high and shouted, "You are right, Marquis of Zhou. My brothers and I will definitely follow Marquis of Zhou and make more contributions." With a ruddy face, Huang Liang turned and shouted at the mountaintop tens of miles away, "With the Marquis of the UEC here, who dares to block our way? Touch your neck and see if you have washed it clean, or we will chop off your head and kick it like a ball." Huang Liang's cultivation base was not very strong, but he was still a cultivator of the first Panga heaven. Therefore, his roar was full of energy and awe-inspiring. His roar created a cyan sound wave in the air. The sound wave, visible to the naked eye, shot forward like a meteor and fiercely collided with the white tiger roar. Crack! Huang Liang's roar was shattered by the white sound wave, and his voice became stuttering and intermittent. But because of the strong wind, his voice still managed to travel more than 100 miles away, along with a cold snort. The mountaintop in front of them suddenly rose into the air. Strong gusts of wind carried the mountaintop, which was tens of miles in circumference, and slowly flew towards them. Wuqi's eyesight was excellent. Without using any divine ability, he had already seen dozens of strange-looking men and women standing on the top of the mountain. Their clothes were very different from those of the Yu and even those immortals. Most of the men were tall and majestic. Their chests were bared, but they wore short skirts made of various animal skins. A few of them wore half-heart-covering armors on their chests and arm guards of various colors on their arms. The arm guards were simple and unadorned, exuding an air of savagery. Most of them were shaped like the heads of wild beasts, with all kinds of runes and patterns carved on them. As for the women, they were all beautiful and strong. They were clad in tight-fitting shorts and short battle skirts, while some of them wore short-sleeved shirts and some only wore metal armors that looked like bikinis. Their wrists were equipped with shields, and their hands were armed with various short spears and swords. One or more strange-looking spirit beasts were crouching beside each of these men and women. These spirit beasts were baring their teeth and staring at Wuqi with fierce gleams flashing in their eyes, as if they would attack Wuqi and the others at any time. A silver-haired man, standing 20 feet tall and muscular, stood at the forefront of these men and women. He had his arms crossed over his chest, and a pair of ferocious eyes were fixed at Wuqi and the few captains standing next to him through the crystal wall. There was a faint black king character in between this man's eyebrows. A few steel needle-like whiskers grew on both sides of his cheeks, and 4 extremely long fangs poked out of his lips. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like a ferocious tiger that had transformed into a human form. Moreover, this man's hair was very well developed. His exposed skin was covered with a layer of fluffy, silvery hair, but there were also many pale black stripes in the middle of the silvery hair. He looked like a ferocious tiger that stood on its hind legs and didn't look like a human at all. This man opened his mouth and gave Wuqi a ferocious grin. Deep and muffled gasps were constantly coming out from the gaps between his teeth, and a dense white mist was ejected from his mouth like a sharp blade. Along with an air-piercing sound of metal, the white mist circled around his body for a few times, and then quickly merged into his body. Wuqi's eyes flickered. When the man breathed, the energy essence of 5 metals that was close to the innate energy of gold element came out. Judging from his appearance, he was not a human, but a demon body cultivated by the clan of white tigers, a divine beast. Judging from the appearance of his fur, he should be a pure-blooded descendant of divine beasts. Even if he had some mixed blood, it was insignificant. A pure-blooded descendant of divine beasts was highly valued in Yu, the Celestial Court, the Buddhist League, and even the 5 great emperors who nominally occupied the 5 regions of Panga continent. Yu needed these descendants of divine beasts to offer their souls to increase the number of powerful beast warriors for Yu. The Celestial Court, the Buddhist League, and other powers all needed these descendants of divine beasts to enhance their overall strength. With this man's cultivation base, if he were to join the Celestial Court, he would immediately be promoted to at least the rank of Lord of Heaven. If he were to become the disciple of a Buddha, he would become an important figure like the guardian of Dharma, who was in charge of a large number of outer heavenly realms. Wuqi looked at the men and women behind him again. None of them were weaker than this man. They were all gold immortals, and some of them were even as strong as Wuqi, almost reaching the 5th tier of gold immortal realm. There were at least 50 gold immortals in front of him. Wuqi could not help but sigh. Among his 10,000 soldiers, only Huang Liang and a few other generals could fight against heaven immortals. Moreover, Huang Liang was a coward. Even though he had fought Ming Li to the death last time, he was still not very reliable. The rest of the soldiers could only deal with ordinary cultivators, and were not of much use. It was a little difficult for Wuxia to deal with these 50 gold immortals. Although he had all kinds of mystic arts and divine abilities, and a secret treasure that could control time like Dark Een Celestial Tower, he could not fight against so many enemies. On top of that, the overall strength of gold immortals who were descendants of divine beasts could not be judged by their cultivation base. Like longbow people, any descendant of divine beasts had the overall strength to challenge those who were stronger than them. Although this white tiger's cultivation base was at the peak of the 6th tier of gold immortal realm, his true overall strength should be equal to that of a 1st tier gold immortal. With a deep sigh, Wuxia left the flying ship with a flash and went to meet the group of men and women who came with ill intentions. After flying a few miles on a cloud, Wuxia cupped his fist at the group of men and women and said, "May I ask why you are blocking my way? You need to know that this is the territory of Du. Are you trying to fight with me, do you?" Wuxia looked back over his shoulder. After leaving Yuxiong Plain, he had deliberately asked Huang Liang and the others to slow down. Now, they were only tens of thousands of miles away from the border of Yuxiong Plain. With Du's overall strength, everything within 10 billion miles of Yuxiong Plain was under strict surveillance. If these men and women dared to make too much noise, perhaps the army stationed in Yuxiong Plain would come immediately. By glancing back over his shoulder, Wuxia was warning these men and women, "This is right under the nose of the Yu's capital, so don't go too far." The white tiger gave Wuxia a gloomy look, then gritted his teeth and said with a cold grin, "So, you are Tan Lang, the Marquis of East Sea Province?" Wuxia nodded slowly and said, "Yes, I am. May I ask?" The white tiger waved his hand and interrupted Wuxia. "That's right. Cut the crap. Lao Tzu is Baizhu, the king of Tiger Mountain who serves the White Emperor in the west. Lao Tzu, let me ask you one thing. Are you the one who laid out the myriad poisons formation and helped that King Xianxia kill the sovereign and all the immortals around him?" Gingerly, Wuxia performed an incantation gesture and prepared his Dark Een Celestial Tower to fly out to fight the enemy. "Yes," he said in a deep voice. "Everyone in Du knows about this. May I ask why King Baizhu is asking about this?" Baizhu's body trembled as he let out a furious roar. Pointing a finger at Wuxia, he growled, "Why does Lao Tzu care about Du and Myriad Immortal Alliance? It's your business that you laid out the Myriad Poisons formation and killed the sovereign, but you fucking killed Lao Tzu's only son as well. Damn it. Lao Tzu's precious son is still underage. Even if you want to use the white tiger skin to make clothes, you should wait until he grows up first." Baizhu's eyes suddenly turned blood red. Howling, he charged at Wuxia and threw a punch at his face. "Damn it. Lao Tzu has been waiting here for 7 days and 7 nights, and you little bastard are finally here. Give me back the life of Lao Tzu's son." As soon as Baizhu moved, the natural energy within 1,000 miles around Wuxia immediately changed. All the natural energy was dispelled by the strong metal energy, and the heaven and earth were completely occupied by it. As far as the naked eye could see, the heaven and earth turned into a vast expanse of white and silver. A strong pressure came pouring in from all directions, and the boundless murderous aura transformed into countless sharp blades, spears, swords, and halberds as they shot toward Wuxia. The men and women behind Baizhu roared furiously, "Give me back my son!" and charged at Wuxia as if they had gone mad. Wuxia was struck dumb. When did the myriad poisons formation kill their son? Chapter 743. An ordinary weapon conjured from gold element energy? Wuxia was not afraid of such a thing. The Black Nine Nether Ghost Flame soared into the sky. Together with a frigid air, the filthy and evil ghost flame transformed into 9 black flood dragons that twisted and wheeled behind him. Countless weapons that came flying toward him were hit by the black flame and immediately disintegrated, no longer looking as ferocious as before. But the biggest threat was Bai Zhu. The burly man opened his mouth and took a deep breath. In an instant, all the gold element energy within 1,000 miles turned into a torrent and rushed into his mouth. A dazzling light burst out of Bai Zhu's body. The silver light was accompanied by countless sharp thorns, and as he swooped down on Wuxia, they tore through the void and left behind countless tiny black marks. Bai Zhu's fist came smashing down toward Wuxia's face like a meteor. A ball of silver light flickered and danced on his fist. It was as hot as a flame and gave off a dangerous aura that made one's heart palpitate. Wherever the silver light passed, the void was torn apart as if it had been shattered. The fist was still dozens of feet away from Wuxia's face, but the cold wind had already cut tiny bloody marks on Wuxia's face. Taking a deep breath, Wuxia gave Bai Zhu a mysterious smile. A beam of black light rushed out of the top of his head, and amidst it, the dark celestial tower expanded rapidly, growing from the size of a fist to tens of feet tall. Streams of silver starlight poured down from the edge of the tower, twisting and turning in the air like auroras, filling the air with a magnificent seven-colored glow. The fact that Bai Zhu was able to disperse all the natural energy within 1,000 miles, leaving only the unique energy of the 5 elements, had a great impact on Wuxia. But although Bai Zhu could dispel all kinds of natural energy, there was only one force that he could not dispel: the power of the stars that illuminated the entire Panga continent from the sky. Even though it was broad daylight, the power of the stars still existed and filled the surroundings. The dark celestial tower was covered with a thick layer of silver light, about a foot thick. Streams of silver light could be seen rushing down from the sky and pouring into the tower. With a sinister smile, Wuxia pointed at the dark celestial tower, and the flow of time in the vicinity suddenly accelerated by 100 times. The sudden increase in the flow of time caused Bai Zhu to lose control of his body. His body tilted to one side, and he bumped into Wuxia's back in a sorry state. Silently, the shadow of a 3-headed wolf emerged behind Wuxia. He softly chanted an incantation, and the enormous star force absorbed by the dark celestial tower poured into the wolf's body, causing it to rapidly expand from the size of a fist to dozens of feet long. 3 shrill wolf howls rang out. Wuxia slapped the wolf's neck and pointed at Bai Zhu's body. Without making a sound, the wolf lunged at Bai Zhu with a gust of wind. Its 3 big mouths bit at Bai Zhu's neck, the back of his heart, and the ribs on his waist. Bai Zhu struggled to muster his divine power. The powerful white light around him trembled, and he barely got rid of some of the influence of the time acceleration on his body. Then, he swung his right fist at the 3-headed wolf. At the same time, he sneered and said, "How can a little trick like borrowing the star force hurt Lao Tzu?" If the celestial lords of the celestial court had mastered the power of the stars, Lao Tzu would not be afraid of them. But who do you think you are? Before his voice could fade away, Bai Zhu let out a shrill howl. Just as Bai Zhu's fist was about to touch his body, the 3-headed wolf's body suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated. Then, it reformed on Bai Zhu's body. Bai Zhu's neck, the back of his heart, and the ribs on his waist were bitten at the same time. A large amount of silver-white blood sprayed out. The 3-headed wolf shook its neck wildly, trying its best to tear at the wounds on Bai Zhu's body. A strange poison seeped into Bai Zhu's body, quickly turning the skin and flesh around his wounds purple and black. As the descendant of the white tiger, a sacred beast of the 4 directions, Bai Zhu's body was extremely strong. Few poisons in the world could hurt him. But the poison in the 3-headed wolf's body was a poison derived from the great Tao of innate stars, which had never been seen before in the world. Even Bai Zhu's ancestors had never encountered such a poison, so naturally, he could not resist the poison. A tiger's roar soared into the sky. Bai Zhu's body bounced up, and a large amount of blood sprayed down like a rainstorm. The 3-headed wolf had torn off dozens of kilograms of his flesh, but he still managed to break free from its mouth with great ferocity. With 3 badly mangled wounds on his body and bones exposed, Baizhu scrambled backward in a sorry state. He strode up to a woman who was slightly smaller than him and also had the distinctive features of a white tiger, and said angrily, "Son of a bitch, hurry up and find me a detoxifying pill." What a cruel and strange curse. Did he borrow the power of the stars? Wuxia smiled faintly. He did not have the obligation to answer her questions. The power of all the celestial lords and the stars controlled by the celestial court had been thoroughly studied by all the cultivators in the world. Even the weapons those celestial lords used and what they liked to eat had been widely spread among the cultivators. But the star power Wuxia borrowed was not the star power of the celestial lords known to the public, but the brand new power of the stars from the kaleidoscopic star core. No matter how hard Baizhu racked his brains, he would never have imagined that Wuxia had actually obtained a kaleidoscopic star core and had even developed an innate galaxy in his interstitial world. Would he? Laughing coldly, Wuxia turned to look at the dozens of men and women who were following closely behind Baizhu. He gently stroked the body of the 3-headed wolf next to him and cried out in a low voice, "Be careful, Ao Buzin. How much you can gain will depend on your own abilities." Among the men and women who were charging at him, 2 couples were obviously the descendants of the flood dragons. They had dragon horns on the top of their heads, faint dragon scales on their brows and necks, and a strong and pure flood dragon aura emanating from their bodies. Ao Buzin gave a strange laugh as he leaped into the air and quickly transformed into a 100-feet-long flood dragon, unleashing an extremely strong dragon aura that blotted out the sky. The 2 couples who were charging at him were taken aback. They stared at Ao Buzin in horror and snapped, "Ancient dragons?" Before Ao Buzin could say anything, the Dragon Python sisters had already unleashed the unique aura of dragon pythons of fire and ice. In the ancient times, dragon pythons of fire and ice were the natural enemies of all dragons. As soon as they unleashed their ferocious aura, the 2 couples shrieked and turned to flee, almost instinctively. Wuxia gently crooked his finger, and a few mysterious runes quickly took shape on his fingertips. These few runes came from the Book of Ancient God, which was inherited from Scroll of Stealing. They were powerful offensive runes that represented the meaning of shattering and shattering. They had the incredible power to shatter everything in the world and destroy everything in it. Then, Wuxia extracted a wisp of the essence star power from one of the 108,000 stars that represented slaughter and death and injected it into the few runes. After that, he injected all the enormous star power he had absorbed from the Dark Een celestial tower into the few runes. The runes, which were only the size of a thumb, suddenly expanded to the size of a basin, shrouded in black smoke and flickering with a magnificent silver gleam. They shot out silently and quickly. Under the lock of Wuqi's divine sense, the extremely fast runes hit the backs of the 2 couples who had turned to flee. Painful dragon roars soared into the sky. The Samadhi true fire, mixed with their natal blood essence, spurted out from the 7 orifices of the couple, causing their lava-like dragon blood to shoot out in all directions along with spiraling flames. The black runes and silver starlight smashed into their bodies, and the couple uncontrollably revealed their true forms. There were 2 green dragons and 2 white dragons. The green dragons were poisonous, and the white dragons could control water. Both of them were branches of the dragons that did not have a very high status. Now, all 4 flood dragons, which were several miles long, had a large gap on their backs. Their bodies were nearly ripped in half by Wuqi's runes, and golden blood was spraying out of their wounds. Through their wounds, Wuqi could see that their dragon bones and tendons had all been ripped apart. "Lao Tzu, I'm so sorry to bully you kids," roared Ao Buzin crazily. "But bullying others is the source of happiness. TSK, these 2 girls look pretty good." While babbling nonsense, Ao Buzin turned into a dark shadow and rushed toward the 4 flood dragons, who had been forced to reveal their true forms. Then he opened his mouth and tried to devour them. The heads of the 2 male dragons were bitten off by Ao Buzin. Large streams of black light burst out of Ao Buzin's mouth, and the bodies of the 2 huge dragons were swallowed into his stomach. Meanwhile, the 2 female dragons roared hoarsely, twisting and struggling desperately. But, as they were severely wounded, they did not have much strength left. Laughing evilly, Ao Buzin reached out his front claws and grabbed their heads, forcing them to shrink their bodies, and were squeezed tightly in Ao Buzin's hands. Sigh, killing his husband and robbing his wife. Since when did Lao Tzu become so evil? Laughing in a strange voice, Ao Buzin was so excited that even his scales were shaking. Lao Tzu has always been like this. How many years has it been since I last did this? You two, don't move. As long as you have slept with Lao Tzu once, you will never forget it for the rest of your lives. Damn it. 2 dark, primordial divine symbols darted over and accurately hit the foreheads of the 2 female dragons, shattering their skulls. Ao Buzin turned his head around, feeling wronged. Wuxia looked at him coldly and growled in a low voice, I don't care about murder and arson, but don't do such immoral things. You could just eat them. Why do you have to kidnap them and do that kind of thing? I can marry you legally, but I can't rape you. Disappointed, Ao Buzin threw his head back and let out a long roar. Lowering his voice, he complained, What is this? What is this? TSK, what a pair of beautiful ladies. Marry legally? Bah, a real man. Who would be stupid to marry legally? That's so satisfying, isn't it? Letting out a long sigh, Ao Buzin did not feel guilty at all. He stuffed the 2 female dragons into his mouth and ate them as well. Even Wuxia could not help but grimace when he saw that. He knew that Ao Buzin was definitely not a good guy in the past, and now he was even more certain of that. Generally speaking, even the most ferocious of evildoers would not devour their own kind, but Ao Buzin had eaten 4 flood dragons just like that. No wonder he was killed in the past, and even had his tendons pulled out and his skin made into a storage ring. He really deserved it. Shaking his head, Wuxia turned to the dozens of men and women who had unsightly expressions on their faces and said, I don't know if I killed your sons in the myriad poison formation, but you came to me for trouble? You deserve to die. Pointing his finger out, 360 balls of silver light shot out from the dark celestial tower, transforming into silver light beams about 1 mile in size and hovering high up in the sky. A strong power of stars enveloped the surroundings, and the void abruptly turned into a vast silver ocean. Wuxia had quickly deployed a great formation. Chapter 744. Ignorant boy, how dare you trap and kill us with a star formation? Among the dozens of trapped men and women, a man and a woman laughed complacently. Within a radius of 100 miles, starlight filled the air, and the murderous power of the stars turned into a silver void that enveloped everything. Looking around, it was all silver, and no one knew where they were. But none of these men and women panicked. Everyone laughed along with the man and woman. Even Bai Zhu, who had more than half of his body covered by the purple-black poisonous gas and was trembling with pain, was laughing complacently, as if it was a joke that Wuxia had trapped them with a star formation. Amidst their laughter, the man and woman suddenly transformed into 2 silver rhinoceroses, each one 1,000 feet tall and over 2,000 feet long. They had 3 extremely sharp, pale golden horns on their heads, which were translucent, and one could vaguely see countless golden clouds rolling around them. Their horns were crystal clear, and there seemed to be a mass of liquid rolling inside them, which seemed to be seeping out of them. Even Huang Liang, who knew nothing about treasures in the universe, had his eyes lit up. The 6 horns of the couple were definitely rare treasures. Apart from the 6 golden horns that seemed to be full of liquid, the silver rhinoceroses' skins were also amazing. The surface of the shiny silver skins was actually reflecting the light of countless stars, and there were countless layers of starlight spreading and growing inside the skins. Soon, a complete map of the stars was reflected on the skins. Wuxia was shocked. These were two rare ancient beasts, star golden rhinoceroses. Star golden rhinoceroses were also divine beasts left behind from the chaos. But unlike powerful divine beasts like the azure dragon and the white tiger, star golden rhinoceroses could observe the sky and know the geography. They were born with the ability to control fate by observing the stars in the universe. If the azure dragon and the white tiger were the best generals among the divine beasts, then the star golden rhinoceroses were recognized as the brains of the innate divine beasts. Since ancient times, when the innate gods still ruled the world and the divine beasts could also occupy their own territories, the star-striped golden rhinoceros clan often served as the strategists of many forces, big and small. They even became the masters of some forces, and all actions were based on their plans. However, after the rise of the human tribe, the immortal tribe split from the human tribe. The human tribe and the immortal tribe joined forces to defeat the innate deity and destroy the innate deity's rule over this world. That was when the tragic years of the star-striped golden rhinoceros came. Like dragon pythons of fire and ice, for those greedy immortals, every part of star golden rhinoceros was a treasure, and even their fur was the best material for making talisman brushes. So, after the human race occupied Panga continent and the immortals occupied outer heavenly realms, the star golden rhinoceros race was almost wiped out in just one eon. As he quickly recalled the information about the star golden rhinoceros, Wuxia laughed and said, "Well, just when I thought my formation was lacking a few formation flags to control the power of the stars, you've brought them to me. Well, your horns can be used to craft at least 36 formation flags, and your bones can be used to craft 1,080 star banners. How wonderful!" Amidst his laughter, Wuxia slapped the back of his head, and a 9 nether ghost flame transformed into a giant hand that measured a few miles in circumference, grabbing at the two-star golden rhinoceros with a frigid and evil aura. Wuxia was overjoyed. If he could skin these two-star golden rhinoceros and refine them into formation flags and star banners that could control the power of the stars, the power of his star formation would be increased by at least 10 times. Every hair on a star golden rhinoceros was born with the best combination of star power and had the power to control the power of the stars. Of course, if he killed them after catching them, it would seem a little wasteful. Wuxia blinked his eyes, then nodded and said, "Well, sustainable development is a scientific concept of development. You can't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Just be obedient and go to my livestock pen in the East Sea province to reproduce. I happen to have a prescription that can help you ancient divine beasts reproduce, and I can guarantee you a prosperous family." The two-star golden rhinoceros were trembling with anger when they heard that Wuxia was going to use them to craft formation flags and star banners. And when they heard that Wuxia was going to rear them like livestock, they were even more furious. The tragic fate of the ancestors of the star golden rhinoceros was very famous among the divine beasts. After all, there were not many divine beasts who were as unlucky as them, who were hunted by countless immortals and almost wiped out. Wuxia's words were tantamount to digging a hard knife into the scars of the entire star golden rhinoceros race, and the two-star golden rhinoceros immediately went mad. Their 6 golden horns shot out a large sheet of golden light, which turned into a torrent and smashed into the 360 star beads floating above Wuxia's head. Wherever the golden torrent passed, the starlight ejected from the star beads suddenly froze, and the originally agile star power became as solid as thin ice, shattered by the golden torrent. Crisp explosions rang out everywhere in the silver void, and before long, large cracks appeared in the silver void, through which one could see the beautiful scenery of green mountains and clear waters outside. The star-striped golden rhinoceros was worthy of being a remnant ancient beast. To them, mastering the power of the stars was as natural as eating and drinking for ordinary people. Any formation that was set up with the power of the stars was no secret to them. If what Wuxia had laid out was a formation constructed with the power of the 5 elements, earth veins, or even ghosts and deities, it would not have been so easy for the 2-star golden rhinoceros to break it. But the star formation was too weak to withstand a single blow from them. The golden light ejected from their golden horns froze the star formation formed by Wuxia's 360 star beads. Amidst the laughter of the other men and women, the 2-star golden rhinoceros took a deep breath, and their bodies suddenly expanded to tens of thousands of feet long. Countless stars flickered rapidly under their skin, and billions of starlight shot out of their skin. Countless specks of silver light wheeled around them like fireflies, and a vivid star map emerged out of thin air around them. However, it was obvious that the cultivation base of these 2-star golden rhinoceros was not strong enough. The star map they could activate probably only accounted for less than 10% of the stars in the sky, but its power was already frightening enough. Wherever those tiny specks of silver light passed, Wuxia's formation quickly disintegrated, and the silver void was soon swept away. The 2-star golden rhinoceros laughed aloud and said, "Tan Lang, you little boy, we can break your star formation with just a flick of our fingers. What else do you have to rely on? You've laid out a myriad poisons formation and killed our beloved son. Today, we'll capture you first, and then we'll settle the score with the human emperor." The dozens of men and women who followed closely behind the rhinoceros roared in unison. "That's right. Let's capture this boy first, and then we'll settle the score with the human emperor. Even the current human emperor has no reason to kill our son for no reason." There is also a woman with a strong figure, a beautiful face, and a few faint animal tattoos on her cheeks. She snapped, "Even the great heavenly venerables of the celestial court are too lazy to get involved in the shady business between the you and the union of 10,000 immortals. Why do you want to involve our son? Could it be that the you is only afraid of the celestial court, and you think we're easy to bully?" The woman let out a furious roar and suddenly transformed into a pale golden leopard with 3 tails on its back. Then she pounced at Wuxia. The woman sped through the air, covering a distance of thousands of feet in just a flash. Clearly, she had the ability to travel through the void, just like the heavenly ghost from the outer domain. With just a roar, the woman had arrived in front of Wuxia. She opened her mouth and bit down at Wuxia's head, while her 3 tails swept across the air. Immediately, rings of golden rings wrapped around Wuxia's body. They were hazy, as if they were formed from mist, but each of them was as heavy as several dozens of mountains. Layer after layer, they came pressing down on Wuxia, and with each additional layer, the pressure Wuxia felt increased by 10 times. The divine beast, the Earth Spirit Leopard, was born with the ability to control the power of Earth. Its 3 tails could be used to draw runes in the air at will, and mobilize the power of the earth and mountains to suppress the enemy. Legend had it that the mountain-driving whip, an ancient treasure, was made from the tail of the Earth Spirit Leopard, which gave it the ability to move mountains. Wuxia gave a cold snort. Ignoring the leopard, he stared at the 2 complacent star golden rhinoceroses and said with a faint smile, "Oh, is the innate divine ability of the star golden rhinoceros really so powerful?" With a flick of his finger, 360 beams of silver light suddenly shot out of the top of Wuxia's head and quickly disappeared into the 360 star pearls hovering above him. Suddenly, the silver void, which had been shattered by the torrent spewed out of the star golden rhinoceros's horns, trembled. Amidst the rumbling of the stars, the silver torrents rolled back from all directions and completely froze the surrounding void in a blink of an eye. The 2-star golden rhinoceroses were horrified. "Strange. Why can't we recognize the star power this guy is driving? Did he borrow the power of that star's origin? This. But before they could say anything, The huge hand formed from the 9 nether ghost flame that Wuxia had just unleashed had already grabbed the 2-star golden rhinoceroses, who were only 15th tier gold immortals, and casually thrown them into the dark celestial tower. The earth spirit leopard opened its mouth and swallowed them, then stabbed its sharp fangs into Wuxia's neck. But a thick layer of black dragon scales quickly crept out from under Wuxia's skin, and sparks flew when the leopard's fangs and scales brushed against each other. Although Wuxia's neck was unscathed, the leopard's fangs cracked and had tiny gaps. What a tough neck! The leopard gave a miserable howl and retreated hastily with blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Wuxia chuckled. The silver light that blotted the sky merged together, and then 360 strange beasts, which no one had ever seen before, slowly revealed their true forms on the star pearls. The surging evil power of the stars whizzed down, and the trapped divine beasts were thrown to different places in the formation. Baizhu, who was taking a detoxifying pill, cried out in alarm as a silver vortex emerged around him and dragged him to the core of the formation, where the star pressure was the strongest. Wuxia strode to Baizhu's side, grabbed the top of his head, and punched him again and again. The surrounding void trembled violently as dozens of divine beasts returned to their original forms and bombarded the formation with their strongest force, trying to break out of it. Wuxia bore all the counterforce, causing his internal organs to tremble violently, and the taste of blood kept coming out of his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed Baizhu, whose cultivation base had been greatly weakened by the poison, and began to beat him violently. As he beat Baizhu, Wuxia looked back in the direction of Yuxiong Plain in surprise. Why haven't the garrison of Yuxiong Plain arrived yet? Haven't they noticed what's going on here? You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.